Hey, can we push our meeting, 3 o'clock meeting to 3:30? I got pulled into some customer call. That's immediate priority.
What the Task API does for a lead. The Parallel Task API turns open-ended research tasks into structured, repeatable workflows by combining AI inference with web search and lib crawling. For lead enrichment, that means you can send the fields from a contact form and get back a structured response. Company description, funding raised, a tier label that maps to your sales motion, and any other field that would help your team route and follow up with the lead.
Hey, can you help me write an essay about cross overlap of the quantum computing, robotics, and AI? Hello, builders. It's been a while. Let's try to build a simple product, and it's a small macOS launcher with 3 features that we'll try to target to complete as part of this product build. Let's try to have a look at how those features look. They are quite simple, and let's try to see how do they look. For example, first the dictation. Let me open maybe some Slack or so, and here maybe I want to send something like let's see, hey, can we push our meeting, 3 o'clock meeting to 3:30? I got pulled into some customer call. That's immediate priority. Yeah, so something we wanted to send in our team channel or so something, and you wanted to talk like this and just send it this way. And that's how this dictation really helps wherever any app you are using, Claude code or the coding related, this communication related, productivity related, or any web searches or wherever it is, you can just use it. That's the simple dictation thing. And now let's talk about the TTS, reading out loud. So for example, let's say we are trying to go through some email, or we have drafted an email and we wanted to proofread it. So maybe, or else let's take an example. So I'm just opening this. Let's say I wanted to read what is there in this email. So I'll just select this. Command Shift
What
S.
the Task API does for a lead. The Parallel Task API turns open-ended research tasks into structured, repeatable workflows by combining AI inference with web search and lib crawling. For lead enrichment, that means you can send the fields from a contact form and get back a structured response. Company description, funding raised, a tier label that maps to your sales motion, and any other field that would help your team route and follow up with the lead.
Yeah, something like this if we wanted to catch up, though I know that narration is not up to the mark, but you get the intent. So that's the this TTS, just trying to help you to read out some quick catch-ups and all. That's it, this all about. And the third one is basically trying to open AI prompt in where any of the app or so wherever you wanted to you're working, just to lend you a quick hand. So for example, let's say I'm trying to write something, document in Notion, and here what I'll do, so I'll just try to press Command Shift P and it opens a prompt for me. And here I'll ask it to maybe hey, can you help me write an essay about cross overlap of the quantum computing, robotics, and AI. Quantum computing, robotics, and AI. Okay, so let's try to ask it. Okay, so let's see. So now whatever it suggests, that I can just take it out, and because I wanted to write some article about that, assuming. So what would be like, imagine quantum computing and AI and robotics into one product or something like that, and what is the problem that it could solve and help enhance the lives of the people or something like that. So this is what we got. So I'm just copying this and pasting into this. So basically I got something convergence of quantum computing, robotics, or anything. So and then I'll just try to read it, and this way like basically helps us in node writing, or like maybe if we are in, let's say, in this thing, and quickly we wanted to see maybe hey, can you give me a quick command of like how to revert my last command, yeah, something like that. Quick git command how to revert, I didn't like, yeah, last commit. So something like this, and quickly like let's say we wanted some git commands or like linux commands or something that we want to run in terminal or so. So this is like we got revert head and then reset soft head, like this is what usually we want. So here do not focus on the formatting and all, and again that is like polishing thing where we can just add markdown renders and all those things, but you get the intent, and just copy this command that you want, so and select that and use that. So these are the three features that we'll be trying to build. And now let's see like how basically high level architecture and how they flow together and how they interact, and then once we go through that, we'll start building from ground up. Yeah, that's the thing. Let's start to see the overall architecture and jump onto the building stuff. Okay, so we'll start building the tap, all three features as part of this thing. But before that, let's try to understand the overall high level picture of this tap, the product that we're building. So I'll try to walk through how those the components talk to each other, and so let's just have a look at the tap architecture. So first we'll have this user, so we'll have the active app, and then the keyboard that will try to take the help of just the function key and command shift S, command shift P to trigger the respective thing. So here what we do, so first thing, so we'll try to hold this function thing. I'm talking about the overall things, and then we'll try to narrow down to each of the features that we'll be trying to build in. So for old function, there we'll have this tap main, and once we have this the main function, then second thing we'll try to spawn this to our binary. So here this binaries would be the speech recognition binary, and once we send that fn to this binary, this what it does, whatever we are trying to talk, it will try to process that and give us the transcript. So this transcript will be sent to this the main process that we have, and once that is sent, this we will add the additional step post that, additional layer of filtering, maybe let's say to filter joggins or fillers and capitalization and all those things, sounds that we don't want and want to clean it up. So this is once we receive that transcript, we send it to any AI providers. We'll try to add three providers: Anthropic, OpenAI, Gemini, and once we process that, then this process will give us the cleaned text to this, and this one, once it gives this, we have one more native binary, which once it receives that transcript, this text injector will help us to paste into the particular app that the user is in, basically at the cursor of the user that he is pointing to. So that's the overall the flow of how it would look like of the dictation thing that I'm talking about. So this is how the components so basically we'll try to dig into the CG event tap, SFS speech, and then AV speech related the libraries that we have in here, and try to create multiple native binaries and see how we can spawn that as a child process of our main Electron app and leverage the inbuilt whatever the things rather than relying on the external, and also like low latency, and it works fine. And how can we build that thing like normally the dictations thing. So here hold watcher is important. So how would we know the function that we are holding? So then after that what should be happening? So that is something this binary helps with. And this speech recognizer, whatever we are talking, once we hold that function, this binary will help us with. And this text injector, basically this helps how do we paste it to the position of the cursor wherever the app whichever the app and wherever the cursor is, that this text injector helps with. And this TTS speaker basically will have the list of many voices that will be part of this macOS that comes for Siri and all those things. So how can we list those voices and use those voices to speak out the text that we select and all. So there again, select grabber is something again native binary we will try to. So to understand like what the user has selected, which app or whatever it is, how do we identify and all those things and all. And this local state will try to maintain all the preferences that users chooses for dictation shortcuts and other things, voices that he has chosen for speech and all those things, and the provider related API keys and all. We'll try to store this. So this is how roughly at a high level how this they interact. So this is the dictation architecture. So basically user holds this function key, and here basically hold watcher CG event tap catches it, and this tap means spawns so the speech recognizer via this tap span. So it inherits its own like TCCP list, so that is transparency, consent, and control. So then this SF speech recognizer streams that transcript back over this ND-JSON. And then optional, like I said, we'll try to add this tap main as an AI provider to clean up the transcript. And once it does, and this text injector posts this command plus V at the cursor in whatever app has focus. So this is the basically the rough flow of the dictation things. And the next thing, so let's see how this text to speech works. So same thing, the user keyboard, the active app that will be having. So these are all separate detached panels as part of our main tap app. So here user tries to press this command plus shift plus S shortcut. Once he presses that, so that will be basically, so here this and he will try to select the text and press that shortcut key whatever we have. So this is the first thing, selects the text and presses that thing. Once he grabs and basically selects that, then the selected text will be sent to this main. So the selection grabber is that native binary that helps us here. Once we send that to this, so this once we send this and simulates basically command C in the active app, then this returns text over this ND-JSON. Then this tap main, what it does, it passes text to this TTS speaker, which is another native binary with the whatever the voice that user has selected in settings, and also the rate words per minute, ideally so 175 words per minute or something like that. So this TTS speaker, once it receives that, so the speak overlay whatever we have that as a detached panel, it shows a HUD with the basically traveling wave and with the live word highlighting, and then basically the transport controls to to either pass or go back to previous chunk or go back to the next chunk and all those things. So this is the what this rendering panel, separate detached window, the speak overlay with additional all the transport controls that we'll have. So this is how the TTS path looks like, just a kind of like speak overlay and trying to read out loud, so that we can basically helps us to read out some book or article, whatever you're trying to read on your day-to-day basis, and then you can carry on your work to do some other thing. So that's the second thing. And all right, so fine, this cleanup process, I'll talk about that. And the third one is basically AI prompt panel. So basically this is a simple one. So here what we do, we user tries to press command shift P here, so same this thing, and once he presses that, this tab main opens the detached NS panel with the prompt input focused. So that is what the second step is. We'll open this detached NS panel, and once user types a question and submits, the panel sends that prompt back to this tab main. Once we send that to main, so this tab main calls whatever the users configured AI provider via this streaming abstraction that will try to wrap all the providers inside, and that we try to send it to any provider. Once we send it to that, then the SSE tokens server sent events will stream back the data, and this panel basically renders this progressively with copy paste options on the result, and then we can copy that and paste it to any of the app that you are trying to do. For example, let's say you are trying to write a note, so you want to quickly want to have a elaborative thing, so just ask it here and copy it over there. Or if you have any question or something, so kind of like not that useful one, but it's a good to know how can we add this. So this is the third thing, the AI prompt panel hard path. So this is how it looks like. And others is basically settings, persistence and all. We'll talk about that. Simple. So we'll have this tab main. So settings IPC, basically we'll try to do the JORD app settings validation and try to store into this our settings.json. So we'll try to do that, and same API keys will try to encrypt it better, and using this safe storage keychain, and then try to store that so it's not like actual API key. And here cleanup pass, so basically we try to pass this I think this raw transcript sends through tab main, and if it's enabled, we will basically send it to provider, and then this sends the clean text to this text injector, and and then this basically pastes where the cleaned one instead of raw one. And pretty much this is what we will be trying to cover, and this is now you should give you a rough overall picture. And now let's start from the skeleton, just trying to lay the foundation for bare minimum skeleton app of Electron, the like main renderer, preload and all that stuff. And eventually we'll try to build the step by step, and try to first focus on the fundamentals needed for the overall app, and then one feature at a time, starting with dictation, and then AI prompt panel, and then the speak overlay, and that's how we'll try to end. So this is what we'll try to build, and let's start building. All right, let's start building tap. So as usual, first let's try to scaffold this Electron white application, and then we'll try to make changes and incrementally keep building from there. So for scaffolding, I'll just use this quick start Electron template that we have. So Electron latest, and we'll name this as a tap, and this template I'll attach this React TypeScript. So okay, fine. So I'm just selecting React and TypeScript, yes, and I'll just go with the default options for this. All right, so now we have this tap created. So I'll just try to install this, whatever we have, and then once I install this, and then we'll open in editor of our choice, and then we'll try to see what it has, and then we'll start making changes. Yep, it's done. So it has installed whatever it has come up with by default. And if I start, so now we should see the default application coming up with some I think Electron app that it's going to, yeah. So fine, this is what we have with React and TypeScript. So I'll just close this, and let's open in our editor. So I'll open this in Cursor. Okay, and let's try to maximize this, and I'll try to close this. Okay, and also let's try to zoom in a bit so that it will be visible for you. I'll just keep it into 4. I think that should be okay for both you and me. All right, so I'll not talk much about it. I think this should be a simple the boilerplate that we need. So it has a main, just the window, and then the listeners on ready to show, and other couple of things. So I'll not talk much about this, so I'll just keep it as is, whatever we have. And yeah, this the preload has a bridge between renderer and the main that we have, and this portions and all that stuff. Fine. And okay, now let's try to add few dependencies that I need, like just to try to add tie up the tailwind and all those things that we need. So right now if you see, we have dependencies whatever that it comes up with a default. So additionally we'll try to add more. So we can just add open terminal here and try to add it in here, or else open terminal separately whatever we had and do it. So your choice. Okay, so first I'll try to add this dev dependency, this tailwind css plugin. So for we have this, and this animate. Okay, so as a dev dependencies, both of them, and I have few other things like we'll try to add Zord, Sonar, and CLSX and tailwind merge and all, basically all those the list of what I need. So I'll just quickly try to we'll try to add those dependencies and try to clean up few things which has the default things which we don't need. So here I'm just trying to add this all. So font and Radix UI, Zord, Sonar, class variants, authority, and basic just stuff, themes, and React hotkeys, hook, and Lucid React, just the dependencies that we need, and I'm just adding that. Fine. And also we can just clean up a lot of stuff that we don't really need, because it really comes up with a lot of stuff that we don't need. So for example, this it has configuration for Windows, Mac, and Linux and all that stuff, but we'll be just trying to test in Mac alone. So I'll just keep it as is. I'll just not tweak anything, so that will be just as a default thing. So I'll just initialize this as a Git repository, and let's collapse this. And these are all the files that I have. So I'll just commit as is. So init default electron white scaffold something. We can just commit that as is. So I'm not tweaking anything, but we'll see what and all is something's not needed as we go. Fine. Yep, so that's the simple scaffolding. And now let's maybe I'll just try to wire this typing whatever we have in the preload for our main and renderer, so that whatever we are sending from the renderer, any channels that we'll be sending through, so that it will be strictly typed and we don't see some like deep tree errors in main if something's type is not sent properly. So basically what I want to do is I wanted to tie up a few things, and also the stylings and all we'll try to change this. So by default it comes up with where is it, the assets, yeah, main.css and all these things. So there's nothing. Tailwind css is hooked. Okay, I think so we installed Tailwind css. Let's try to set that up. Okay, so what I'll do is basically let's try to create inside this renderer a new file called globals.css. Okay, and then I'll just get rid of this whatever we have in assets, and here basically we need to just import this Tailwind css and this font variables whatever we have just installed, and then other things we can just come up with any theme. I have just a simple teal theme, so it's something not good, but it's okay since it's a simple application, minimal application. So I'll just try to add it here, but you can just take a reference in the comment that I'll be pushing in. So here basically simple theme, we'll try to add this the background colors and all foreground colors and font what we need to do and all those things. So now this I have added, so let's try to delete this, and so whatever it has generated in scaffold, I'm just trying to delete that. And now we added this, it's something we need to import now into our main thing. So instead of this one, now I just need to and just get rid of this, and mostly okay. So now we can go to in app, open this one, and I'll just get rid of everything whatever we have by default, just to check if the Tailwind is working or not. So this as well, let's just remove this, and here as well I'll just remove here. Okay, so here we'll just try to see if Tailwind works or not, and also here we need to add this plugins which we added. So basically the Tailwind plugin that I was talking about, this Tailwind css needs to be added. So let's try to add this one, and okay, we have an issue. Okay, plugin option, here in main I should try to first, let's try to Okay, so I'll just try to import this one. So this is basically, it's deprecated. We can just use this build.external but that's fine. We'll just keep that. And also we can add here aliases. How do we refer the main and all? Best so that it'll act as a simple helper for us whenever we wanted to use this at the rate main directly. And also, so I'm just going to add this source main as the like main alias for that. And for preload as well, we can just stick with this external dependency plugin, though it's deprecated, and it suggested is basically use build.external, that whatever we saw here, it dips, and but at the end it's meeting the same functionality, and I'm not much worried about that. And also here renderer, and also if you wanted to use at the rate as well for source renderer, so that later it helps us to, you know, whenever we try to import components and all, maybe we can add something even at the rate here for both the ways. So whichever works, we can call it as renderer as well as at the rate, so that it is easier for us to import. And what is this issue? Okay, plugin, not sure, let's see. Let's say if it's working. I know we have some issue with the tailwind CSS, but I'm just cross checking it. Okay, opening, what do we have in this main, sorry, app.tsx. Yeah, I think it's working fine. Maybe some okay, that seems to be fine, so I'll just keep that. This is something, the type related thing. Let's see if it this fix with agent, let's see if it works for us. I'm just, let's see if it's I'm just taking help of cursor, and mostly just some typing issue that we have in index or so. Yeah, this thing should be the issue. Exactly. Let's do one thing, so I'll just remove this. Let's close this, and I'll just delete this. I don't think, yeah, default thing, whatever we need, I'll just get rid of it, and we'll take care of that typing eventually. But what I'll do now, I'll just delete this, and here inside this also, let's just get rid of everything that we need. So I'll just keep this as context breach, and just now let's try to have this empty thing, so I'll not try to expose anything much. Fine, this is a simple index thing, and there's no error as well. And here this plugin option is something that's fine. I mostly it's a dependency, something as upgraded, but this is the scaffold. And now This tailwind CSS is also working fine, though there are some type issues in our things, but that should be fine. And the TS configs and all those will be taken care by default, these things whatever we have. And now let's try to wire this typed window.electron bits, meaning so basically whatever we send now from the renderer to main, so basically I want it to be strictly typed so that we don't see again any issues whenever we are trying to interpret in main, and some deep tree issues or so, something like that. So it will be better that we can anticipate such things way before sending in my render itself, and it will be strictly typed. So for that I'll just take an help of a jod, and it will be kind of like a wrapper safe handle or so, and we'll just try to extend that a bit. So what I do, let's see, in the main, let me just try to create IPC folder, and in this I'll just try to add something like safe handle .ts. Don't worry about this plugin issue, we'll sort it out, just the type issues thing. And here first let's try to extend the default error class. I'll just name this as IPC error. So I'll just try to extend this, and then this constructor, this message that we have, will inherit this and then name this as like IPC error. Okay, fine. And now I'll just try to add some safe handle function, so that will be used in all of the jod definition that we'll be trying to send. So for that I'll just define some tuple first, so just as an alias. And let's try to close this sidebar so that we have more space. So here read only, and here I'll just try to use jod type any array, so this is going to be an alias for that. And let's try to import this. Should be fine. Okay, fine. And then again some alias instead of typing it everywhere. So type infer, I'll just extend this tuple, and this is going to be this an object with key, making sure it is any key of this generic type that we want. And I'll just try to infer whatever we have in the jod, and just let's try to import that. Okay, fine. All right, so now let's create this function that I was talking about. So safe handle we'll just we'll have two generic, so I'll just use as extends tuple, so basically the upper read only jod type array, and then this generic. So here basically we'll receive the channel from the renderer, and the schemas. So schemas, it's going to be of type yes, and this handler now, so this event, it's going to be of type this IPC main invoke event. And so in this arguments, let's take in as many, and we are going to either return a type of R or else promise of R. And this one I just need to add here from this electron that we have. Okay, fine. And Then here now we need to add this one, so ipc main dot handle, yep, channel, and whatever the arguments that we will be getting in. So, and let's be clear with the name, so this is going to be some raw arguments, and assuming so this is of unknown array. So this is, don't worry much about this, so this is just the okay, just to be type safer, and that's the only intent that we wanted to avoid. So, and also we need to add an ipc main, and now we need to use event and drawx. That's an issue we are seeing now. So if this length is not matching to schema's length that we have, then I'm just going to throw that, expected these arguments and got something this similar of this error. You can just throw whatever it is, so that it will be clear for us where is the exact issue. And then this parsed, let's try to capture. So here the schemas dot, I'll just try to iterate through that. So index, so first let's try to capture this result by parsing them, and if it's not successful, then I'll just throw in that, some ipc error or whatever the class that we extended, we failed to pass that, else we'll just try to return that. And yeah, and fine, and finally I'll just return this as parsed, should be fine. And of course we have here the issue, so what I'll do, let's try to so just to avoid that type issue. So this is a simple the safe handle, which you'll understand as we get into the actual implementation. And now we have this safe handle. Let's try to create a simple schema, so just as a placeholder, so I'll not be doing anything with that. So in this ipc itself, I'll just create a schemas.ts file, so later we'll just try to add. So for now I'll just add something like non empty string, so it's going to be simple as this, and I will just import okay. And same thing, I'll just add shortcut string. So this is basically for our shortcut keys that we need. Basically I'll just keep this maximum as 200 or so. This is just as a placeholder for all of the shortcut keys for dictation or AI prompt and all those things that we have. Okay, so now we have this safe handle defined, and so and in the preload, let's do one thing. So like we just kept this as index. So what I wanted to do is basically let's create a simple interface as a kind of like bridge. I'll name that as like a tab bridge or so. So first let's try to create an interface, tab bridge, and here this bridge I'll just create. For now I'll just keep this as nothing, and this one is what, instead of this anything that we want to extend, will expose those types and everything here, the communication between the main and renderer here. So the bridge, and now this one, whatever we have, this thing, and let's try to expose the type as well. So for that, so the renderer, so in the source folder I'll just create some simple types folder. So let's and inside this let's be this electron dot just type, so that so what I'll do, I'll just try to declare global, so interface window. I will try to expose this electron tab bridge. Okay, so and let's keep for now just I'll not expose anything. And this tab bridge is basically we'll try to import it from this preload. So now we know exactly where this, or else we can be very specific about the path, and so should be fine. So or else you can be strictly with the alias that we have added, that also should work fine. So I'll just keep this this way. I'm just worried this is the correct, yep, this is the right path now. Okay, so I have added this just the strict types and the schemas, and now in the main IPC we just need to so basically in the main thing whatever we have, we need to register whatever we are adding here, maybe whenever it is starting. So this, as of now, this index is completely messy and all the things that I really don't want. So what I'll do, basically I'll just try to have it simple things. Well, let's first try to import this app from Electron, and I will just try to keep it as simple 2 events. So when ready thing, assume like I'll not do anything here. So and so let's, for our Mac, what we will do, so like ours is platform Darwin. So okay, so here I'll try to hide this doc that we don't need this for this thing. And then here I'll try to register the all IPCs that we have. As of now we don't have anything. So for that what I'll do, inside this just will try to create a placeholder. So index.ts. So inside this we'll just try to create something like register all IPC or something like that as a placeholder, as a function that we'll try to export, so that later we'll try to extend here. So register all IPC. So I'm not going to do much anything here, so this is going to be a simple function. Okay, fine. And I know this empty function, that's ESLint prettier config, we can just get rid of this, but I'll just keep that as is. So default things if we can just get rid of, so that all these errors that you see in editor will be thrown away. So but I'm least concerned about that. Fine. So now we have this IPC here, and here basically I can just call here register all IPC function. So whenever ready, so we'll just try to register them. Okay, and also we can just add all listeners, like for example window all closed. And if it's just since we are developing for Mac for time being, so if it's not Darwin, we'll just quit, or else we'll just keep it as open. So this is simple, just trying to add the safe handler as a type, so that whenever we try to exchange the content from renderer to main and main to renderer, so it really helps us with that. So now let's maybe we'll try to add some of the Shadcn primitives, like all the components that we need. Just to, for our setting sections, we need some the place to add shortcuts and all. Let's try to add this Shadcn configuration. And also we'll also try to clean up for a few of the unwanted files, because it's just a lot of distraction. We'll just try to get rid of all other things, so that it'll be like we're starting from clean slate. Okay, now let's add the Shadcn primitives, uh, and let's just clean up whichever we are not using. Before that, this component we are not using it, so let's just delete this. It has just versions which was default that we got in our scaffold. And yep, and also this one, the tailwind related issue, it was just the node modules corrupted thing, so I just cleaned up and then tried to install run pnpm install again, and then that was an issue with the pair dependency. Mostly if it still persists, clean that up and then do it, or else just restart the TypeScript server that we have in our editor. And fine, that should be fine. And this, just ignore this, because once we add that, it should be fine. So now let's try to add the Shadcn. So for us, and also one more thing, in our npm we are using npm here. So maybe it's better that we try to change this better. So instead of using this, just try to change this to pnpm wherever it is. So I'll just should be fine. So just try to replace that npm with pnpm, or any package manager that you prefer with. Should be fine. So now let's try to add this Shadcn setup. So I'm just okay. So let's see. So it should add components.json file and all that stuff, blah blah blah. And I'll just choose radix, and we'll choose Nava. Okay, it could not detect a framework. So let's do one thing. So I'll just try to add this manually. Just simple, all we need to do is just try to add this components.json file. So at the root, and here I have the simple components JSON thing. I'll just use it, so you can just take a reference from here. So here's the thing. So just a schema and a style radix nova, then other things you can just take reference from its documentation as well. Tailwind config, so we have here in source renderer, source globals.css, fine, base color in components, and all this stuff, aliases, just the thing. And now once we add this one, we can just and also I think now in Electron White, just double check it should be /source, not just the renderer. I think that's thing. And now we can just straight away add this components that I need. So I'll just try to add the few things that we need, which is the button, card, and let's try to add, let's see, one. We'll first try to add one, and if it works, then we should be so I'm just trying to add this. Yep, mostly it is working fine. So Let me collapse this. Okay, it did add inside this location. Okay, my bad. Let's just delete this. Okay, the path configuration here, we just need to add here this compiler options in main ts config. Yeah, base URL and then this paths to the renderer source, and it should be now fine. Now if I try to add button, it should now help me add it into this components folder inside the source folder. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we should have this button stuff. Okay, like this I need few components, so quickly we'll just try to add. So we added this button, so let's add a card, input, label, select sliders on our switch, and tap should be fine. And later if we need anything else, we'll just add as we need whenever we are developing that. And this I'll just get rid of this your wish. You can just configure whatever you need, or else you can it cannot find. Okay, I think the path is somewhere. Okay, it does not have that, so let's try to add that util. So it will be quick. I think by default it should add, but still since that did not work, so we need to add that. So I'll just create here library folder, here a new folder, library, and in that we'll just create utils.ts. So just the cn function, so it should be simple. Yeah, let's be standard whatever it follows. So this one, class value, and I'll just keep it simple. Yep, I think should be fine. And the CLX as well, I just need to yeah, I think this should be fine. And ignore here just the return type. Again, your type ESLint or prettier strict types and all, we can just add it here as a string and all. Also this should work. Okay, so this is the thing. And now this button, this should be able to mostly, I'll just try to And this one, yeah, I'll just ignore this ESLint whatever we have. So now at least it should work. Library utils. Okay, mostly at the rate isn't picking it up. Sure, okay, wait a sec. So in TS config we just did add. Maybe here as well. Let me just try to add. Yeah, it works now. Fine. And this button variants and all, just ignore. And so if you want to, by default when we scaffold it, it has this ESLint and all those things. You can just get rid of it and add some biome or whichever it is, or I'll just follow that thing. So now every issue whatever we saw, it'll just be removed. So I'm not much worried about that. So fine. So we added a few components that we need, as well as just setting up the things, and now the styling that should have so here what I'll just manually add by default. If you choose some specific theme, it will basically I'll just add the default the Radix Nova from the Shadcn website, so you can just refer directly here. So I just don't want to spend that time here. Okay, let me just minimize here. So it's the same thing whatever we had, and the color the whatever the themes that we wanted to go with, and just choose those colors. And then here for dark and the light theme, just choose the different colors. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And also by default if you wanted to configure dark theme, so all we need to do is here just change inside this index.html to something, maybe I just something like this. Yeah, by default we can just set this one to dark, and set this background as a transparent and text as foreground. So you can check this, so whatever you need, so this way, so that now whenever we try to render UI, it will be like kind of transparent and it looks quite good. So this is a simple setting up the Shadcn so manually. And now let's try to add some jar related stuff for our settings, which that is what we'll be trying to add to start with. So for that what I'll do inside the main thing, so as the from the Electron side, so here let's try to create a settings folder, and here I'll just create a simple types .ts thing, and let's try to add simply just few things. I'll just try to add. First is the dictation combo. So first feature that we have, so here I'll just set for, we'll use function by default, but if we wanted to use other function keys also, we can just set in here something like control plus opt, or just to showcase as an an option that you can choose to end user, so that it doesn't have to worry about like which one should I choose and all. Just as a suggestion to him, like then he can choose whatever it is. Something then I can add like write command plus write opt or so, something like this. So I'll just leave, so that is just for dictation combo. And then the AI provider ID, something like no, we know what mostly AI providers we use. So yeah, this Anthropic, OpenAI, or Google should be, yep. And then this theme, lighter, dark, yep, that's the just the simple types. And now I'll just try to create an interfaces for them. You can have the chart schema or anything should be fine. I'm just trying to be as quick as possible. So dictation settings, so here we need this combo, which is going to be dictation combo, and then this language, and sound enabled or not. So and then is AI cleanup for that, should we enable or not. So here, so basically these are the inputs that we are just trying to take from the user in the settings section. So maybe if we need more, we can just add it here, but this should be fine. And next, this way, then the speech settings for speaking out loud or so. And so what is the hotkey for that string, and which voice it should use out of all the list that we have in Mac, or if you wanted to add any voice from the local models also. So and then the rate, the words per minute should be how long or so, something that is that configuration. And then this AI settings. So yeah, this here, this prompt, what should be the hotkey for that. So this is going to be simple string. And then this default provider, so here we need this AI provider ID, and then this models. So I'll just keep this as a partial of yeah, this should be just a record of this AI provider string. Yeah, this should be the type of that. So that's the AI settings. And finally, I'll just expose overall app settings has all those 4 things under one interface. So let's say this as app settings, and first here dictation, speech, AI theme. Yeah, these are the 4 things. And default settings will just add some default values. So even if user doesn't has any preference, we'll just consider these things. So default settings, okay. And dictation, yep, combo is going to be FN in English, sound enabled true, AI enabled, I'll just set this to false. So basically this mostly will be used to filter joggins or fillers and any other expressions that we normally use while we speak. So that we can use this and try to filter that. But you can add something of these things. So I'll just ignore this. So you can add specific, like filter, fillers, capitalization, and any sounds that's not appropriate or something like that. Fine. And then this hotkey, so here I'll just have this command or control shift S that we normally by default for this speech. And voice of Mac, so by default I'll just set this voice, which is Mac one and read words per minute. Let's set this as human speed, so which is 175 words per minute. And then this AI, okay, so this is going to be P or A, and I'll just set this one to Anthropic. And models, so I'll just keep that as a blank, so I'll just fine. And theme should be dark. Okay, this is a simple default settings and the interface that we need for that. And that was the types that we need. And now we need to create a store inside the settings so that we can persist whatever user selects in the user data of users in settings.json file. So that way even on restarting also, we can just take reference from there and try to create a store for that. And then we need to create an IPC for settings, and also basically all the things that we need so that we can expose this to renderer. And after we are done on this the main section, we'll try to add the settings tabs and settings UI, and then try to see it in our UI. So let's try to create a store now for settings. So let's create store file. So I'm just adding in here store .ts, and here we'll try to create a couple of functions, one for loading settings and another for saving settings to our store. So let me try to create the function for loading the settings. Yep. So, and here this app settings, we need to import it from the types that we just created. So I'll just yep. So fine, that's the thing. And here now we need to work on this load settings thing. So here what we'll do first is basically we'll try to maintain one cache variable. So there we'll try to store this app settings whatever we have. Initially I'll set that to null, and here first we'll check if we have in our cache. So if it is so, we'll just try to return that just the clone of whatever the app settings object it is. So we can just return this clone of cache. And here for cloning, so I'll just create a simple function. It's just like, we'll try to parse whatever the JSON that we get and convert into app settings. So that's the simple function, a wrapper around that. So, and let's just, okay, here we'll see this app settings, and yes, I'm going to return the app settings. And also better if I just minimize this. Okay, fine. We'll just try to parse this, and fine. So, and this is going to give us that the cache for type app settings. And if not, let's try to handle this in the try catch block. So I'll just try to add it here. Fine. So inside this, first let's try to get the raw values. So this is basically, we'll try to read a specific settings.json file where we'll be trying to store these values. So for this we'll just use the file system to read that. And for the path, we'll try to get that in the user data settings.json. So for that also I'll just create a simple function. So let's try to add that. So path function, so let me just here create the path function. Just it's going to return that string. So I'll just try to
Yep, so this is going to be our and I'm just going to import this from the, and also we need to import join from path. So let's try to import this and we should not see any issue. Okay, so now we have this path function. What I'll do is basically I'll just try to read that using that function that we have, and also the file system. We need to import it from the file system. So let me just okay all right, so now once we get the path, we'll just try to parse it, and we'll just try to store that in the past the cache variable. And if not, I'll just try to clone this default settings that we have, and this default settings we need to import it from our types that we have. And yeah, mm, okay, read file. Okay, we'll come back to that type issue. Okay, fine. If not in the cache, so if something is issue, we'll just clone default settings and try to uh, write the data into our settings.json. And here again I'll make this write as atomic. So here let's try to create a simple function, which is I'll just name this as write atomic. And here this will be just the contents, which is of type string. And in this, first let's try to get our target, which is what the path function returns. And then I'll just try to create this temp the file. So okay, target, so here let's try to change this one, process .pid. I'm just trying to give just unique name so that there will be no conflict. Okay, and yeah, this temp file. And once we have that, I'll just try to write this. I don't understand. Okay, we'll come back to this issue. Okay, fine. And then again I'll just try to wrap it in try catch block to just be safer. Okay, so in this we'll just try to rename that, and in catch block we'll just try to unlink this the temporary path that we just created. So again I'll just not do anything here on the error, and we'll just throw error and will not do much. So I'll just keep it this way. And this error, let's try to fine. Okay, here the issue is basically I'll just try to get this promises. Now I think the issues that we see should be fine. Okay, all right, so we have that thing, and in the catch block, and I'll just try to call this now await write atomic json.stringify. So here we'll just try to change this structure. So I'll just attach this version as well. So here I'll just keep this constant variable we'll just define above, and actual data we'll attach it to our data thing. And let's just normally apply some indentation of two spacing, and this version we'll just define it as a constant variable at the top. So I'll just keep this as a simple just number. Later we'll see if we can keep it in some format like. Okay, that's the simple load thing, and finally we'll just return this the cache, whatever this data that we have, and this app settings. We need to check that thing a bit. Okay, okay, I'll fix that. So it's just the type issue. That was the function to load, and don't worry about that. So we'll just try to fix. Now it's about saving things. So I'll just name this as save settings, and here so we might receive a patch, not like complete a rewrite or so, whatever the user wants to save. So here let's try to, it is going to be something like deep partial of this app settings, and we'll need to return this promise of the app settings. So this deep partial I'll just try to create a type in our types.ts. So it'll just the generic thing that I'll try to create. So type this d partial. So this is going to be simple. Yep, I'm just going to extend this object of type this key in this whatever the type that we receive, and we'll just extend this and just the generic that we need, so that whatever the object of type of deep app settings that we have, and in each app settings we have type of its own, so that way we can know which field user is trying to update. So in this now first let's try to load this current using the above load settings thing, and this next what we do, we'll try to merge this current of what we have along with the patch. So to merge it carefully, we'll try to have the simple function. So I'll just try to create in here called merge, and here basically we'll receive base, which is of type app settings, and other is patch the partial of app settings, and we'll finally try to return that. So here what I'll first try to clone this base whatever we have, and we'll just check if this patch has first dictation changes that user is trying to make. So if that is the case, we'll try to update this dictation. So let's just extend whatever we have in this this next dot dictation, and also patch dot dictation and AI cleanup. So I'll just try to yep, so if that is the case, we'll just try to again extend both of them. Else I'll just keep this next dot dictations AI cleanup. So just the try simple function to merge those current things and whatever the patch things that user wanted to update, and here as well. So I'm just doing this patching, and same for this AI and models also. We'll just try to merge that. Fine. And if patch dot theme. I will just try to update that, and finally I'll just return this next. So that should be simple it the merge function. So here now let's try to merge call that function, and I'll just try to call this write atomic function that we have, and as usual we'll just set the data to whatever we have in the next, and I'm just going to set that into cache so that we can use that to retrieve. And this one, let's try to fine. And so this is a simple save settings thing, and now we have I think decent functions to save and load settings. And what are the issues? Yeah, this type issues ignored for time being. We'll just try to correct that. Now we have this functions to save, and we need to create and expose it as a IPC settings, IPC stuff. So for that to do that in the index file in the preload thing that we have here, I need to extend this interface for the tab bridge. One is to get the settings, so we'll just return of type app settings, and another is to save the settings, basically the definitions of whatever the functions that we have just created. And here I need to import this types first, and also this d partial. Okay, and now this bridge we need to invoke accordingly. So whenever get settings is called, so this is should try to use this IPC renderer dot invoke this. Maybe I'll just follow a simple format like settings get, and same thing for save settings. We'll just try to so this has to be comma. Okay, fine. So I'll just try to close this. Fine. Okay, so this is the thing, and now this invoking thing, we have not added the actual registering is something that needs to happen in our the IPC section. So for that we need to expose the actual types that we are expecting from our renderer and all those things. So let's try to create in our IPC folder now this here I'll just create the for settings thing. So settings IPC dot ts. Okay, in this we'll create the jot schemas that we want. So the dictation combo schema on this one. So this should be yeah, and so let's just remove this. Okay, so we know that it's going to be a function key and write command or plus write opt and control plus opt. So that is the dictation combo schema, and now the AI provider schema. So this is going to be either of Anthropic, OpenAI, Gemini, and then this theme schema, which is light or dark. And now for our the settings patch schema, so this is going to be an object of type. Now it should basically it is the dictation first to begin with, so that will have this, and let's make this one as optional. In the language so let's add some constraints, so minimum of 1, and maximum let's keep it as 20, and source enabled as well, let's just keep this one as optional. AI cleanup, this is going to be an object again, boolean, let's try to make this an optional. And string prompt, I'll just cap this at like let's say 4000 characters, and fine. And let's make this as the strict as well as the optional thing. Fine, so that's the first thing, dictation. And now we need to add for the speech. So for the speech, the hotkey, so again I'll just try to keep this as a string. And let's add the same constraints like minimum, maximum. I'll just try to set this to yeah, so hotkey. And then we need a voice, and here voice, let's keep it as, again it will not be that big name also. And the rate minimum, yep, 80, and maximum let's say like 720, or like maybe 3x 4x just thing. And next is AI, so prompt art, so this one I'll just keep this to, fine. So we can do it either way, so I'm just trying to use trying to keep it as simple as possible. And this models, this is going to be fine. So let's just remove this optional as well as this strict constraint, and let's, yeah, okay, fine. Almost done. Only thing is we need to just add this theme thing, and we should be good. Okay, now we have this settings patch schema. And once we have this, I'll just try to create a function called export function called something like yes, register settings IPC. And this one basically we'll try to use now that safe handle type that we have just created. And here this first thing, we'll just call our load settings function that we have created in our store. So I'm just trying to load from our settings.json file. So as simple, I'll just keep it this, and let's try to, okay, fine. And now settings to save, yep. And we'll just try to call this save settings function, same that we defined just now in our store. And yep. And now basically I need to import the safe handle as well. We have imported. So this is the settings IPC that we have just created. And this one in the main IPC is something now we need to wrap around this. So now this was empty, so all we need to do is basically call this register settings IPC, and this will be exposed. So yeah, so now on the main side, basically trying to create some load settings and save settings, trying to save it in some settings.json in the app data folder, and then that we are trying to expose through IPC to get them as well as to save them. Okay, fine. And now we have that. So let's try to see on the UI how can we try to now expose so that users can see what they have saved, as well as option to patch them, so edit them. So I'll just try to add that, and before that, so we'll just add quickly in menu bar with an option to open and quit. So for that, I'll just create the in the main thing just the tray, that tray.ts. So in here, again let's try to, yep, and this tray should be imported from this Electron, and this one basically should help with quick way to open settings handler, so in a tray. So that is the just intent to add this before the UI. So okay, so this is going to be a simple callback function, and let's create a function called create tray, and this one, yeah, I'll just try to be as simple as possible. So if tray, I'm just going to return, else we need to create this new one. So let me call this tray, and here I need to pass in the icon. So for us to have the icon, I'll just create some simple T kind of logo and just try to place it inside the resources folder. So to load that from specific path, we'll just create this tray icon function. So this basically should help us give this native image type. So first let's try to get that. So basically if it is packaged, we'll try to get it from this resource path with some like tree icon. If not, we'll just try to get this app path and try to load it from our resource folder. That's what we'll do. So just the and app, we need to import this from this Electron. Okay, so here I'll just try to resources path, and this one I'll just name this as maybe tray icon.png. Else and again this join, let's import from this path, and okay, fine. So this this basically I'll try to use this app get app path function that we have, and here resources, and call that tray icon. Okay, fine. So that is going to give us the candidate, and now we need to get this image. So yeah, we'll try to create this native image from this above candidate, and again we'll try to be careful and try to check if this image is empty. So if that is the case, I'll just try to return this native image dot create empty. If not, we'll try to set this template image to true, and I'll just return this. So now I have this tray icon. So for this class, I can just provide this tray icon thing, and I'll just try to set the tooltip what it needs to be. So I would just the app name. So I'll just set this tooltip as the tab. And now in the menu, what options that we need to see is something we can try to build it. So from this template, one is open settings, yep, so open settings handler, and another is to quit the app. So these are the two options that just will try to keep. and also let's try to add a simple separator. Yep. And yeah, and label this one, let's say quit tap, and we'll just okay, fine. And here I'll just try to set this context menu and pass in this above menu that we have. This is and I need to import this menu as well from this. Okay, that is just to create a the tray, and also we can just create a function to destroy as well. Simple, I'll just yep. So this one should be straightforward, so we'll just check this and set this tray to null. This is a simple tray function, and now this one is something we need to call app is when app is loading. So that basically it is an index, so on when ready. Here I'll just also we need to load this setting, so I'll just call this load settings function that we have so from in the store, as well as now after this I'll call this create thing, and let's make this asynchronous because we are calling this this load settings. And this create tray, let's try to call from this tray file which we just created. And also here I was testing before to not quit, so now I'll just remove this and we'll close irrespective of the OS that we are in. And now on quit, so basically will quit thing, I'll just call this destroy tree the function that we have, and this should basically help us with. So I'll try to show this. Basically we'll have two options, and basically now the images are something that I don't have them so in the resources, but we should add them. So like for example, if I try to run this now, okay, I just added the tray icon as a dummy image, and then so just the this might not work, and this is the tray icon. It's hardly visible, so we might see some white space, but just try to prepare the tray icon in the format that is basically needed for Electron app, and then you should be able to see it. So basically let's try to now try to run this, and basically now we should see the tray icon somewhere the top. Yeah, icon is not properly loading, maybe I'm least bothered, so but you can just create a PNG right way and you'll be able to see the icon. So now we have these two things that we added, open settings and quit tab. So quit tab is something will quit this app, and open settings is something now we need to work on to create a window for that, some browser window, so that we can see some the tabs, all the settings that we need to configure, like dictation settings, speech, AI, on the basically the four tabs or whatever we have. So let's try to add that now, and let's see. I need to try to add that thing, browser window, or what I'll do in the main side, let's create a new folder called Windows. Okay, and in this I'll just try to create settings.ts, and let's try to create some window for that and see and how this is going to look like. So browser window, and I'll just try to import this from Electron, and we'll just try to create this function called show settings window. So basically we don't want it to be part of the main app thing as a separate window. So that is the reason we are trying to create as a window than trying to create components and keep it as part of the main app, because that is going to be simple heard at the bottom whenever we are speaking and all those. So it's like they are like loosely coupled, so that's the reason. So now first we'll just try to check if we have windows and this variable, and if it's not destroyed, I'll just try to call this to show, so the show function, and also we'll try to call this focus and then return. If not, we'll just try to create now new browser window, and here this is where we can configure all the width, height, and those things. So width, let's maybe set this one to 880 or whatever. Just play with the numbers, which are whatever makes sense. So I'm just giving some random number, 640 or so. And this minimum width, let's make sure that we cannot squeeze less than this, so 720. Again, you can change this one as per your convenience, and minimum height as well, let's set this to 520. And title, I'll set this one to tab settings. And now we can just configure all these things, like this background color and all that stuff. So I'll just give some random hexa code. Let's give I'll just give some color and check whichever theme that you want, and show, I'll just set this one to false. In auto hide menu bar, let's set it to true. And then this web preferences, preload, I'll just try to use this directory name, and we have this preload index.js. Yep, fine. And context isolation sandbox, I'll just set this one to true as well. So these are all the things that you can study what each means. So, and this node integration, let's set this one to false. I think this should be fine. And this join, let's try to import this from the path, and that's the new browser window object. And once we have that, so now we need to ready to show. So basically I'll just try to call this show function on this, and let's do one thing at a time. Fine. And also, if you wanted to show in the dock, we can try to see in this way, like for example, based on platform, like for Mac. So let's say if you want to see, you can call this show, or else if you want to hide specific to some software, you can just, since we are just trying to do it for Mac, so I'm just having this check. Let's see. And also now on closed thing, so here simple, we'll just set the this variable to a null value that we have defined initially. And also now and you wanted to hide in the dock for our Mac. So here let's try to hide it as well. And also, maybe if you want to be stricter, you can just check if this browser window length is 0, then only you'll try to hide it. So this way, just a simple condition, and fine. And then now let's try to get this renderer URL. So by default, you can maybe create some environment variable, something like but we'll not have it this. So this you can refer it like under URL, and we'll just check if it is this dev. and if we have this URL, we'll try to just load that from that URL whatever we have. Okay, and here basically we can set this URL and add this query param as window equals to settings also, just for your window whatever you need. If not, we'll just try to load this from our renderer index.html file. So here what I'll do, I'll just try to join this and try to get this directory thing, and we have in this renderer index.html, and then the query is basically we have this window settings. So for that I can just yep, this is just trying to load it from index.html if we don't have a URL, and this is a simple thing, and is basically I'll just try to load this from the from this Electron toolkit that we have, utils. Fine. So this is settings windows that we have, and this one is basically we need to call this one in our index main.ts file. So let's just go there. So basically after registering, I'll just try to call this function set open settings handler, and here now I'll just pass in show settings window that we have, and yeah, and basically now I need to just import this one, the function that we have defined in the tree. Okay, I don't think I have defined it. Let's try to define that. Okay, so here I'll just try to add it here. So yep, this is going to be simple function, and now in the main thing that we are seeing, we should not be able to see an issue. Okay, now this will show in a window, but what it should show in that window is something now we need to work on. Basically those simple components, I'll just try to quickly add that in our main thing. So let's try to now focus on the renderer side. So as of now we don't have anything, so let's just try to close this. So in this main dot thing, we have right now the app as a wrapper. So let's just go inside this. Right now I'm just trying to show hello world. So here basically we need to create some app, and also here we can get the surface thing as the window value, which is the settings. So based on that we can show which one we wanted to show. So what do I mean here is basically I can define something like surface, and here we can try to get this params. Yep, get window, and inside this I can if we don't have anything, by default I can set this, and params is something we need to construct this from this URL search params and window.location.search. okay, so now basically if let's say here I just try to if surface.settings, I'll just maybe try to return here our settings UI whatever we wanted to show. So but for this I don't have anything. So for that inside this renderer whatever we have, I'll just create a new folder for settings alone, settings folder, and let's maybe create a settings app, settings app.tsx, and here I'll just create a simple function, so nothing heavily, because this is not the core and anything, just the intent that I want to show is dictation, how we can try to make that so work, and these are all just okay, fine. And here I'll just try to return this div wrapper, and let's try to close this, and also I'll just try to import the tabs from our components that we have. And inside this don't worry about the styling, I'll just take care of that, and we'll just, and inside this header we'll have something like maybe settings, and then I'll have 4 tabs thing. Let's add it here, tabs list, first one for and just try to import this thing. So tabs trigger, first one is for general, so I'll just call this thing and try to import this general, and then the AI, and also next is going to be speech and dictation, and this let's not focus on this anything for now. Okay, so this is what we'll just try to have it for now. And in the main thing, if that is the case, surfaces settings, I'll just written that. So now we have this one. Let's try to see if we are able to see the settings window or so. So I'm just trying to start this, and okay, and here yep, you see now when I clicked on open settings, we have this open settings window. I know this is fucked up now, meaning we need to style this better. So what we will do, first thing, let's try to see if we can make something better now. I'll just close this. Nothing simple. I'll just try to make this one first as height and width as full, and also bg, let's make this as a background whatever we have, and text let's keep whatever the primary foreground that we have. And this tabs default value, I'll just keep this one to general, and this styling, let's make this one flex, as well as this column, and this height, yeah, let's make that as a full. Alright, now the header is something we need to add some padding and all those things so that it looks better. Just tweak this as I'm just being random, and border, I'll just add some border, and this header, let's try to make this font size bigger, so maybe I'll just keep this as a large, and the font semi bold, I'll just, and the tracking, let's keep it tight. Alright, okay. And for tab list, let's add some margin, so I'll just keep it as some at the top 4, and yeah, okay, so, and that was the header. And now for values, we don't have anything whenever user tries to view that thing, so I'll just try to grow this the content of that. And overflow in the y direction, let's keep this one as auto. Yep, And now this tab's content. So let's first try to close this div. Okay, so this tabs content for value general, and this margin, let's keep this one to 0. And here I don't have anything, so we'll need to create separate components for all of these things. So but for now, let's see this settings window. That, yeah, now at least it's starting to look better. So settings, general, and all that stuff. So we don't have any components that we have. Let's maybe just try to create a placeholder for now. So inside this same settings folder that we have just created, and here I'll just create a new file for each of them as just a placeholder, and then we'll try to start working on those each tab just as a schema that we have exposed, so that users can make those changes. So general tab, so here I'll basically what I'll do, simple wrappers for time being, so nothing much is something that I'll and here I'll just try to return a simple div. Let's add some padding and text thing, and text muted foreground or something. In here I'll just add some, just the text as it's a general content or so. Let's say like something like, you know, general coming up next or something. Okay, so this is a simple thing, and this way I'll just try to create a same way for others thing. So dictation tab and all that stuff. So let's quickly add the just replica of those things. So here I'll just change this one to dictation, and dictation should be fine. And then this AI tab, again here let's try to change this one to AI. And finally we have a speech thing, so I'll just create that file. Okay, and here I'll just try to change this one to speech. Okay, so now let's go to this actual settings app, and this content I'll just add this general tab and everything. Just all we need to import the specific components that we just created, and yeah, should be fine. So now that we have this thing, we have added general AI tab and dictation thing, and let's import this one too. Okay, so we have all of these things, and let's try to open this settings window now. Okay, so you see by default this is the thing, and don't worry about this selection text for the window and all, because the styling and all, it's not is what we want to focus on, but the intent is for the actual core functionalities of them. So we have at least now this the UI base skeleton of the settings window with 4 tabs and all, and now we need to try to work on general tab and also the hotkeys that we wanted to have for that settings and all that stuff. Let's I'll try to wire one tab at a time, and see if we are able to save and load whatever we save or not. So first we'll try to add something in the general tab, maybe simple thing like able to change a theme or something like that, and post that we'll try to proceed with the speech recognition related stuff like hold watcher and all. We'll try to focus on the dictation part first after that, and then
proceed from there. Okay, so before even that, I'll try to create one reusable function for so that it can help us to capture the hotkey, whatever the user is trying to choose for, let's say for AI or the prompt or like TTS. Basically, if he wants to change the shortcut key for that specific thing to trigger, we'll need some reusable function. So I'll just try to create that inside the settings folder itself. So let's try to do that first. Here I'm just going to create a new file called hotkey recorder. Okay, and in this let's first try to define the interface. Hotkey recorder props, and this basically the value and the callback function to update that. So I'll just keep it simple, hotkey string, and here, yep, and then this compact, I'll just keep this as optional. Okay, so that's the simple interface. And let's create this component called, I'll just create in this name this as like hotkey recorder, and I'll just be we can be still neat and in the way that we write the code, but that's fine. So here, yep, I'll just try to create this functionality. So value on change compact. So let's, and inside this, okay, so here basically let's not worry about this div part. I'll come back to this. So first, what we need in here is one state variable, whether are we recording or not. So that is the keyboard shortcut hotkey, are we tracking it or not. So this is for that, to maintain that state. And I'll just set this one to false. And then I'll just create one reference variable for our div element. So here I'll just try to, okay, and we'll have one use effect, just trying to get the focus of that reference for that div element. So the standard way that we do. So if we are recording, and if this we have that is an active in the DOM, and then I'll just try to get this focus fine, and then okay, so this way we can get the focus thing. And fine. And now basically I need now the div that we need to attach the ref to. So here now inside this written thing, let's try to have this div, and here basically if it's recording, I'll kind of show the text as maybe press a key combination so that we can use that to trigger for specific speech or the AI prompt. So maybe we'll have something like press a key combination, so something like this if its recording is true. If not, we will try to maybe I'll just set this font to be mono, yeah, and here we'll showcase the actual value, and here we can just try to format the shortcut if value is present, just to try to show it in the proper shortcut format. Else we will have the text as like click to or record. So for that format shortcut, I'll just try to create a simple helper here. So maybe it's going to be a simple function, let's say, and here we'll receive some string, so let's name that as a shortcut. Okay, and yeah, and here what I'm going to do is basically we'll just try to clean up few things. So first I'll try to replace this command or control with this with this symbol, and same thing for like that. We'll try to do that for this command, and then the control. Just we'll try to show the symbol instead of the keyword. That's this formatting thing, and here we'll have this control, and then okay, let me just, then this alt. So let's make this as well as cap to be just consistent. And here, yeah, for the shift, and then maybe this autocomplete is troubling me, but that's fine. This is for plus, so I'll just have here the empty space. Okay, this should be fine. This is the format shortcut. So here now, instead of just trying to show that actual text, I'll just try to show in here the passing the value to that function, so it will show the symbols. And here, instead of no shortcut, so I'll just say like click to record. So this is the thing. Now that's the div, and now here basically we need to attach the ref and all those things to this div. So let's attach whatever the above that we have prepared, and let's just give this tab index to 0 and on click. So what are we supposed to do? So basically we need to set this recording to true, and on key down, if it's recording, we need to handle some logic, so handling whatever the key that user is trying to press, we should record that. So let me just create a simple function above, or something like similar to handle the key down, and yeah, this is going to be receiving the event of type keyboard event. And here first let's try to prevent call this default, preventing default, and also the stop propagation. Okay, let's just get rid of this. Okay, fine. And now let's see if this e dot key is basically escape. What I'll do is we'll just set this recording back to false, so end user doesn't want to record any key control, and then we'll return from there. If not, let's now check for backspace. So, and if it's a backspace and in it there's no meta key or control key or alt key or shift key, then what I'm going to do is basically we'll just set the value to empty thing, and also let's set recording to false, and we'll return that. So that's handling of backspace. And now the accelerator. So basically this is the thing that the key event to accelerator, that we will try to create a function. Basically it takes some like react keyboard event, and it will try to return a string like command or control or plus shift plus p or something like that. So we will try to create a function for that too, maybe above this thing. Let's try to name that as key event to accelerator. So, and yeah, this is going to return a string. And now the parts, so this is going to be a string array that will try to capture into. So simple, we'll just see if it's a meta key, so then that is nothing but the command. So I'll just try to push that text, and the same way like this we'll try to capture the control key and alt key as well, and the shift key, and we'll just try to append this part. So alt and yeah, if it's a shift key, I'll just try to push into this thing, and now this key, so e dot key. So what I'm trying to capture is basically if meta control alt or shift is there in this key, we'll just try to return now. So yep, control shift meta, if it is included in this part, so I'll just return null, because we're already pushing into our parts thing. Fine. And now okay, what's the okay string? So this I need to add the null as well. Yeah, I think fine. All right, now the key map. So basically upward, downward, left or right, and all those things. Let's create here itself a simple mapping here, key map. So this basically it's going to be a record of type string, and inside this maybe I'll first add the standard things, arrow up and arrow down and arrow left and right. So let's try to take them and let's remove this things that we have, and now the space, right? So I'll just add in the space, and for enter I'll just add this as a written, and backspace let's add as the backspace itself. We can keep that as a delete as well, but I will add this delete separately, so that's why we'll just keep that as a backspace. So delete and this tab thing, and finally the escape. Yeah, okay, fine. So that's like, map, key map. Just if we want, we can just add more things in that. And now this mapped key, uh, what I'll just try to find that actual value by using this key, and then if uh, and then I'll just try to capture in this caps case. Yep. Yeah, this is the thing that I wanted to. And once we capture that mapped key, what we will do, we'll try to push into our mapped key. And again here I'll try to double check if this parts dot length is equals to 0. Then I'll just try to return null. Then normally we'll just try to push this, and finally we need to join by this plus mark. So this is the simple the function, just key event to accelerator, and that we will try to use it here now in this key down the things that we have. Fine. After this I'll try to now get this accelerator by passing in this event. And so if we have value in accelerator, then on change and recording, I'll just set back to false. So this is the key down thing. And now here in the actual div we need to attach for the on key down thing. So here on key down, what I'll do, so based on that is recording value, I'll just pass in this handle key down or undefined. And on blur will again set back the recording back to false. So just the simple callback function. So we'll just try to set this recording to false. Okay. And yep, and some styling here. So I'll just try to keep it quick. So let's so I'll just try to keep this inline flex, and then item center, then standard styling that I have. So I'll, instead of having it, I'll just try to add it quickly. So this is the styling that I'll try to have. So basically inline flex, item center, and we'll have some gap padding, and then rounded large cursor pointer and all. Fine, this should be straightforward. Okay, and that's how we try to attach here. So what's the thing? Okay, handle key down. That's fine. And if compact is true, then so for time being we'll just set this, and for compact we'll come back. But this is the simple Hotkey recorder, and we have some type issues. So just Hotkey recorder, this as issue. So yeah, now should be fine. Okay, fine. Mostly, yeah, so just the issues, formatting thing. and that's fine. And now this helper will use eventually we'll get it its intent. And like I said, now we'll try to add the theme thing. So how do we do that is basically to able to change the theme to wire them. Let's create one hook inside our source folder. So first let me create a new folder called hooks, and this type issues you can just sort it out or else leave as is, so that should be fine. And here this use theme, so here I'll just try to be vague here. So we'll just have a simple function called apply theme, and here I'll take in here this theme that we have inside our types, and in here we'll try to get this root, so which is document element, and here I'll just try to remove this light and dark, and then we'll try to just add in this theme, the simple hook. And now this one we'll try to use it inside our the general tab that we have as a placeholder, and let's see if it works or not. Okay, so going to this general tab, and inside this settings thing, so let's first try to create this settings, and let's set this one, so use state. So this is going to be of type app settings. So by default we'll just try to store this one value as null, but this is going to be of type app settings, so I'll just import that type, or I'll just have this as a null, and initially we'll just set this to null. Okay, and this one basically we can just import this way. Okay, the path is, this is the yeah, this should be the right path. Okay, I think some TypeScript issue, but we will sort it out, that thing, but that's settings. And now in the use effect I'll try to keep listening to that. So this window dot electron, and here I'll be able to access get settings, and then so inside this let's try to set settings whatever we have, and then I'll just try to call this apply theme function that we have, and I'll just try to import this. Okay, fine. So that's the so this one on mounting is something which we will try to load this, and we'll have as usual some function to handle theme change. So handle theme change, this is going to be an async function. So and here maybe I can just specify the return type as well, maybe prop is yeah, this should be the return type. And inside this first we'll check, we will apply this theme, and then I'll try to get this we'll try to save this, and we'll try to update our settings. So this should be this thing, and this theme I should try to import this from the types. Okay, so that's the theme change, and I'll just try to keep it quick here, so I don't want to stretch here. If what if settings isn't there. So since because it's a div and I am not interested in this to emphasize more on, so it's just anything you can just ask your cursor, Claude, or Copilot, or whatever it is you're using. So if there's no settings, I'll just try to add it this thing. So simple pulse thing that I wanted to add in, and if we have a settings, then normal headings, I'll just try to use the card component, and we'll have some select the trigger with the values of dark or light, and so let's try to add that, and also I'll try to add some feature badge as well, just like saying that we have voice dictation, speak selected, and ask AI as a feature, and some footer in that, and the feature badge. So let me just straight away add that as a reference instead of trying to drive it everything that I wanted to add. So basically here I'll just try to walk you through, and I think because this is routine that we have seen normally in our builds before. Okay, this, let me just remove this feature badge, and feature badge is something I can just create here quickly, a simple component, nothing fancy, just some span wrappers for the icon or label, so that I wanted to add. So I'm just trying to add that the feature badge component. So let me just add it here. Okay, so let's just walk you through, and let me minimize this a bit. Okay, so a header saying it's a general, and appearance and global preferences. So here the theme, we'll just set dark is the default, and select trigger dark or light, and then basically on value change we'll just call the above function which we just created. Another down footer kind of a thing, where we'll not footer, above footer, just saying that what features we support: voice dictation, speak selected, and ask AI, some logo and text. And here the footer, just the version mention and all, and here just simple feature badge, making just with item center, and then some text brand and all. Okay, so this is the simple general tab. Now basically, since it's running, if I open settings in the general section, yeah, now we are able to see. So in this general section, and don't worry about this highlighting and all, I think if you just go to tabs and just tweak active data selected active, that color you just try to change highlighting and all, then whatever the active is there, so there will be difference like this enabled. But here you see now we have this general and appearance, and this is the theme, the div that I mentioned, and then this is the feature cards component, and the simple footer. And now basically this is dark, and if we try to change, ideally it should work, but we'll just try to check what's the issue. So but this way, now we are trying to wire up and at least UI components, and this way we can just right away wire the UI rendered part to the main part through the preload, and proceed further. So I'll just try to fix this, and then we'll try to add some build script for the Swift binaries that we'll be adding, because that's very important for old watcher, and for speech recognition, those things. Basically we need that for our dictation, and also the text overlay with bar visualizer for dictation and all. So we'll first try to focus on that. That's like core feature that we are trying to actually make this product for.
Okay, the issue is basically here it should be document dot body, not document element. And now mostly we should be able to switch the themes. Okay, let me try to restart this. Okay, and I'm trying to open the settings, and yeah, okay, fine. So this is the simple thing in general theme to try to change the theme. Okay, fine. So that was like base skeleton to just get started as something as a visibility as a separate window. So everything now, whatever the features that we have, they're all separate detached windows, right? So for them to work cleanly on this Mac, first we need to focus now on the native scripts to try to get the access at the system level. For that, so we will try to write some couple of Swift code as well as C code to help us meet those functionalities. So by default, white doesn't really help us to bundle those Swift and C related code. So we need to write some simple script, kind of like node script that can help us to bundle those as part of our application. So that is what exactly we'll try to do now. So I'll just try to create the build native script, just which helps us to compile the Swift code and C code, and let's try to see how it looks as we try to write that code. So what I'll do is basically I'll try to create a scripts folder. Let's collapse all of this. Okay, so let's create at the root level scripts folder. Okay, and inside this I'll just create build native file. Okay, so in this let's try to first try to get the root location. So okay, what I'll do, I'll just try to maintain a few constant variables. First root, so let's try to resolve this process dot argument if we have, else I'll just take this as current working directory. So basically this is where our the package manager runs the script from, and basically we'll try to provide an option to override via this argument as well. So if we wanted to point it at a different repo, so that is this root, and the other thing the source. So what is simple, we'll just try to join this source, and we'll try to keep the scripts in this native folder, and then the out folder. So basically after we try to compile them, so the things we'll try to put inside this build folder. So yeah, so source is basically wherever C and Swift sources actually will try to keep, and out is basically the build where the compiled binaries is something that we will try to land them. Okay, so that is the thing, and now let's try to add simple checks. Okay, so if first we'll try to check if the source folder exists or not. If not, we'll just try to exit that, just a simple check. Okay, so just pre-flight checks basically if that location that we're looking for doesn't exist, we'll just exit cleanly instead of trying to proceed further. And now let's try to make output directory. So basically if it doesn't exist, we'll try to create that. Yep, I'll just try to make this recursive. So basically it won't throw if it already exists that file. And then let's just try to create a simple helper function. So here I'll just pass in this snake name, and it'll just try to convert into kebab case. That is basically what Mac by default prefers for the .app bundle, in not in kebab case, but in the Pascal case. So that is the simple helper which will help us to convert that whatever the snake name that we have. So I'll just take this thing and try to split, and also now, yep, and whatever the we'll just try to join this way. So this should be a simple helper function that we need. And now let's try to capture the entries. So by reading the entries that we have, so okay, and also we'll just try to keep some counter for like, let's make this as a let, so that we can modify that. So let rebuild, and also let skip. So this is simple. Basically the two counters is basically how many we rebuilt versus like how many we skipped is something that we wanted to track, both of them. So that's the thing. And now we will try to write a logic to process first look for C files, and then for Swift files. And now we'll try to loop through these entries and try to find these C files and these Swift files. And before that, I think I made some mistake here. So this one is basically wrong check, because we are creating here and we're trying to check there and trying to quit, and it will never come down. That's the thing. And again, here you can just add a check, like if you're trying to run it on other OS besides Mac. So we can add a check here, like process.platform is not equals to Darwin. So we'll just exit here. So I'm leaving that to you, so I'm not trying to add that check. So first let's try to loop through these entries that we have. And here I'll try to first check the files. So if it ends with C, what we'll try to do first, we'll try to join that with the source thing. So basically we'll try to have maybe one or two C files, like for like after this you will know, like in a spawn related file. So and the idea is to basically identify C files, and we'll try to build it with Clang and with O2 optimization, and then and that's the thing. So basically, so I'll just the source thing, I will just try to join this. And now this name we'll just try to keep it so without this the extension. So I'll just try to replace this with the empty space. That should be fine. Okay, and now this out path should be this out name, and then this source, m time. So this basically I'll just capture this thing, and now if this exists sync and then the this start time, we will just increment this skip and continue this one, and here we can just maybe add this log as like we are building or so. And here I'll just take an example help of this exec file sync from this node child process. And here what I'll do, basically I have this clang inside this user bin, and here let's try to use this O2 optimization. So okay, and yep, and out path is something that will use this the path that we prepared, and also the source will just try to pass it, and also stdio I'll try to keep this as inherit. Basically this it'll help us to pipe the compiler's output through our terminal. So if anything errors out when we are trying to use clang, then we can see it directly, and we can understand what's going wrong. So that's the thing. And now I can increment here rebuild, and we'll just try to continue here. Fine. So that's the check if we identify the files ending with C. And now if the entry does not ends with the Swift, because we are only worried about these two files, then we'll just continue here instead of going down. Okay, and yeah, that was for the C thing. And now we need to try to do the logic that is needed for Swift files. So here again I'll just try to prepare this source, and then this out pretty much the same. And the let me we have few things to take care here. First this plist path, so yep, this one is going to be of source. So here we have few things, we'll talk about this. What is it that we'll try to do is, basically for each Swift file we check for first the let me just try to add this, then you will understand what I mean. So as plist, so I'll just try to check that. And also let's have this in time, and then this yep, and now this all right. Okay, so basically what we're trying to do is for each Swift file we'll try to check for sibling plist. Okay, because we'll like few Swift files like hold watcher, it doesn't need plist bare binary, whereas like speech recognizer Swift file needs a sibling, like like that needs so this sibling plist convention is what really flags which Swift sources need bundling. So and then we'll try to take the max of source and plist m times. So whichever one changed most recently is what basically triggers a rebuild. So that's the intent here. And okay, fine. And now what we'll do if as plist. So this is basically the app bundle related the code that we will be trying to write here. So bundle name, so let's app name, so the helper function that we have created above, and now this app directory, let's try to and here we'll just try to add this bundle name dot app. Okay, yep, so that's the app directory that will and now this macOS directory, and here basically this is what macOS directory, and then this bin path, it's going to be this bundle name. Okay, this is going to be the bin path, and then this bundle info path is something. Yep, so again we'll try to check this, and we'll skip increment this and continue, and here I'll just try to add this and then explain what this does quickly. Okay, so and let's try to remove this app directory recursive true false true, and then I'll just try to create macOS directory. Okay, and here we can just console maybe just for our reference whether it's working or not, and then we'll try to now execute the script. So here basically it is going to be our Swift compiler. Okay, now here the params for that. So let's try to okay, and out path let's try to specify bin path, and then the source. Yep, and pass in the source, and now this X linker, and here basically I need yep, and then this text. After this one, let's change this to text, and then this info plist is something that I need to pass in. Yep, and plist path. Okay, fine, and I think we're almost there, and again I'll just try to add this stdio inherit. Okay, fine, and now I need to copy plist to bundle info path, and again now we need to execute this signing now. So usr bin, okay, so here I'll just try to force this, and sign, and we'll pass in here this app directory, and also maybe yep, and also just try to attach here yesterday I will just try to ignore this, so because this is related to signing, so it should not be much, and Yeah, I'll just try to increment this rebuild. Okay, so that is the if it has a plist. Okay, let's try to I'll just give an high level. Here is basically the idea here is basically whatever we are trying to do. We know that macOS app bundle is just a directory with specific shape, like this whatever the name dot app with contains macOS name. So, and that is binary, and this name dot app contains this info p dot plist is the metadata. So basically this macOS sees that dot app and treats it as an app. Okay, so that's the bundling that we are trying to do. And this the same time m time guard is basically we are trying to skip if already up to date and relative to the newest of whatever the source and plist that we have. And now on rebuild we'll try to nuke the old bundle and recreate this directory T. So that's basically cheaper than trying to figure out what's changed inside, right? So that's this removing and making this directory. And then this Swift compiler invocation. So basically here just what we are trying to do, optimization, this and then the output path goes inside this bundle, and this X linker and create is basically incantation. And this basically this what this does is it tells Swift pass the next argument to the linker. Okay, so this text and this info plist and all, basically what they do is help us basically embeds this that plist file as macro section inside the binary itself. Okay, so basically that's like this Apple's TCC, basically transparency console consent and consent is basically it basically what it does, it tries to look for that info.plist from different places depending on which subsystem is asking. So like some will try to look at on disk file and some look at the embedded section. So basically what we're trying to be in a safer side, so putting it in both places is the safest thing. And then this basically then we copy the plist to its on disk location, and then this ADAC code sign. So this code signing needs it really matters because any binary calling any protected APIs, let's say the speech, microphone accessibility, that is the core of what we are trying to build as part of this product, needs a valid signature on modern this macOS software, whatever it is. So that is why and this is sign is ad hoc, and the deep is basically recursively signs every nested binary and force basically overwrites any existing signature. So that's the intent and thing. And now this let's just in the else thing, now bare Swift binary branch, no plist or something like that. So it should be straightforward. So out path, and again I'll just try to check this out path and source time. If that's so, we'll just skip and continue, and then building. And here this should be a Swift thing, and let's try to change this, and this should be our path source. And yeah, pretty much this is what bare the Swift's compiling related thing, and we'll just try to move on from here. Okay, so I'll just that's the thing of taking care of the Swift related files that we have. Okay, so here now you can just try to add some console statement like we build this many and skipped us also, just a summary of the things that we wanted to. And now let's try to maybe I'm being extra defensive, so we'll try to Electron app that we have, we'll try to do some patching here. So this Electron, this plist, I'll just try to join this root, and mostly this is not needed, but I am while I was testing, so I was facing an issues, so this is basically this extra defensive, so that whenever we are trying to build this and trying to check our features, doesn't really block us. So I'll just walk you through what this is basically. So first here we need a few usage. Okay, so yeah, first I need a microphone stuff. So camera is something that description. So here we can add something, what we really need. This one basically tap uses this microphone for voice dictation. So this is the actual, and then we need this speech recognition usage description. So then this one I'll use this to turn the voice into text, right? So just the opposite of okay, fine. Those are the two things. Okay, usage. And now here the whatever the entries that I created above, and we'll try to now here user Ben no the plist body, so here okay, and yeah, I'll just inside this catch block I'll try to add this okay, fine. And finally we can just okay, so let me give you a brief idea. Is basically, so this is basically this is a extreme defensive thing what we are trying to add here. So Electron basically itself it ships an info.plist inside its app bundle. That's basically that's missing the speech and microphone usage strings, because we are trying to develop this, and we are not actually signing it and trying to distribute it, right? So basically ideally in production what happens, we route this speech recognition through this tap span, so that TCC attributes like transparency, control, and consent, whatever I was talking about Apple's TCC attributes, what it does, it prompts that speech recognition dot app's own plist, and that's the it asks for our exclusive consent and we allow, and then it adds the permissions to our app. So now, but during our this PNPM dev and all, whatever the code parts that we have, so that basically as no usage description, and macOS basically it really denies request silently, and we will not be able to test that. And that is what we are trying to patch it in a weird way, this plist with our usage strings, so that it gives a fallback scenario, so that even dev loop doesn't get blocked by whatever this misattributed prompt that it needs. So this plist buddy is basically is the standard macOS whatever we are using tool for editing playlists. So we try set first, works if the key already exists, so that is this thing, and catches the error, so that means we know that it doesn't exist, and that's what like we try to add that, and works if the key is new. So it catches this way, so setting and adding it, so that's the thing. And now from now once we add this, so and so this we need to basically have this script, and let me try to update the package.json. So here we'll try to on this dev and build commands that we have. Yeah. Here what I'll do is basically okay, build native and also this thing. So from now on, here is basically whatever the .c or .swift file we'll try to add under source native folder. The script handles this rest. So the dev and build pnpm will try to chain through this, and for example, if I try to run now, so okay, I need to add that. My bad. Yep. Okay, so let's try to run this. This resolve thing, we need to exclusively import from the node path, only then it will know like what is that thing. So I'll just add quickly. Yeah. Okay, and also fine, this one you can just move here. Basically if you have proper this linting and all those things, it will take care. And also we need to copy file sync, and also this write file sync. Okay, fine, now should be fine. Let's try to run this. Mostly it should say there's nothing to compile. And we don't have source native, so here I'll just try to create a new folder native. Okay, and let me just try to run. Okay, fine. So there's built a 0 native model, skipped 0 because we don't have any files. Now you get the intent of this script. So let's try to add now the first the C script, simple thing. Okay, first is I'll try to create a tab span script. So here let's name that as tab span. Okay, C script. So I'll try to explain why do we need this. I think I'll try to be as simple as possible. So basically the intention here is we wanted to detach the child from this parent's TCC, so the child's own info.plist drives macOS permission prompts. So that is the intent. So basically whenever speech recognizer feature asks for a microphone permission, macOS what it does, pops up a dialog asking the user to allow it. We want the dialog to say like something like speech recognizer wants to use the microphone for voice dictation. Instead by default what it says, tab wants to use the microphone. because macOS, what it does, it looks at like who launched the program, asking for permission. So by default, tap launches the speech recognizer. So macOS basically what it thinks is like tap is the one asking. They also, that recognizer just inherits this tab identity. So that's the thing. Now what we're trying to do is we're trying to use that special function uh, that that says basically, that really helps us, like basically the child that I'm about to launch should be treated as its own program or not as part of me. So that's the thing, and this is the intent that we are trying to add. So let's first see how it goes, and I'm not sure whether this is going to work or not. So let's see. Okay, fine, and let's try to minimize this terminal a bit. Okay, so here extern character type, and this is going to be environ. Okay, and then this responsibility spawn attributes and set disclaim, and here, yep. Okay, so this one we need to include this spawn.h, and so that it gets from there. So basically here we are trying to add the two extents. So one is this environ is like basically the global environment variable array. So we pass it straight through the child, so it inherits basically the path, home, and all of it. So it's basically part of the standard library. But we'll have to exclusively opt in with extend to use it. And the second one is basically here the responsibility spawn attributes set disclaim. So what we are trying to do is like we are trying to use this as a signature. So basically we'll try to use this as a like basically forward declaration is what we're trying to do. And now let's try to declare the static variable. So the child, so let's set this value to 0. Okay, and static function, so forward signal. So yeah, I'll just try to kill this. So here basically if you see the file scope is static for child PID. So basically that it says basically this is private to this file. So it starts at 0, and we'll try to get set that after the spawn. So this signal handler needs to see it, like, which is why it's at the the file scope and not at the stack local. And this forward signal is basically we'll try to use whenever our shell sends us like sigterm. So and whenever we call that, so this kills as well, or else like we'll leave this child as an orphan binary that's still running. So that's the thing. And now the main thing, this main function. So let's try to add now this int main. So I'll just try to take this arguments, and here first let's try to see that, and we'll just try to return error. and also now standard error I need to add in this stdio library, that's a part of that. And now I'll walk in here. Basically this is standard main function where we're trying to pass in these arguments. So first is basically you're trying to check the arguments itself, like we need at least the binary path, which is that is the argument of 1, and if it's missing we just print that error. And return code is 64. Basically that's for which says like for external usage thing. So like that's for usage and all that stuff. Okay, fine. And now let's try to add in this POSIX spawn. Okay. So again fine. And here let's just do a quick check as well. So if this is not equals to 0, and I'll just try to print this, and maybe let's be specific. So I'll just throw in this p error and return maybe 71 code. Okay, so this basically what it does, it allocates this POSIX spawn attributes t on the stack and initializes it. So this basically is what carries flags into our POSIX spawn, so including this disclaim flag we are about to set. So on failure we print and return 71. So this p error, what it reads is error number and formats the system error message. So the 71 is basically operating system error. So if this spawn attribute init fails, it's like we are out of memory or something equally similar to that. So that's what we're trying to add using this. And now this, if this disclaim is not equals to 0, and here I'll just try to throw in here that fail to set this disclaim thing, and maybe just yeah, I'll just try to be okay, fine. So this one is basically will basically this is the entire reason this file exists. Basically once is called, we pass the attribute struct, and I want to say s like s disclaim. From this point on, like basically anything we spawn with these attributes will be treated by TCC as is standing on its own. So this prompt will basically name the child's bundle and not as the tab dot app. So, and here we don't really bail on failure here. So if set this disclaim doesn't take, we log to this standard error and keep going. So this just the child whatever we have, this still spawns just in like degraded mode, where a TCC prompt will name tab.app instead of like say speech recognition. So this is the what like yeah, we are trying to add in here. And fine, and proceeding further, just calling the signal. So yep, I will try to call for first I'll try to call for term and int yep, and we need to add this signal in library. Okay, so this basically we're trying to install this forwarder for these three signals any that parent might send us. Like basically the SIGTEM is basically it's a polite shutdown, you know that what we normally do, kill the process ID that we do. So that's the thing, so defaults to, and what Electron uses as well when it takes down any utility process. And SIG-end is basically control C from any terminal that we wanted to stop the particular process or so that is what we'll try to listen from the parent. And SIUP is basically fires when controlling the terminal whatever we are using, it disappears. So that's what, like, if it's relevant whenever parent dies suddenly. So without this, the killing tap spawn would often again the child. So that's what, like, we're trying to handle this, the signals of this terminals terminating and all those things that we have. And then finally and here now this POSIX span, and here, yep, I'll take this child process ID argument 1, and let's try to yep, attributes argument 1, let's take. Okay, and then I'll just try to destroy this thing. And if it's not, yeah, exactly, this is written 71. Okay, so let's walk through what this mean. Basically, will the spawn itself, whatever this is the actual spawn call. So first talk is where to write the child's process ID, and basically, yeah, and second is the path to the binary, and this third is basically the file actions. So we don't have any, so null. And fourth is basically the attributes which we just built, and fifth is basically the argument for the child. We pass this arguments thing, okay, and which basically slices of our own program name, so that child says its own arguments starting at index 0. So last is basically environ. So this basically it so this basically it destroys. So first we'll just try to what it does, it tries to destroys the attributes immediately after. So they are like kernel resource, so leaking them is like real bug, even though process is about to wait and exit. So if this spawn returns non-zero, that's typically we know that some error is going on, maybe bad binary path, or like not executable or so. So this basically, this standard error translates this error number into something readable, and we try to log it and exit 71. So that's the thing that we're trying to do. So this is the actual spawn, and then the arguments that we normally are trying to pass in. And then this the status, so while this, so let's take this as, instead of equals to 1, less than 0, and inside this, so if this error number is not equals to entr, so I'll just try to throw this, and again this error number we should try to add this library. Okay, and so this basically we try to block on the child. So this wait PID whatever we have, returns this process ID on success. So if negative meaning it's on error, we get the negative thing. The standard here is ENTR. Interrupted, basically that means that it's a interrupted system call. So when a signal arrives while we are blocked in, like let's say a wait PID, the kernel may return early with error number set to this whatever we have here. So that's not like real failure, it just means try again. So this our signal handler runs and it tries to forward that signal to the child, returns, and we look back into this wait process ID. Anything other than this thing, it's a real error, and we basically try to exit immediately. So that's the thing that we are trying to add. And finally we'll try to add this exit code translation. So here, if status, and I'm just going to call this exit status, and same thing here, and we'll just try to maybe return 1. So this condition checks whatever I'm trying to add. Those are just exit code translation. So what are we trying to do is we are trying to translate this child's exit into our own. So this wait PID packs the status into like bit encoded int. So this WIF exited is true if the child called exit normally, and W exit status extracts that actual code and we pass that straight through. So if the child exits 0, we exit 0. If the child exits 7, we exit 7. So that's what this the exit signals is, whatever it is. And second branch is basically if signal is true if the child like basically was killed by an uncaught signal, and this W term extracts that signal number, and then convention here is basically 128 plus this signum. So that's like Unix idiom going back maybe decades or so. So a child killed by the signum 15 exits as like 128 plus 15, that is 143. So bash uses it, and node uses it, and every shell tool that traps a process uses it. So and then this fallback exit 1 if neither macro matched, and shouldn't happen. Basically this takes care of it, and this ideally shouldn't happen, but this is just a fallback, and this was because we know C wants exhaustiveness, and this is the thing. So this is the thing, roughly the for spawning. And basically the main intent is basically trying to detach the child from the parents TCC, so the child's own info.plist drives this macOS permission prompt. So that's the intent. So that's this script is all about. So let's now try to run this, and mostly we should see it to work, but we have an issue here. We'll just try to, mostly the imports is something which we need to take care. So let's try to okay the imports is something string. Okay, let's try to test this. Yep. So it's just some libraries I have not included, but you see now the script that we were in the source native. So basically it tries to check every file and try to find C and Swift files. So it's trying to build, and it's built one and thing, and it's updated with usage descriptions and all. So now at least the spawning is done. So next we'll try to add the hold watcher. Basically that is very important for our dictation. The hold watcher, what it really helps us is basically whenever we try to hold some specific key. For example, we are targeting if I hold function, a user can dictate, and later we take that and paste it in wherever the cursor it is present on his Mac. So any application that it is. So we'll see how that looks like, and we'll try to add that next now. Okay, now old watcher related script. So let me just try to create that file. Okay, fine. So let's try to focus on this here. And at least I think by now you should have the intuition of why we need this. So we have dictation feature, which is like old fn or any combo to record. We'll try to restrict it to 3 combos or so, or you can add more if you understand the way that we're trying to add one. Okay, and we wanted the functionality to old fn to record and release to stop, right? So it's simple, but macOS doesn't give us an built-in API that says like tell me when this key is held. There's no callback or no event or like no hook. We have to build our own like basically keyboard monitor. Okay, so that's where like we are trying to use like it by macOS has like CG event tab. So where we try to register a callback with the OS, and it fires on like every keyboard event that system sees. So basically that's what like normally all standard application like password managers use, and same thing like accessibility related software uses. So what we try to do, we'll try to register a tab filter for that combo we actually care about. For example, in for hold, I said I'm will try to restrict for like fn function or like a control opt, write command, write opt or so, and emit a state change whenever the user starts or stops holding this. That is why, and also we wanted this to be separate process, uh, because we wanted to isolate it so that it does one job, one thing, and even if it can crash, it doesn't bring the whole app down. So that's an intent. Fine. So let's see that. First let's try to import the things that I need. One is the foundation. Yeah, so basically that has all the default string functions and all the standard dates and all those things, and then this core graphics, and that is what it has all the CG events and all tabs and all. We'll talk about that. And this app kit, so basically this we'll try to use to run a loop, so that once we run this it'll always be on. So whenever we try to hold fn or something, that loop will be able to keep that on. Okay, so these are like the 3 imports that we need. So now let's try to create one constant variable, so just to capture that combo. So here this one I'll just the command line arguments. So let's try to so I'll just try to, and let's try to convert into lowercase. So this is the combo. Basically I'm trying to take the arguments that we are trying to receive, and by default we'll just fall back to fn, and that's the thing. So like I said, we have 3 combos, so we'll try to capture that, and it's like static variable for all of our this thing. So once we know what's combo, and every so it will be present for all run of this script that we have. And let's try to create a simple emit helper. So basically I wanted a helper that serializes a dictionary to JSON and writes it to like a standard output with a trailing new line. So that's a simple function that I first will try to create here. And so all right, and the string. Okay, and in here let's guard let data. So JSON serialization with the JSON object, and exactly this is the thing we need. Okay, and let's let string. So I'll just try to, and we'll try to return this. And here like I said, so we'll try to use this file handle and output, and I'm just going to write this as the new line. So here Yeah, this is what I need. So this is a simple helper. So I think it's a simple function, so I don't want to talk much about that. And guardlet with try, basically it's that swallows serialization errors silently, and we basically, it's okay if you drop an event then crash, and that's the only thing. And yeah, and that's the helper. And now let's try to capture 4 events basically that I need. So like raw nx device bits. So I have the codes in hand, so I'll just take and just walk you through what those mean. And that should be self-explanatory, but I'll just walk through what those codes are. So here, okay, I have here this 4 codes. First, let's try to understand this naming. So basically nx is next step, and device is like device level, the low level raw bit, the one that knows basically left or right, and l is so here this L stands for left, and CMD is for command key that we see normally on our keyboards. And this key is basically, it's a actual keyboard key, like versus is it a mouse button or like other input. And the mask is basically the bit mask of like a single bit you check with like bitwise hand. So basically what this this nx device l cmd key mask decodes to ideally is basically the bit that's on when the like left command key is held. The same second one is basically the bit that's on when the right command key is on, and so on. Like this is for alt left one, and the right alt f1. So here basically this left command bit is basically the value here is 8 hexadecimal, and the right command bit is basically 16th thing, and then the 32, and then the 64. So that way so basically we know like what is the bit that is on for that specific the combo that we are looking for, like command and the option or a halt. So besides the function that we are trying to no. So basically this is how like each one we know now it occupies its own unique bit version. So that's how like usually OS packs the state of every modifier key into like single 64-bit number. So each modifier basically owns one bit. So to check if like right command key is held or not, what we'll do, we'll just do that flags bitwise AND with that actual this code that we have like the thing, and if it's not equal to 0, then we know that right command is something held. So that's the thing. And also like the main reason why we want this is this Apple's Swift API cg event flags dot mask command basically doesn't provide us like even if it's a left command or right command, so no way to tell which one. So it collapses both commands together. So that's why like we are trying to go a one level lower and trying to see this one. So that's the only thing we are trying to get this bit numbers for them. And now let's try to define this combo kind. So just the enum that we are trying to focus on. So first is fn, yeah, control opt and right command right opt. So those are the 3 enums case that we'll try to handle, and some just parser for us to parse those the commands. So here I'll just name that in the same way, parse combo. And yeah, and this one will just try to return this command kind. So switch combo, it's a case function. So yeah, dot fn control opt will and also here maybe I can let's say control plus option, so control opt and right command plus right opt. And here maybe I can add raw right command plus right opt, and default will just okay, this is the simple parsing thing. So nothing. So we know that 3 compose is something we're trying to support. Fn is a default, and control plus option is for older laptops or without like real Fn key or something. Just I'm trying to keep couple of options, and external keyboards and right command right up and is like, if they prefer that. And so yeah, and once we pass this input, we get the exhaustive like switch checking exactly what the user is looking for. So this we'll try to call here. So I'll just try to store in the static variable called spec, and whatever the combo that we pass in, and now this actual is it fn or other option we'll try to store in the spec. And now one boolean variable, which is basically this is what will help us understand whether that has been held or like released or so that's this static variable, sorry, the ones which we will try to change. And now the function to know if this combo is active or not. So here what we will do, the flags which is of types cg event flags, and here the spec whatever we have, let's now try to for function. So I'll just try to check if the flag contains mask a secondary key. So I'll just try to change this. So secondary function and control opt, like we'll try to change this to mask control. We can change this one to be like array instead of trying to write multiple flags thing. So we need control and then the alternate. So I'll just use this thing, and then the right command opt. So here basically we need to capture here the raw value. So basically here raw value like I said, this mask command or mask alternate don't distinguish left or right. So now device specific NX bits will help us do that. So for this what I'll do, first let's try to this raw, which is a flags.raw value, and we'll just try to check around device command left command key, or so I'll just try to raw end, so bitwise end with if this is not equals to 0, and yep. So this helps us whether it is a right command, right option or not. So that's the thing. It's a simple check. Okay, I think it should be self understandable. Okay, so that's the thing. And now we'll try to maintain event mask. So this basically let me just try to add this event mask. So here this cg event type the flags changed draw value. Yeah, so here basically we are doing the left shift by the actual raw value of that flag change. So the intent here is basically it's simple. Out of all the possible keyboard and mouse events, I could call you about which one is something we really want. So here basically this we know that each event type owns 1 bit position in that number. So setting bit n means yes, and we'll try to say that please tell me when this event type n happens, and this is what we are doing. So we only care about one event type, so which is flags changed. So basically here flag change meaning it fires every time a modifier key command opt or F1 goes up or down. So that's what flags changed is.
that's what this event mask really captures this. So fine. So this is the thing, the mask. So trying to now let's this callback cg event top tap callback, and here let's add in this type, and yeah. So first let's if type is equals to disabled by timeout, or let's say by user input, we will return maybe this unmanaged dot pass unretained event. So I'll tell what this means. Okay, fine. So, and that's the if that is the case. If that's not the case, so if this type is basically actual, the flags changed, then here let's try to get this active by passing in these flags. So if active is not equals to eld, so we'll just try to set that active to eld, and we'll try to emit this values. So here I wanted in the format of like this type as the active. Based on that, like, basically whenever it's hold, so we'll try to send it as down, and whenever it's released we'll try to send it as up. So that's this thing, and yeah, and then here I'll just try to send this. Okay, so this basically to just to conclude what this is basically the tap callback. So it first checks handles the two ways, like macOS can disable our tap or timeout or like user input. So we don't re-enable here, so but we have to return some event through. So this unmanaged dot pass unretained is basically the Swift way for handling a core foundation pointer back to like C without changing its retain account. So listen only tabs don't need to like mutate it, right? So this and the other, if it's clear what I mean here. And now after this, let's try to now create this tab create with permission fallback. So what we do, so let's try to create let tab cg event that tab create, and here first this tab is basically the cg session event tab type, and then the place add insert event tab. Okay, yeah. Options, so let's set this basically listen only, and events of interest I will pass in this cg event mask, yeah, and callback user info. Okay, fine. And else we'll try to emit, so mostly it would be something related to permissions enabling in accessibility thing. So we'll try to emit that. So type permission error, and here I'll just set some message that accessibility permission required. So we'll just say like open system preferences and grant access to something like this, and then I'll try to exit this one. So we are creating the tap event there, and after that we need to now create this loop source plus, and then enable this. So now we need to all we should do is like wire that tap into this run loop. So now this event taps basically, and then once we enable that the callback will fire on basically on every modifier change. So let me just like this let run loop source yeah, this is our like match port create ports under the hood. So we'll just try to wrap the port as a like this source, and I'm just going to create that. And then we need to add it to the current run loop, basically in the common modes. So for that yeah, this is what, like, we'll need to add this. And instead of default mode, it will try to add this one to common modes. And what we have, let's just remove this, and this cg event dot tap enable. Now basically we are trying to wire it in. Okay, so above we created this, and now I'm trying to wire it in. And after this we'll try to emit this type as like, ready. So ready, and the combo as well, this one. And so from now on, whenever we run this script, and this will be always active, and whatever the combo that we're looking to listen and all, it will try to emit that. So whenever we are trying to hold it, whenever we are trying to release it, and all these events and the type that we need, we will get it. And yeah, mostly we are done. And now let's try to handle quickly the signal handler, so just to to stop it whenever we receive some control C or like any kill signals and all. So I'll just quickly have this signal. So dispatch make source signal, and I think this should be self-understandable. So I'll just not talk much about this. And this set event handler, and we'll just try to exit here. And yeah, and then resume. Fine. And signal this other events which we handled same way in the span as well. So let's again try to handle this way same too. So okay, this terminal, any OS errors or like a terminal is getting itself I think I already explained this, what it means in the C. So the same thing we're trying to handle here as well. Okay, fine. And I think a terminal should be fine. And okay, fine. And then I'm just going to call this run loop run, this function. So this basically it blocks forever, like cf run loop run enters the current run loop and doesn't return until someone calls like cf run loop stop, which we never do, because the only way out of this is like exit 0 from signal handler. From here the process is event driven. Modifier key changes, fires the callback, and callbacks emit a JSON, and that's the entire program. That is what basically we need, right? So this is the actual script. Now we are trying to make this hold watcher script that we are really looking forward to make our dictation work. So now if I try to run, basically it should able to detect this Swift, and yeah, it's building this, and let's see if it's building able to build, or if they have any issues. Okay, fine, it built this. And yeah, because others it skipped, because the C is same, and we don't want to build it again and again. So that's this old watcher. And now we have this old watcher, and let's see like how we can try to add this old watcher host in our mains for our dictation. And how do we leverage this? Let's see this, because now we need to use this binary that we are trying to build. Okay, now we need a kind of a bridge for that binary.
and to our electrons apps typed event stream. So kind of like to handle the life cycle of this binary. So for that I will try to add inside this main new folder called Dictation, and inside this let me try to create hold watcher host.ts. Okay, so here I'm just trying to first let's try to define this interface which is going to be a hold event. So basically just the way that we receive from the binary that we have, so it emits like ready, then this down up and exit and perf error, and also now this combo which is of type string, and then this message. Okay, this is what we expect as an event from the binary. And now let's just create a function to get that binary path. So here I'm just going to call this like hold watcher binary, and this is going to give a simple thing we can directly use as well, but I'm just trying to be a bit cautious here. And this one will try to we'll have it in this native old watcher, and here we'll try to see if is packaged. Then I'll try to use this return join process dot resources path, that's up, and this join, let's try to import this from the path. Okay, else we'll just try to get this app path, and this one is going to be build and sub. Okay, this is the simple hold watcher binary. And now the actual class, so I'm just going to name this as the hold watcher, that's what exactly it is. And we need to now extend this event emitter for us to emit on events and all those things. So here I'll try to define 3 private variables, one for the child process, which is what we'll be actually using this to spawn our binary as a child process. So this one I need to yep, and also the child process. Okay, so by default let's set this one to null, and the buffer I'll try to keep this as basically an empty string. So basically that's a partial std out chunk that will be receiving from the binary, which will not be like haven't seen that on yet, and that's where like we'll try to store it inside this variable. So this is the thing, private buffer. So this I'll just keep this empty string, and then this current combo, so this basically I'll just set this to string. So the first function start, so here we'll receive the combo as the input for this. So and here we'll check this if this dot child process is not null, and again I'm this current combo is then this dot stop. So here I know this stop is not at present, but I'll
So here basically this first this few lines of the start, what it does, if process is already running, we'll check whether it's watching the same combo we are being asked to start. If yes, no op, so there's nothing to do, right? So we're already in the decide state. If it's watching a different combo, then stop it before continue. So this basically helps us to guard to real like, you know, if settings IPC later we'll have an option to change a combo, right? So if that set combo fires twice in rapid succession within the same value, we don't spawn like two watches, you know, or like trying to fight for this event tap. So that's like, you know, we're trying to avoid this. So this stop I'll try to add, that's why we are seeing this issue. So here I can quickly add below this stop. So this should be simple. Yeah, if there's no process, I'll just no need to stop anything. If we'll just send the sig term. Yeah, this is what we'll try to send the signal, and catch, I'll just try to log it here. I'll not do anything. Okay, fine. So this is the simple stop that we will try to call in here. Else now this current combo, I'll set this one, and this child process, now we need to spawn this, use this from the child process, and now get this binary that we have, and pass in. Here we have some arguments that we need to pass in, which is first one is the combo, and the standard I'll ask it to, you know, pipe it. So yeah, so fine. So this basically means that, you know, we get the pipes for std input, output, and std error. So we don't use like basically this is the like three pipes for that we are trying to add in, and this is the child process. And now whatever the std, okay, so this dot child process std out, we'll just first set encoding to UTF-8, and then this output that we have, I'll try to open this event listener. So this chunk which is of type string. So this one I'll try to basically what's the idea is, basically we'll try to, you know, this whatever the std out chunks we have, we'll try to push into some function where like, you know, that's where like buffered parser will try to define two section and try to consume this. Maybe the function might look something like this. So let's try to create here below this stop. So this, I'll make this as a private, so this is just for our consumption in this class. So this will receive a chunk, and inside this dot buffer which we defined above, I'll just concatenate to this, and here this lines will try to split this by the new line. Okay, and then this buffer, what I'm going to do, yep, we'll just take in the last line from that, and into the buffer, and now we'll try to iterate this line's error, that array that we'll be having now. So here what we'll do first, let's try to trim this just for removing the space. So we'll trim it, and if it's let me just trim. If it's not trimmed, let me just continue. Okay, and this Okay, first, so here in this what we'll do is basically I'll just try to pass this as the whole event that we have, and then we'll just emit this one using this event. Under this event, the data will be that I'll be emitting is the event. Okay, and then the standard error will just try to console the this thing. So this is the consume, and basically now I need to basically the chunk that I'm receiving in this on data thing, I just need to call this by passing this chunk that we are receiving. So this dot consume chunk, and yeah, and that's the like output. And for errors will not do anything, will basically maybe just let's do what I mean. So yeah, so instead of here consuming this, I'll maybe call yeah, we'll write this directly to standard error this thing. And here we can maybe yeah, add in some message like any hold watcher or something that you want to add prefix or so, you can just add, but I'm just ignoring this. And then this dot on the exit. Yeah, on exit what we will do is basically I'll just set this just to null, current combo to null, and then event also we need to emit an event with a type as exit, and we need to somehow satisfy this the interface that we have. Okay, that's the thing. On error also, like yeah, I'll just try to send some message, something like this. And this is basically the what is this start function inside this class. And also now we might want to set the combo, so I'll just try to add here for our settings later. So something like this. So I'll just receive here the combo for this, and if this combo current combo is matching to whatever we have, we don't have to do anything. So we'll just remove, or else like we'll just stop this, call this stop function and add some timeout, and then I'll try to start this thing. Okay, yeah, simple. And also to know whether is it running or not, just for health checks or not, maybe you can add something function this way. And here we can just return this if this is not equals to null, and that's the thing. So this is the actual what do you call hold watcher class that will act as a complete life cycle for our the binary that we have built. And here basically I can just define something like singleton, and this one let's set this to null, and we'll try to export function called like yeah, get hold watcher. And here what we will do yeah, all I'm going to do is singleton, we're just going to return, else I'm just going to initialize new object and then return this. So function, we are returning. Okay, I'll just do the opposite way. I'll do this way. If not singleton, I'll create that, else will return this. Yeah, now it's cool. Okay, so this is the hold watcher host that we have, and we will right now we have a basically class which manages the life cycle of that binary. We will eventually consume this for our dictation, but before that we have one thing that's pending. We need to add a speech recognizer bundle as well. So that is also we're trying to start as a separate
child process in our main tab thing. So we need to work on that script, and also because that needs some permissions things, we need to add a plist as well, and once we have those things, that also will try to bundle run through our build script that we have, and then we can try to see how to wire up this hold watcher and speech recognition build that we have for our dictation, and see if it's working or not, and then we'll try to work on that the UI waves and all whenever we are trying to hold those things and all.
Okay, so now in this native folder itself, I'll try to create a new file called speech recognizer. Okay, and it will be Swift file. Okay, so all right, this is in 4. Yeah, okay, fine. So first let's try to import foundation, and we need the speech module as well as this AV foundation. Yeah, because a speech has this SFS speech recognition, and AV foundation is for a microphone, like AV audio engine, that's which helps us to tap hardware input and gives us the buffers that we need. Okay, fine. And now these raw args for our the arguments. So I'm just here. Let's first we'll try to drop this first, and then we'll have 2 modes, one for auth only and one for direct, and here we'll check if it contains auth only, and then other argument is for language. So raw arguments first, where let's try to check the first dot if it has any prefix of double things. Yeah, this is the thing. We'll try to get that language. By default we'll keep it as English, and okay, and we'll have the same helper emitter, and I think this is going to pretty much be the same. I'll try to serialize this thing. Okay, and file handle, we'll try to write this pretty much the way that I want, and okay, fine. And as usual, the standard helper that we need to serialize a dictionary to JSON, and appends a new line and writes to std out. That's what we'll be listening on actually in our host, right? And then we'll try to do some pre-flight checks like recognizer construction, and then if it's available or not. So I'll just try to see if it's available. If not, we'll try to emit something of this thing so that host will know what's happening, and see for is available as well. I'll try to do the same. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, fine. And okay, and now we'll the speech related auth via dispatch semaphore. So basically here we'll try to use a dispatch semaphore, because simply like async to async semaphore pattern. Basically this dispatch semaphore, what it does, let me first try to add it here, then I can walk you through what they do exactly. Okay, so this auth semaphore, and here I'll just call dispatch semaphore value. I'll set it to 0, and then this auth status, this one, it will be basically of type authorization status, and this one I'll have this as not determined, and now this speech recognizer dot request authorization and status in auth status. I'll just set it and semaphore signal, and we'll try to wait. Okay, so basically what this does is we'll try to initialize this to count with count 0, and we'll try to kick off this async request and then wait. What wait does, wait blocks this the main thread, and when the callback fires, it signals the semaphore and wait returns. Effectively, we are trying to turn the callback API into blocking call, and so that basically it's like speech here and microphone in a moment, so like that. So just trying to make this async to sync pattern, like callback based thing. Okay, fine, and that's the thing, and we'll try to now add some again helper function for mic status string helper. So this basically I'll try to name that as mic status string, and this one will be of type authorization status, and this will try to return a string. And here first case authorized, then authorized, what I'll try to return, maybe granted should sound okay. Denied, I'll keep this denied. Restricted, let's keep that as non-determined. Okay, and at the end we should be fine. So this is the simple helper that we need. Okay, and now we need a function which helps us to request a microphone access, just the standard V. So I'll try to add that. So request a microphone access, and this basically returns this authorization status. So let's maintain into this variable. So AV capture device authorization status for audio, and if this current is not equals to not determined, then I'll just try to return this. Else again, we'll try to open this semaphore with value 0, and then I'll try to request for an audio. This is what exactly we'll do. So the idea is simple, same semaphore pattern, but we'll try to wait with a short circuit at the top. And if we already have a non-determined status, then no point asking again, right? So that's the thing. And only when the status is not determined, then that means like user has never been prompted, and then we try to call request access, and that's the call that triggers this macOS prompt. After the callback returns, reread the status to get this post prompt answer, whatever it is. So that's the simple requesting microphone access that we are trying to do. And now the mic status, this we have two modes, right? The auth only probe, how do we handle? So let's try to handle, though we'll not try to use that. So mic status, and if it's auth only thing, then I need to call this authorization status for audio. Else I'll just call this request microphone access. For that we have, I will try to store this in the mic status. Okay, so if now this auth only thing, and in here we need to prepare some payload. So format, so this one will be of type string any, and inside this type let's have this as the auth, and speech I'll try to have this as a string describing auth status, and then this microphone mic status string that we have, and again I'll just try to check if this auth status is not authorized, or mic status is not authorized. We'll try to send this error in that payload. So I maybe something will say like permission not granted. Okay, fine, and then we'll try to emit this and exit from this. Okay, that's the auth mode that we have, and then we'll try to then the normal mode, the speech permission git. So that was the auth thing, and now this switch auth status yeah, authorized. I'll just try to break it and deny it. Yeah, we'll try to emit something like this, and we can add like for denied, restricted, not determined, and unknown. I'll just take it default, but you can add in the code like speech restricted, speech denied, and other things. If you want to add, you can just try to add that. And these things, so let's just remove this. And now if this mic status is not authorized, we'll just exit from here, because there's no use of proceeding further. After we have sorted out all these permissions and all that stuff, now we need to focus on this state setup. So first, for the state setup is basically the audio engine. So this basically it is going to be AV audio engine, and whether it is running or not, the boolean variable, and I need one to state variable. So one for this current request, which is going to be speech audio buffer recognition request, and then this current task. So then this is going to be recognition task. All right, and let's now try to create a function called start recognition. So here, if whenever you're trying to start, always the current task will try to cancel that, and also this current request will try to end this audio. And let's try to create this request by calling this audio buffer recognition request, and I'm just going to call this request dot should report partial results setting to true. And let's remove this. Okay, that we want partial results. And if available, so here basically what we are trying to do is and trying to check like basically from macOS 13 plus onwards, it adds punctuations in the feature, basically that automatically inserts periods, commas, question marks and all. So to get that, we are checking that 13 plus, and although we have now 16 and so, but we'll just stick to from then 13 Yep. And here I'm just trying to request just for adds punctuation. Okay, and now let's set current request to this, and this current task, now this is going to be recognizer and with the request. Yep. And in that now if let's try to close this first. Okay, and inside this, if let result, in here let's try to get this text best transcription formatted string, and then we need to emit this whatever we are getting for that thing. So type, I will try to set based on that is result dot is final. If that is the case, we'll send this as a final, else it's a partial whatever we are trying to emit, and text. Okay, fine. And then if this result dot is final, then what we'll do, we will try to dispatch this if it's running. I'm just going to call this start recognition. Okay, fine. And then I'll just give you briefly what this mean. So, and then here we're just going to return this. And finally, if any error, we'll need to emit some error. So maybe yeah, we'll just try to, and then we'll try to set is running to false. Okay, mostly we're done. And last piece, as usual in any build script, we need to add that signal related stuff. So here basically what we're trying to do is the recognition task. We have this two payload shapes, which is partial and the final that we have. So this host renders partials in the in the whisper overlay, and this final text is something that we will take and paste it into wherever the text that we need to inject. That is something next piece after this one. And the best transcription format strings gives us whatever the Apple's model picked up. And now this this is final thing, what we are doing is that's the restart trick. So basically the speech recognition answers like one final and then stops. So it's designed for utterance based input, not like continuous dictation, right? So we want continuous here. You like basically user holds FN in our case and talks for a paragraph, releases. So when each final hits, we hop to to the main queue and again call this start recognition again. So immediately rearming. So that's the trick here, basically utterance based to trying to convert into dictation based. So from user perspective, it looked like it's a seamless, and they just keep talking on. But here again, we are trying to follow the same, but we are trying to keep it in the loop thing. So that's the thing, and that's the only thing we are trying to do it. And now we need to, as usual, I'll just quickly add this signal handler. So nothing much to talk, I think should be quicker. Yep. And I'll just try to set event handler. In this we need to set is running to false, and let's resume. And for signal, okay, yeah, mostly that's the thing. And now let's the audio engine. Okay, so this is where like now audio tap with RMS broadcaster. So this basically what I wanted to add is whenever I'm speaking in our whisper overlay, something we need to showcase the visualizer, like the waves that actual signifying that user is speaking. So we need that broadcast thing. So for that, what we need to do is basically let me first we need to add this input node. So this is big audio engine dot input node, and this format I want, and the let's take this for okay, and RMS emit. So basically we'll try to do this. What we'll try to do is we'll try to feed the buffer into recognition request, and that's basically I'll try to append. So let me just add that first step so that it will be at least okay. In this input node, we'll try to install this tab on bus buffer, format. Okay, so and let me just try to close this. Okay, so here this current request dot append. Okay, so what we're doing as a first step, we're trying to feed this buffer into this recognition request, and this pulls basically samples out the back of that pipe and runs them through the speech model. So that's the thing. So now this let's try to channel data, and we'll try to return here, and let's frame count this, try to buffer dot frame length, and this sum, let's try to set this one to 0, and now for I in this 0 to less than this frame count, we'll try to get this sample, and I'm just going to store this into some variable, and then this RMS, now this square root of float by this max of this frame count comma 1, and then this date, basically time in time interval since maybe 1970 or so. Okay, so if now minus last emit, let's say 0.05, then I'll update this, and now we need to emit properly the values that actually we need. So type audio RMS, and value we need to properly send double of this min of max RMS multiplied by this. Yeah, exactly, this is the thing. So here we're just trying to compute this RMS for whisper overlay visualizer, like I said. So we know RMS is root mean square, the standard amplitude measure for audio, that's what is used. So we are trying to square each sample average, then take the square root, because that's what that's what I really perceives as loudness, something closer to that. And buffer size we are doing 1024 frames at the 48 kilohertz, that's about like 21 milliseconds per buffer, standard tap size, and basically like low enough latency that the visualizer, basically we are trying to make it feel live. And like the only thing is here multiplying by 4 scale factor, because the raw ms rms for normal speed somewhere sits in like 0.05 to 0.2 range. So ideally multiplying by 4, what we are doing here kind of like tries to look like we are trying to map loud speech to roughly 1 on the visualizer. And that's the only trick. So ideally we can, yeah, that's the thing. And now we are taking care of this waves that we want to send. Now basically we need to now make the audio engine start and ready emit, so like we normally did. So I'm going to do is basically this audio engine dot prepare and try this start and try to emit, type ready, and in the catch we will just try to emit thing. And same thing, let's try to the start recognition thing, and also while is running we'll just try to run this until. So basically this that's a run loop for 100 milliseconds at a time. So long enough that callback, signal handlers, and recognition results all get a chance to fire. And also like it's a short enough that flipping is running to false as like bit of snappy effect. So and this audio engine dot stop, and then this we are going to remove the tab, and current request we are going to end the audio. And also now this try to add maybe let's say 1.5, and then I'm just going to cancel that and exit. Okay, this is mostly we are all there. So here basically when the loop exits, user basically released fn, so host sent like the signal term, a clean shutdown, like in order, proper in order. So we stop the engine and we pull the tap and end the recognition request to tell that speech recognition no more buffers, finalize whatever you have, then a 1.5 second drain, rerun the run loop one more time, so that final result from whatever the Apple's recognizer has time like to process that and give us that final thing. And because if you don't have this drain of like whatever 1.5 it is, there's a chance that the last words whatever we have emitted in our dictation might get lost. So that's the reason this drain we have added. And yeah, and finally I'll just try to add the plist as well. So that's something permission related, and we'll try to stick with the format. So I'll just, it should be simple, so I'll just try to add it here. Speech recognizer dot plist. Okay, so here I'll just try to add this and just give what the each thing means. So okay, so basically here this is very tiny plist. So every line basically this say that ef bundle identifier is basically this tab dot speech recognizer. So and basically that's the TCC key that is the macOS records this permission grants for per bundle id, right? So this is that key, and we'll get, now this will get its own row in system settings, privacy and security. Basically we'll see all of the rows, right, separate from whatever we have for our main tab bundle id. So this separation is the whole point. So the dictation permission lives within this app and not with the launcher. And then this bundle name, so basically that is a display string what the actual user sees in the permission prompt. So here we are trying to add this as tab speech recognizer, and that's what the thing. And then our two more strings is basically the speech recognition usage description, and then the usage microphone things. So this basically tries to displace this text to the user, so below that app name, and that's what, like, this is a simple plist that we have. And basically now we have added, let's try to run. Mostly it should build that binaries whatever we are looking for. Okay, speech recognition, there is some issue. Okay, I think I might, there is some issue in this. Let's let me check this error. There is definitely some issue either in our script as, or yeah, okay, the path here should be usr. In the script I think we missed r. Okay, and first thing, this app name should be splitting by the comma, and also there's okay, this thing, and also this somewhere I'm missing for Swift. My bad. Okay, mostly these are the issues. Let's try to build it again. Hopefully it should work. Okay, issue in the start recognition now. Start recognition. Okay, let's go here. I think we missed parentheses and also some typo issue mostly. Let's try going there. Okay, this is recognition, and also okay, and also this one, let's try to okay, let's see now. At least I'm hoping those are the fixes, but we'll see. No. Okay, we need to fix the typo here as well. Let's try now. Yep, finally. Okay, this has built this module, and now we should be having all the binaries that we need. Okay, so this now we will, like we did the host for our in our for dictation hold watcher, we should try to add a same thing for our speech. So I'll just try to add it. So this is going to be just the same way that it was for our hold watcher. So I'll try to keep this quick, but let's see. So here also same, like life cycle for these speech recognizer binary that we'll be having. I'll just try again as usual. We'll try to start with the interface. So interface speech event, and here type ready final partial and audio RMS, and also we maybe exit. Okay, and then we'll be receiving the text from it and also the value. So this is going to be an number, and then this message is going to be a string, and then this code we can send it optional. We have not added, but if you want you can just add it. Okay, interface, and again the function for binary path construction. So in the here let's app bundle binary, and this we are going to return string. So if app is packaged, I'll try to join. So this process dot resources path, and here native speech recognizer dot app content macOS speech recognizer, exactly. Okay, else it's going to be join get app path and build native, same thing. I'll just speech recognizer content, that's the path. Okay, and to one function to tap this spawn path. So if it is packaged, exactly, get app path, build native tap spawn. Okay, that's the thing. And now let's focus on the actual main class, which I'll name this as maybe speech session. That really is what we are trying to do. And this event emitter, we'll just trying to extend that. And in this again same thing, it should be pretty much the same way, but a few different. Okay, child processor. Okay, buffer will have this, and also is it stopping, we'll just try to maintain some boolean here. And start, we will take in here this language. So this basically it is going to be English by default, that we'll try to take. And here this let's target, this is going to be the binary that we have, so that's what we'll try to get. And then this wrapper tap spawn path. So and then this child process, we'll try to spawn this. And also here I can just pass in this language, we don't have to. Okay, and studio, yesterday I was sorry started input output. Fine. And then now we need to handle this outputs. First set this encoding, and I think pretty much the same, but now I need to let's okay on data we'll just get this chunk, and I'll create this consume same standard way. And errors we'll just again write there. And okay, on exit as well, I'll just try to emit event and type exit. And core if you want to add, you can add just code here, that's fine. And then this on error, I'm just going to permission failed and all. Okay, that's the actual start thing. And let's try to quickly create this consume thing. Okay, chunk is what we will be trying to get. Buffer we'll try to add. We're trying to split, basically pretty much the same. We'll try to iterate those lines, and trimmed we'll check, and we'll try to parse that as speech event. And here we'll try to emit this event, and then try to and this stop basically, or we have now additional variable which is this dot stopping, and we need to set this to true, and we need to kill that. And in this thing we'll just throw this console stuff. And after that, in the timeout thing, setting this timeout, I need to first check if this dot is there. We'll try to send this signal kill, and timeout maybe, let's say, some 2.5 seconds or so. And now just to get the status, I'll just maintain this. We can just check only the process, child process should be fine. Okay, fine. We have few issues, which is do we have permission error? No, so let's add here first. So that should be fixed now. And this event emitter from this events. Okay, fine. So that's the issue. So now we have this host as well, and pretty much now the binary and everything is done. And also this the host that we need to route recognizer via this tab span that we have. And we're almost there. Now the holding thing, and then able to that is there. But now once voice is captured, and we need to paste that text somewhere, like kind of like text in injector binary. So that's only the binary that we need to work on. And then from there we'll try to wire that orchestrator and tab, and then maybe adds a overlay with bar visualizer, and then just couple more additions, then we should be able to see actual output. And then we'll see how it basically looks like once we try to wire all these things. So text injector now. So I'll just try to add inside the same native folder new file called text injector.swift. all right, so here as usual, first so the brief idea is basically, we know that every app basically usually knows how to handle a paste. So we'll try to lean on that. So approach is basically, we'll try to put the transcript on the clipboard, and we'll simulate a command plus v keystroke. We'll wait a beat, and then quickly like restore whatever was that on that clipboard, and then we'll paste it there. So that's the thing. So
that's the simple thing, and that will try to handle. The only thing is basically we need to be careful. Mostly users will be on QWERTY related keyboard, but very less like dvarok keyboard types, and also like some might read the pasteboard asynchronously, like whichever is anything electron based, they don't really grab the clipboard the instant the command plus v hits. So that is again, that is not synchronous. And also in between the time that we pasted something onto clipboard, and if and by the time user has pressed command C, then in between that time span again something might go wrong. So these are the three kind of situation. We will first try to handle these things. So let's see. So and first, as usual, we'll try to import this foundation and also this app kit, and then this carbon. So basically foundation for standard input and reading and data, app kit for ns based board, the clipboard actually, and carbon is basically legacy thing. That's where actually this uc key translate and copy current keyboard input source live. And that's something that we need to rely on for to understand the current keyboard layout and so. And now let's try to read the standard input as utf 8. So here let's this text, this string command, so this data will use this file handle standard input, and this end of the file encoding. Yep, if it's not present, I'll just capture this empty string. So and we'll check now if this text is empty. We'll straight away try to exit this. Yeah, so that's the thing. And simple, we'll try to read that. If it's not, if it's empty, we will try to quit from there. Okay, and now we need to work on the function, like like I said, dvarok user related keyboard. So I'll try to handle that. So let's say resolve v key code. I'll just name that thing, and this basically will try to return this cg key code. And inside this let's try to first capture this source. So I'll use this copy current keyboard layout input source, and take yep. So here I'll just try to get this layout first. So layout data pointer, and input source property, pass in source. Yep, and the else will return this code. So basically what is it we are doing is like by default macOS dispatches event by physical key code, okay, not character. So on this VROC, the user physical V key is basically it's at a totally different position. So when they press command plus command V on their real keyboard, the OS basically sees command plus that key code and routes it to the focus tab spaced handler. So if we try to synthesize this command plus this exa9, which is like in the QWERTY V slot, then that VROC users get basically command plus whatever the character leaves in that QWERTY V position on their layout. So it will become random behavior. So that is fair. Now we need to walk it. So that's the thing. And here let's try to get this layout data and bytes, data get a byte pointer, pass in this layout data, and this layout okay, this one let's try to unsafe pointer. Instead the type it should be UC keyboard layout. Okay, fine. And now this we need a variable for dead keys state, and this characters and okay, and one variable length. I'll just try to, the idea is basically we try to we'll try to grab this current keyboard layout via this TIS, the text input source API, and we'll try to cache that layout data through this carbons pointer thing, and then loop key codes 0 through 127 and ask like this UC key translate, like for this physical key code. So with no modifiers, what character does it produce? Like we'll try to stop when we find one that produces lowercase v, and that key code, whatever is on the user's layout, is the one we synthesize. So that's the main idea. So let's I'm just trying to write that, but the intent is the same. So now this key code in 0 to 128, and here let result. Okay, so you see key translate, and in here pass in this layout, and then this key code. So I'll just try to typecast it to in 16 and its integer 16. Okay, and action down, and then here we need to pass in this lm get keyboard type. Okay, we're almost there. And option bits, I'm just going to see key translate no dead keys bit is something. Okay, fine, and here I'll just, alright, so this is basically we'll try to get that result whatever this key translate does. And here all I'm going to do is I'm going to check first we have no error, and check if this length is greater than 0, and also this characters we'll try to Unicode this, look for this V and check that if that is matching to this thing, then we'll try to return this key code. Else by default we'll fall back to this hexacode 9. Okay, so that's the thing. And here let's try, we still need to handle few things here. So that's the like main intent, and now we need to focus on this pasteboard snapshot. So here basically let me create this variable pasteboard. So this is basically and then this original change count, pasteboard dot change count. So basically first is this original change count. Let's talk about that. So every paste board mutation basically bumps this integer by exactly 1. So we capture the current value first, so that we can detect, like, at the end of the run, meaning at the end of the paste, whether the count has changed by exactly 1 or not. And if it's not incremented just by 1, meaning that user has copied something else in between. So that's the thing. So we need to check that, and also the full content. So basically this ns paste board, it is not just a string, and so it's basically a list of items. So each will be like, with a list of types, each type carrying its own data. Like when let's say whenever we try to copy a screenshot from some preview or so, it's on the pasteboard as, like, with type as png, and tiff, and possibly a file url, like all at once. So when we copy like from a web page, it will be like type will be html and plain text, and like basically all bundled. So basically we'll try to walk every item and walk every type, and we'll try to save that every blob. So that's what we'll try to do now. So this snapshot, so this basically this types pasteboard type, and this data. Okay, ns pasteboard dot pasteboard type, and here I'm just going to set this to empty string. Okay, fine. So now if this let items, this pasteboard dot pasteboard items, will try to, so for item in items, this data whatever we have, so this will try to get this, and now we need to again loop this for type in item dot types, and if this item dot data, and I'm just going to set that into thing, and we'll try to append this types and the data. So that's what this we're just trying to do. That's a simple. So basically we'll try to skip any type, like, and we're basically, if we try to skip any type, that would really mean that paste works, and then restore, what it does, it lands like, degraded version of what was there before. So we'll try to save it all, and now we'll try to override this pasteboard with with whatever the text that we have. So that is what we should do now. So basically after this, this paste board dot clear contents, and then this pasteboard dot set string, and we'll just try to set this. Okay, that's the thing. So that should be clear, and now we'll try to resolve this v key code plus command key code. So it should be simple now. So now we have that above function. So v key, I'll just call this function that we have, and then this command key, I'll just set this one to 37. So basically command is 37 hexacode. This basically, it's guaranteed that Apple value is that. So that's the we are trying to do that now. Let's have the source. This is cg event source, and here state id. So we'll just private state. So basically this private state, what it really helps us is, it helps us to ignore that real keyboard modifier state. So So basically the eld shift doesn't leak into like this synthesized command plus v. So that's the thing. By default this event source has three state IDs, like combined session state, hides system state, and private state. So the first two, whatever I just mentioned, they are like, users real keyboard state, like at synthesis time. So if the user happens to be holding shift when we post command v, which can happen like if they were typing some capital letters, like when the dictation ended or so, this combined session state, what that would do is it would synthesize this command shift v instead. So it'll act as like different shortcuts in many apps, right? So this private state basically helps to avoid that. So that's the simple. And now we'll try to build the CG events, basically to model the full press and release sequence. So you'll understand. Let me add that. So here I'll add first, and then let's talk about that. The command down, and here this CG event, keyboard event source, and virtual key command key and key code. I'll set this one to true, and now this v down, virtual key, yeah, and command up, yep, and here we'll try to write fail to create this thing. And this flags, I'll just try to attach this mask command, v down, and so command down dot flags. Okay, I'm attaching this thing v down as well as v up flags. Let's just keep. Okay, so basically what do they do is like we're just full press and release sequence that we have. So command down, v up, command up. This CG event constructors written, so this is simple. We just try to guard all four, and error, if any error, we'll just try to write it to standard error. And then we have this flags that I have. So these are like, the three events that fire while command is logically held. So command down itself, and v down, v up, this all has this mask command. So then the final the command up thing, so this basically needs to be empty, and this one, yeah. So this final command has basically this has empty flags, because like by the time we release that command, it is no longer pressed, right? So we'll that is why we have it empty. So for example, if you get this wrong, for example, let's say we forget to flag v down, then and the app receives a bare v key press instead of like command v, which types like literal v character before the actual paste. So that's the thing. And now we'll try to now post events this with inter event sleeps. So what we'll do ideally, so let's have, so this one, so we don't have to syntax related stuff. Okay, so now this tab thing, so this is going to be yep. And now this command down, we are going to post this, and let's sleep, yeah, and same thing. So for v down, and Yep, and let's try to add here more time. So basically simple. So basically what we are doing, so we try to post each event at the HID tab location. So that's the lowest level. So before any event tabs or accessibility filters, so the events reach that focus tab as if they came straight from the keyboard. So this 10 millisecond US leap between each post basically what they do gives the OS a chance to like dispatch each event independently unless the focus tab run loop process them in order. So without these sleeps we might get intermittent failures where paste silently doesn't happen in maybe one in like let's say 50 attempts or so. So with them the paste will ensure that it's rock solid. So that's the only thing. And then the 700 milliseconds wait, that is like just for is the value that really works just to be some on safer side. And finally we'll try to add this safety mechanism. Is 700 milliseconds is safety thing, but and also the current change count that I mentioned, that original change count will always be incremented by 1, right? So that will try to exclusively make a check here. So if pasteboard change count is equals to this original change count plus 1, right? So yep, so if that is the case, so we'll just try to clear these contents, and then for entry in snapshot, so let item is equals to pasteboard item. So for type comma data in entry data, we'll just try to set this, and pasteboard will try to write these objects, and then finally I'll just exit. Okay, fine. So here what we are doing is simple. We know that if original change count plus 1, if it's yes, only our single mutation has happened, so nothing else has touched that pasteboard. So it's a safe to like to restore the original contents, so wipe what we have really put there, and we'll try to rebuild every saved item with every type and every data blab, write it back. So if no, basically if count is higher than higher than plus 1, so meaning user copied something during our wait and we have done, so we are not doing anything in that case and we're just exiting. So you get the intent, right? So that's the thing, and this is the basically the binary that we have. And quickly now I'll just try to add this host as well for this to consume this binary. So let's try to add it in same place that we added here itself. So text injector, it should be simple one, not as text injector.ts. I'll just run that, but meanwhile we can just quickly add this. So as usual, so I'll just try to create this text injector path which returns this string, and basically yep, it is pretty much by now it should understand our language. So native text injector, and then build text native injector. Yep, and also I need to import this join from this path. Okay, fine. And now this actual function, so yeah, this will be pretty much the straightforward, and we'll return this this promise of, let's close this okay, fine. So here I'll just try to return quickly the new promise, and inside this first let's try to close this. So inside this, as usual, let's try to spawn this binary that we have, and here this empty prop that I'll pass in, and import this from child process and pass in this 3 pipes thing. And first let's try to
while on the, check, we need to just check now for this errors things and all. So if error, I'll just try to write directly to this process standard output, standard error. And if now this on, like we receive exit, so this exit, and I'm just going to if this code is equal to 0, I'll just try to call this resolve thing, else we'll just reject this thing. Okay, and I think that's it. So we'll just try to handle this error too, and here I'll just try to call this reject. So I'm not going to do much in here. And then input, we need to pass in this text, and I'm just going to end this. Okay, this is the simple function which we'll try to use. And now we can just try to run this build native, and it should now help build this. Okay, there is an error. Okay, there is an error with the flags related thing that okay, let's try to check. Okay, this mask command is something is throwing me an error. Let me just check that quickly. Okay, the issue was this one. So basically here for all of these things, there was key code instead of key down. So I tried to fix all of them, and also the order of the flag is very important. So I moved up the V up and the command up. So basically this is important because it's always that the command will be something that will be released last, and not like we would be something that would be released last. Okay, so it's always important to assume that the modifiers is something that needs to be assuming that it be released last than the normal character key. Okay, that's the thing. And then once we once I fix those two fixes, key code to key down, and then the order of this command up and V up is changed, then this the text injector binary is built. So now we have this. Let's try to focus on the Whisper overlay related windows and then the components, and then trying to expose a couple of events in the IPC, so that now we can try to see that overlay. So for that, first thing, let's try to I'll try to add the couple of IPC events for that. So in this preload, let's so in this we need to, maybe let me just define a couple of interfaces. One, let's name this as a Whisper state message, and this one, let's keep this state as idle, and this recording, maybe, yeah, finalizing. Okay, this is the like state like transition, idle, recording, or finalizing. And now the other interface for Whisper event.
So here this type, it will be it's ready, and this partial, final, and then this audio RMS, which is important, and then the error exit. Okay, and we'll be receiving text value and the message and the code. I'm just going to remove this. This is the whispered event. And now I'll just try to create some generic function which will try to subscribe to this events. So let me just create this subscribe of generic function, and here let's this will have the channel, and then this callback which will try to take this payload, and just the callback function, and the return type is also going to be a simple callback function. And inside this yeah, I will try to have this listener. So, and I'm just going to, yeah, simple. So listener, and I need to okay, so this electron dot IPC renderer event and payload, and we'll just pass that to the callback. So I'll just be, yeah, okay, fine. And then we'll be listening on this channel and pass on to this listener, and then we'll just try to, on cleanup, we'll just try to stop listening to that. So now in this tab bridge, I need to add some also on whisper state. So let's have this as a callback. So the message is going to be of type whisper state message, and I'm just going to so again this, let's just keep this as a same thing on whisper event as well. So we'll try to expose this to thanks to the renderer, and now we need to add in this thing. So what we will do actually, so on whisper state we'll try to call this, the function that we have just created, subscribe and whisper state, and the whisper event, and pass in this callback. Okay, so this is the simple way of trying to add in IPC events for our whisper thing. And now we need to create the window for that. So basically we know that it's going to be detached panel, so let's try to create the detached panel, and also we'll try to create an overlay window for that, and then we need to add the component that we wanted to add in renderer, and post that we should be able to see the UI thing once we try to start this application. So we'll try to create this detached panel. As usual, we need to create them in the Windows section. Yeah, I'll just create here new file called detached panel.ts, And here let's try to define this type for our panel position. So this one, it's going to be a function which will take the size, which will have the width and the height, and then this display from the electron. So I'll just try to, yep, and here we'll just try to return this x and y. Okay, so that's the function which will just the type which returns these x and y coordinates. And now this interface for overall our detached panel options. So this will have this width, and then the height, then this hash which will be of type string, then this position, panel position, and is it focusable. Let's add this one to be boolean, and then this height on blur, let's make this one to be optional as well. And then this ignore mouse events, let's have this as boolean, and always on top level. So this one, this, let's have this as like floating or screen saver. Okay, and now let's create this detached panel. So this will have few functions, so ensure, so this one, it's going to expose this browser window from this electron, and then these functions to show hide and normal functions that we expect for panel. So and then this get browser window, and this send. Yep, fine. So these are the, like, things. And now let's try to create the actual function to create this detached panel. Yep, so create detached panel, we'll try to pass in this thing, and here let's try to destruct from this options all these things that we have: width, height, hash, position, focusable, let's set by default to false, and hide and blur, let's set this one as well to false, and ignore yeah, this should be, maybe let's keep this as a screensaver. Okay, fine. And now let's try to define this window variable, browser window, and the function to set the position of that. So here the let's take this window, browser window, as the input for this thing, and in here first let's try to get this cursor, which we can, yeah, cursor screen point, and so we need to import this screen from this electron. Okay, so get cursor screen point, and then this display would be get display nearest point, and pass in here this cursor that we have. And now let's try to get this x and y coordinates by passing the width and height, as well as the display for the position function which we have. Okay, and now all we need to do is set this position, call this set position, and here I'll just try to we'll try to round off and try to pass on to this. So that's the function which will try to help us place it. And now the ensure function. So yeah, and in this first we'll try to check if it's not destroyed, then we'll just write away return a window, else we'll try to now create a new browser window, and here we'll have this width, height and everything. Maybe let's try to set one thing, so show to be false, and frame, let's set this to false, and transparent I'm just going to set this to true. Resizable, let me set this to false. Movable, I'm just going to set this to false. Minimizable, let me set this one, everything will just try to set this false, or else you can just ignore this, but I'm just trying to set. And okay, and focusable, let's pass in, and skip taskbar, let's set this to true, and has a shadow, let's set this one to false. And type, I want this to be a panel type, so let's have this. And this background color will have this black. Okay, so this preferences, preload, yep, we'll just try to load our index thing. And the sandbox, context isolation and node integration should be false. Okay, and join, I'll just try to set this to from path. And now we want this one to be always on. Let's set we'll set always on top thing, and then should it be visible on all workspaces, so that also we'll just try to set this to true, and visible on all workspace, full screen, I'll just set this to as well to true. So yeah, now this if ignore mouse events, if that is true, we'll set this ignore mouse events to true, and also let's try to set this forward as well to true. You can read what this each things in that function, but I'm just okay, fine. And now if is.dev, and this, it has the renderer URL, then the load URL will just try to get from there, and I'll just try to add the hash for this. Else we'll just try to okay, so load file, and we'll try to load from this renderer, and I'll just try to pass in this okay, should be fine now. So that's the thing that we have. And now if this hide on blur things, so window dot blur, let me just try to if window is not destroyed, we'll just try to call this hide function. So that's if item blur is true, and finally this window on closed. All we need to do is just call set that window back to null. So yeah, that's the simple thing, so callback thing. And finally we'll just try to return here this window from this function, and also here from overall things I'll just try to return this. All we have ensure and this show as the function where we'll try to get this window first, and I'll just call this place passing in this window, and then window dot show, I'll just call this inactive. That is for the show thing. And for hide, let's try to call this seam checks. We'll just try to add this, and also like maybe I can just add if a window is visible thing, only then we'll try to call this hide. That only makes sense. And to get that again this one window, and again I'll just check this, and we'll just, if it is not destroyed, we'll return this, else we'll just return this null. And finally the send thing, the channel payload. So if window and it's not destroyed, and we'll just try to send this through web contents thing, and also we can just do 2 checks, that should be fine. So this is detached panel, and now in this detached panel we'll try to use it and create this whisper overlay thing. So let's create this whisper overlay thing, and now we'll just use that. So instead of trying to create all those in all the windows, that we'll try to be adding. So first these few constants, so 200 width for that, and height I'm just going to set this to 88. You can just check and whatever makes sense, and after playing few times, this is width and height is what I felt it's looking good, so I'm just keeping that. So and now this panel, let's call this the function, the reusable function which we just created. So that's the intent. So pass in here width and also the height. Let's pass in, and okay, this hash, I want this to be whisper, and focus, let me try to set this one at a time. Okay, so focusable, we don't want this. Okay, and ignore mouse events, yep, true. And then this position, we'll just try to whatever it, so x work area plus x, and this thing, let's try to divide by 2. This the x thing, width minus width by 2, and so I wanted to be like in center, so that's this thing, and this y coordinate should be plus work area minus height minus I think that should be fine, whatever we have here. So this is the panel, and let's try to the functions. So let's maybe get whisper window. So this basically all we are going to do is just try to call that panel dot get functions, the functions that we just try to return from that thing. And here let's try to import this browser window, and same way to show whisper window and hide a whisper window. We'll just try to call those functions, and maybe I'll just keep for time being. Okay, so this is like simple overlay, whisper overlay window. And now basically I need to so this, we have this window, and we need to change this to show this window. When do we plan to show this window is basically, if I go to this main.tsx in this renderer. So let me open this. So here basically in this app, if you remember, so the surface is something that if it is settings, we are trying to show the settings app. So let me do one thing. So what I'll do, I'll just try to create one function called pick surface. Like I said, all our windows are detached, so this is based on the surface. We'll try to do it this way. So this window dot location dot ash. So, and I'll try to just replace this just okay, fine, with empty space, and then if this hash, then I'll just try to return this hash, whatever we get, else so we'll try to construct this params, and we'll try to return this by default this way. Okay, so now we have this thing, and I'll just try to call this surface, pick surface. And so yeah, here now I can just add, if this surface is whisper, I can just call this whisper overlay thing. So this one is something which we are yet to create, but for now I'll just try to return this empty, and we can just get rid of these two things now, because we have this thing. Okay, you'll understand this. Now let's try to create this whisper overlay that we need. Basically that is what we need to call now. So what we will do in this source, okay, here let's try to create a new folder called whisper, and in that I'll just create a new component called whisper overlay.tsx. okay, this will try to keep it everything bare minimum, like we'll try to tweak DOMs and take help of RAFs, request animation frames, and we'll try to have this like maybe 11 bars profiles or so, kind of like to simulate the waves that we normally see for these things. So I'll try to be as naive as possible here, so not focusing on to add any imports from libraries also. So we'll just try to be simple. Let's see, so first I need 13 bars. You'll see in overlay we will show those the thing, and then this bar height profile. So for each thing I wanted some thing, and basically we'll try to keep this as hard, because center one we wanted to have the highest height, so that it will be like equally distributed. So besides left side 6 and right side 6. So I have the random these the values that I have, so I'll just take a reference from there and just try to create in here. So you can just try to check whichever the values that you, so here this one is the center one, and like kind of like bar tallest at one, and trying to fall symmetrically towards the edges. That's the intent. And then the one more the constant we'll try to define is basically this smoothing. Let's set this one to, yeah, So this basically it's an exponential smoothing coefficient. So each frame basically what it does, it tries to keeps this 62% of the previous bar height and blends in 38% of the new target. So this is you'll understand this thing. And now the states that we need few type definitions to like to capture this idle and all those status that we have. So I'm just going to this idle recording or finalizing, and I can just add this error, and then the interface for our whisper state message. Okay, so this one, this let's keep this idle, and recording should be finalizing. Yeah, let's add if we missed anything later. Okay, then this whisper event, this will have this type and a text value and message. So ready, partial, final, audio, RMS, and whisper, error and exit. Okay, that's the thing. And now let's try to focus on this function. Let's name this as whisper overlay. So I'll just try to take the auto suggestions, and we'll try to correct. And here we need few state variables and few references to our DOM for manipulating the value. Instead of we'll not try to store it in state, because it will be very flickerish, and because every state change it will try to re-render react. So that's, instead of that, we'll take a way to directly manipulate the DOM using these references to that DOM elements, and let's see how it goes. Because after testing that, it felt clean experience, though code might look gibberish a bit. Okay, so status initially we'll set this to idle, and we need to import this use state from this React, and okay, and I need now this RMS reference, and let's set this one to 0, and this also we need to import. Okay, and then the RMS decay at, and this also I'll just keep this to 0, and then bar values reference. So this is going to be an array of those 13 values we have. So I'll just call this and pass in this bars that we have, and this bars refs, the all 13 bars that will try to have the div, and for each one we'll try to attach this reference. So here reference, and mostly I'll try to keep that as an HTTP span element. So let's try to or else it is going to be, and let's not complicate this. Okay, and initially let's just set this to empty array. Okay, and the status ref, I'll just set this to idle. Okay, so this, just to give RMS ref is basically that's the actual audio amplitude that we'll be trying to get from the binary, and kind of we'll try to update every 20 times a second or so when the user is speaking. That will be updates ideally. And this RMS decay is basically the timestamp, so we use it to below to decay this tail audio when nothing's arriving. So that's the thing. And bars value reference, like for smooth bar rates for 13 things that we have, one per bar, and we'll try to update. And bar refs, is array of pointer to DOM element refs, which will be span elements, which you will come to know once I try to add that. And status ref is basically just reference to what is the status that we have. And now we need to add some use effect for status ref sync. So yep, so in this on every status value change, I'll try to we need to import this use effect. Okay, and inside this all I'm going to do is basically this. Yeah, we'll just try to set this status. So simple, just here we try to make that state drives renders and ref drives reads. Simple, that's the thing. And fine. And now the other use effect to actually subscribe to listen to the IPC events that we have. So on mounting of this component, so here first the off state, this window dot electron, so on whisper state, we'll have this whisper state message, and I'm just going to set this to set status, this status that we have, the state variable. And now this off event, so we'll try to now start listening to this event, which we'll try to maybe add a switch case, or I'll just try to keep it simple. So this if event dot type is this audio RMS, and this type of event dot value is number. We'll just try to directly try to set to our this RMF ref those values that we have. And also this RMS decay at, I'll just try to set this current as the maybe performance dot now, and that is the thing. For that event we'll try to handle. If this event dot type is maybe, let's say, error, those are the two things we'll just try to worry about. Rest I'm not much concerned. And here all we need to do is try to update this status, and yeah, that's it. And on unmounting we'll just try to call this off state and off event. Fine. So this is the for trying to listen to the IPC, basically subscriptions that we have thing. And now we need to focus on this RAF text. So basically this we need to add how do we request basically animation frames based on the RMS values that we are getting from this binary and all. So that's alone, if you try to handle, we should be good. So let's again I'll try to be as weak, and let's see how this. So this also on mounting. So here let's maybe create this raf id to be 0, and this tick function, so it'll have this now as the input and will not return anything. So this void, and let's try to get these values. These values we can get using this bar values refs that we have. So current, and then the current, so that is the status ref dot thing, and is it active or not. So this basically, if it is recording, yep, or if it is finalizing, that's when it's active. And this sense RMS, let's try to get this now minus RMS decay dot current. And if this sense RMS, let's say if it is greater than 200, we'll just set this value, or maybe let's say 0.92. okay, I'll just walk you through. And now let's try to iterate every bar that we have, that is the 13 bars that we have, and we'll try to get those profile by passing in the index. And let's just try to define some variable here, target, and this. Now if current is recording, I'll just set this target to math.min of this 1 comma this whatever the RMF that we have, and I'll just try to multiply this by 8.5. I'll just tell you why we are trying to do this. And else, that is if it is recording, else if this current is finalizing, maybe I'll just set this one to 0.4. else we'll just set this to 0. I know I'm just trying to write very vague way of things, but the intent just will try to see if it works or not first. And this values of I, and now let's try to multiply and add this target with the remaining smooth. And this, now the value we have, basically let's try to get that. And so this dot mode, if it's not active, so then that's the dot mode. And this let's minimum height. So if it's a dot mode, I'll have this to 3, else 4 plus the we'll just try to round this profile multiplied by 7, and that's minimum height. And now this amplitude, so again we'll try to check if it's a dot mode, so 0. And this again I'll maybe this amplitude, let's say multiply by 7. And now this px, this I'll try to keep this as a minimum of again we'll try to check, so 3 and this 17. And here let's this minimum height multiplied by maybe add and I'll just try to round this value multiplied by amplitude. Okay, and finally this this bar now, so bars we'll try to get that. So if we have this bar, so we'll directly, like we said, we'll try to directly set this height and manipulate the DOM here. So this is how we try to set this height based on actual RMS value, which you'll understand in a bit. So and here we'll just try to call this request animation frame, which is the and after yeah, so this has to be not in here exactly, this is the thing. And now okay, and I'm just going to call this cancel animation frame. Okay, I know I did add some all these things. So basically this is the actual visual heart of the overlay. So this is the things here. Basically for every frame 6 things are happening. So first what are we doing is basically we are trying to pull current values out of refs, into locals, whatever we have. Okay, and second is basically this RMS decay. So if no audio RMS event has arrived, let's say in the last 200 milliseconds, we multiply the current RMS by 0.92, like that's like exponential decay towards 0. So this is what makes the bars droop whenever user stops speaking mid dictation, instead of staying frozen at the last value. So that's the thing, this RMS thing. And third, we have this inner loop. So this basically what we are doing, 13 iterations per frame. So for each bar, we try to compute this target height based on the status. So recording, amplify the RMS and clamping to 1. And so finalizing, for recording, that's what we do. For finalizing state, it's like fixed mixed mid value. So 0.4, that gives like subtle pulse while we wait for the transcript. And idle, we just try to keep it 0. So this way it simulates like whenever user is trying to record. So it's like the waves are we are trying to give high amplitude, and it looks like we are recording the voice or dictation, whatever is trying to say. So that's the only intent. And fourth is basically the smoothing that we are having here. This what it does, we know that 0.62 and 0.38. So bar moves like 38% of the way towards the new target each frame. So it looks like smooth ramp, rather than like no jittering and all. So that is this trying to handle the smoothing. And fifth one is basically we try to translate the 0 to 1 value in a into pixel height. So that is the thing we are trying to do. So again, handling in two modes. One is the dart mode, and that is when idle, and full bar mode when it's active. So minimum height plus value items multiplied by amplitude. Like we're trying to cap it at 17 pixels. So this again, play with it, and whichever you try to feel it, it is smoother, and the height and all, you're satisfied. This is where you just try to play with the values and tweak until you are satisfied with the way it is looking. And finally, this is the setting, the way the thing, like we're trying to set the height directly to the DOM via this bar ref that we have. So here no set state or nothing, so no re-render, and React never sees this update. So just one DOM write per bar per frame. So that is like 13 writes per frame, so 60 frames maybe per second. So the component itself re-renders 0 times during animation. So and we feel like smooth, and there'll be no jittering and also. And so that's the whole thing that's happening here actually. And yeah, and this one basically we'll try to schedule the next frame and reassign this rough id. So that's what we are doing. So that's the thing. And now yeah, and now let's try to capture the statuses. So first is expanded or not. So this basically, if state is not equals to idle, and is listening, status is recording, is processing, and also is error. Let's set this one. Yeah, okay, fine. Now this border color, whatever you want to set based on the status. If it's error, you wanted some color. If it's listening, you wanted some color. If it's processing, you want some color. So I just have random RGBA values, and you can just choose whatever the colors that you want, but I'll just try to use whatever I have here. So this values is what we'll try to add in. And finally, now let's try to have this divs that we want. So here we'll try to let's close this div first. Okay, so the outer div and then this inner div. So this outer one is basically kind of will try to have it as a layout slot, like full width and full like height of the overlay window. Content like will try to pin it to the bottom center. The inner one will try to use it for the pill. Okay, so what do I mean? So for outer one, let's set this one to width full and height full, and make this a flex, and this items let's set this to end. Justify want it to be center, and padding at the bottom one. Okay, so that's the outer div, and here this inner div let's make relative to outer one. So make this flex, and I try to center this, and also justify we want it to be center, and we can add some transition and all those things. So this is again just play with whatever you wanted. So transition minimum width and height, yeah, minimum height. So I'm just trying to, okay, and duration maybe let's say 160 milliseconds, and I'll just have this ease out. Okay, fine. And now the style, we'll try to do the inline styling itself. So I'll just try to, let's see. So I don't want to complicate things, and that's why we'll try to directly apply to this DOM. So now we have the state variables above. So if it's expanded, we'll set this width to 88, else I'll set this to 44, and again this minimum width, let's again I'll just try to keep it the same. Then this height, if it's expanded, so let's maybe set this to 38 and 10. Again change this based on how much you wanted width and height here. And padding, if it's expanded, let's say like we'll have 8 pixel, yeah, 7 pixel or so. If it's not expanded, so 1 pixel and maybe 3 pixel, that should do it. And this gap, let's set to 2, and this border radius, how, so I'll want it complete circle, so I'll just set this 999, and this border, so let's, yeah, so 1 pixel solid, and we'll try to apply this border color that we have above. And then this background, so let's maybe add this radial gradient and linear gradient colors. So I have this values, some with transparency and all, so that it looks good. So I'll just try to add that. So yeah, so you can just some radial gradient and some linear gradient thing, and then this backdrop filter. So yeah, so maybe let's say blur 18 pixel, and saturate maybe 120% should be fine. And then this WebKit backdrop blur, again we'll just keep it as same. Fine, that's the thing. And now inside this, if it is processing, so this is what we'll try to show this div. And if it's processing is basically it's finalizing thing, and the kind of like we'll try to show the spinner animation thing, like it's like we captured all your dictation, and now we are just trying to clean it up, and then you can and trying to paste something of that sort. So here this let's first this add this, and this I'll keep it simple. So I wanted this to be rounded spinner, and let's apply this animate spin. Should be fine. And then this style, okay. So width, let's set this to 6, and and height, I'm just going to set this to 6, and border maybe, let's say 1.5 pixel, and let's have this solid, and color, I will use the same color that we used above. So I'll just try to add the same thing for border and the border top color. So pretty much the above that we have. And then this animation duration, let's maybe 0.8 or 9 seconds, something like this. Fine. That is for finalizing. And now if it's not processing, so that is for our 13 bars during recording. This is the thing. So now I need to use this array dot length of the yeah, let's try to, yeah, okay. We'll just try to keep this simple, this span thing, and let's try to close this. Okay, and here for each of the bar, what we'll do first, let's try to add this index key, and then this ref, which is important. So we need to attach this this element that we have, and here basically bar refs current value, we'll just try to set that. And this class, let's keep this one to be block, and this style. So here we need to set this width of each bar, maybe we'll keep this 1 or 1.5, and height maybe let's say 3, and border or radius, let's again, I wanted this to be a circle, and background we'll just keep maybe not this. So let's say white color, kind of like white color is something I need. So 220, yeah, I think, yeah, should be fine. And let's keep it this. Okay, this color might look better. And opacity, this one again depending upon is expanded or not. So if it's expanded, we'll try to set this to 0.92, else to 0. And this transform, is expanded, so let's set this scale to 1, else I'll just set this scale to 0.72 or so. Okay, and then this transition, will add height 100 milliseconds, like maybe linear, and opacity, and add this. Yeah, I think we're almost there. Fine. So this is the final div for the each bar, and yeah, what is the error? Okay, now yeah, this is the overlay that we have. So we're almost there, and now basically if I still we don't have but if I try to start, and from this DevTools console, if you try to call this show whisper window or from this main process, a pill will show at the bottom center, and we can try to show some fake events, like try to send like win.web contains.send whisper state as recording whisper event audio RMS value 0.4, and we'll be able to see that. But instead of doing it in dev console, let's try to wire this the orchestrator and this tab that we have. So to add that orchestrator, what we need to do is basically, and also we'll add the contents in the dictation tab as well. So I'll first try to focus on this orchestrator. So that we need to add in our window in our main section. So the dictation that we have, so let me just try to create the orchestrator.ts. okay, so in this again it should be straightforward, so I'll try to okay, let's try to get this done. So first is a couple of constant variables, like quick press grace milliseconds. So maybe let's set this to 250, and then this finalize timeout thing. So here maybe 2 seconds or so, yeah, or 800 milliseconds. Okay, fine. Then this type whisper state, so idle, or we know this thing, recording or finalizing. Okay, fine. And this state whisper state, let's keep this idle for time initially. And this session, this one speech session, and let me just try to import this from the speech host that we have. And this latex text also, let's keep this to empty string, and then press when it started at. So this I'll set this to 0. Okay, so now we need to create functions to broadcast and to broadcast state, and then on hold down what should happen, and hold up what should happen and all. So for that before going there, I need this helper functions. So for like when to play sound and all, so for just a better experience, so let's say I'm just trying to create this function called play commit sound. So this basically we'll try to use the existing sound that we have in our system. So again, it is going to be child process that I'll try to spawn. Yeah, and let's try to, so this user bin at this location. So, and here this volume, yeah, a volume, I'll just set this to maybe not, so let's keep this to 0.5. and this path, let's say it is in system library. You just check the path, and mostly this should be, this is what, yeah, okay, fine. And now I just need to, okay, let me just get rid of this. and I'll just ignore this, and also detached, yep, I'll just set this to true. And here let's try to, and catching error will not do anything, so that's fine, we'll just ignore. Also, yeah, you can just remove this. Fine. Okay, this is the simple helper function to play that sound. And now the function to broadcast, event, this is going to be of type speech event from the speech host, and this we are not going to return anything. So, and here let's try to first get this whisper window, the function that we defined just a while ago, and if there is no windows or window is destroyed, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to, or else we'll try to send this whisper event. That's the broadcast to send whisper event. And the same way we can just reuse the above function, or else I just for simplicity I'll just create this broadcast state, and also same thing, since we have this state variable above, I can just try to so this one, to be very clear, we want to broadcast next, right? So I'll just keep this and also get this whisper window, and same thing we'll try to send in here this next value into this state. So that is like, just to broadcast the state. Now the actual functions, the for holding up and holding down, so on, hold or down, so this one, yep. So inside this, first we'll try to, yeah, if its state is not equals to idle, then we'll just return here health first, then try to capture this process started at. So this will be this date dot now not process, it's press, right? Okay, yeah. Now with and latest text, I'll just set this to empty string again, initialize, and now we'll try to broadcast, call this broadcast state, and this is going to be a value recording. And now we'll try to show the whisper window. So I'll just try to call this show whisper window. That's when, like, whenever we try to start this, the whisper window should start showing up. And here let's try to get these settings. So I'll try to call in here these load settings that we have defined for our settings store, and then let's try to get this speech session as well. So I'll just try to, okay, and set this to session variable that we have, and this on this event, let's capture this event which is of type this speech event. Okay, and now this event dot type is partial, or event dot type is final. We'll set this to event dot text if we have, or else I'll again set whatever we have in the latex text, and here I'll just try to broadcast that event. And then this next dot start, we will pass in this language, and we are seeing this issue. Yeah, mostly, or else I'll just set this to okay. Let's go to this. Yeah, I'll just change this to a string and should be fine. Okay, fine. And just moving back, then we can just remove this. Mostly it'll be in English, so that's the thing. So this is on hold down, and now we need to create for on hold up. So here basically if state is idle, just the opposite. So if the state is idle, we'll just return this, and then this held, we need to get this now. So here it will be date dot now minus the press started at, and if this held is less than this the value that we have, so I'll just call this cancel dictation thing. So basically we'll try to create one helper here. So what I'm going to do in that is simple cancel dictation. So in that, if we have this session, we'll just call the session dot stop and set this session to null, and also everything will just reset. That's the only thing we are doing here. So latest text, let's set it to empty, and we'll try to now hide this whisper window, and also this broadcast will state as idle. So that's what I'll do now here. So cancel dictation, this thing, and then we'll try to return. Okay, else we'll try to broadcast a state as finalizing, and this finalizing, I'll just store whatever we have in session, and then I'll just set this session back to null, and we'll now basically we need to wait for processing the final a bit. We'll try to wait for the time that we have defined above. So for that also, let's maybe here, let's say wait for final thing, and here we'll try to receive this speech session, or maybe, or it can be null too, so I'll just be cautious here. And here basically we'll try to return new promise, resolve. Okay, and if we don't have the speech, that it's null, so we'll just try to resolve here. And now let's have this one variable settled as false. Initially I'll just set this to false, and we'll just try to create one function finish. So this basically it's going to be a simple function. So here if it is settled, we are going to return, else I'm just going to set that to true and resolve. And now here on event, again event is going to be of type this speech event, and inside this if this event dot type is basically final, all we need to do is basically set this event dot text whatever we have and call this finish. Else if this event type is error, or maybe the exit, again we'll just call this finish. Basically we're trying to handle both of them, and then I'll just try to call this stop, and we have this timeout, so we'll follow that constant that we defined above. So now I just need to basically here call that thing wait for finalizing, and then wait, we'll just try to commit and reset. So for commit again, maybe better to define there, or like helper function again. So I'll just try to define here, maybe commit and reset. Let's call the same name. So this again, it's going to return this promise. So first we'll try to get this text from this latest text, and for what we need to do, hide whisper window, and we need to broadcast the state as idle, and if there's no text, we'll just return, or else we need to call this injector text that we have defined, and also this settings. Let's try to load these settings, and if settings dot dictation sound enabled, we'll call this commit sound that we have, else we'll not call that. So again, this is where all the settings injections, and then yeah, mostly that is the thing, and we'll call this now here, await commit and reset. So this is the orchestrator, and mostly everything is wired up, and I can basically now go to our main thing. So here what we need to do here is basically create here this watcher. So I can call this get hold watcher, that function that we have, and now we can watch for the event. So if event type is down, we will try to call this hold down and hold up, which we just defined. So and after this this watcher dot start, and whatever we have this combo, we'll just pass in here. So the settings I need to, we have, let's try to capture this one into settings variable, and we should be good. Okay, fine. So this is the thing, and now if we try to start it and see, mostly it should start to work. And also before looking that, I'll also work on the dictation tab, and then we'll see the if its dictation feature is working completely or not. So in these renderer, let's go to this, let's close this settings section, this dictation tab. Okay, so here now we need to work on this. I'll try to keep it short. So basically we want these combos and all everything. So for that I have this list of the array combos. I'll just try to take that and add it here. So instead of adding it here one by one at a time, so but I'll just walk you through. So we know that okay, so this dictation combo, I just need to import this from this types. Okay, so value is going to be of type dictation combo, label and hint. So first we know we'll try to support only 3: function, hold function, then this default, and write command plus write opt, this is the thing, and control plus opt. So this is like, this is what we'll try to have. And now inside this dictation tab, so let's try to maintain the local state variable for settings. So set settings, so this one, yeah, this is, we'll try to, now we need to import this app settings, and also this use state. Yeah, mostly, yeah, okay, fine. So that's the settings, and here all we need to do is first try to get the settings value. So we'll try to wrap this inside the use effect, so on mounting, and let's try to import this use effect. So simple, we're just trying to get the settings, and then trying to set this into thing. We can directly call the set settings instead of handling it that way. Anyway, anything should be fine. And now let's have this functions to handle combo change and all. So here this should be, I think, and this is what we'll try to get that combo and try to call this save settings functions that we have, and pass on this combo to our dictation thing, and try to set that. So same thing, and same way for sound toggle as well. So handle sound or toggle. So async enabled again, this one dictation I'll just pass in sound enabled or not, and try to set this. Fine. So, and if there is no settings, I'll just try to add some this loader or so that should be a simple pulse thing. Something of this sort, which we already added, so just trying to be consistent. So this is the thing, and now let's focus on this the main thing. And here I'll just try to add, you can just change whatever however you wanted to add. So let's, maybe if you want to add some space, add it, or else let's add some margin text. I'll just keep this to be extra large, and font, and that should be dictation. And and maybe add some margin and dictation. Now it's not coming up next, so I'll just change this basically. Let's say hold to talk, and release to paste into the focused field. So that's what the this feature is all about, right? So that's the header, and now maybe I'll just try to add this card component, and let's try to import this things that we have. Okay, and also we're almost there. I'll show you this the UI in a while. Okay, and for each row I'll just try to have this reusable component here. Let's name that as like maybe a row, and here I'll just this React node, and then this title is going to be a string, and description maybe let's keep this optional, and this children, and let's try to destructure here icon title children. And this basically I'll just try to add some padding div. I'll okay, let's try to remove everything now. Okay, fine. And first div is for icon. So here I'll just wrap an icon, maybe adjust gap to 2 3 or whatever it is, and then we'll have this header text. Let's keep this I think this should be fine, font medium and foreground. And after this thing I'll just based on if description is there, we'll just try to wrap inside this p tag. This also, like, maybe we'll try to add margin top and some margin left or so, and wrap the text, and finally the for children. So again I'll just add some margin top as well as margin left or so. Fine, I think this should be fine. So this is the component we'll just try to wrap inside this card content that we'll be trying to add. So okay, so here, and let's not style by default, whatever it comes up should be fine. And now this row component, this icon. So I'll try to use this mic icon, and let's maybe add some height and width for that. So standard, we'll just try to keep it 4 height and 4 width. And the text, let's add this muted foreground. And title, let's maybe keep this as this hotkey. Yeah, the combination of keys to hold on to start dictation, whatever we can just add or ignore, that should be fine. Yeah, and here let's now have this select component, and yeah, value, this is what it's going to be. And handle combo change that we have, and select trigger, maybe let's say width, I will set this to 72, and we'll just import all this from the thing. And after this trigger, we'll just try to add this select content, and now the combos that we have, we'll just try to iterate and try to set this key and value. And this again, let's just try to import. And this label and value, maybe again we can try to wrap inside this. Let's say we'll have this maybe a simple span, and basically I'll just set this font type to be medium, and we'll expose this label, and then the hint whatever we have as part of that. And pretty much we are almost there, and that's like basically the first row or whatever it is. And here now I'll just try to add some small separator. So let's add in border at the top, and let's add this border class. And after that I'll just add this row for dictation thing. So it is going to be a simple switch component. Yep, pretty much the way. Yeah, so this is the dictation thing, and I think volume 2 and those switch component I need to import. Yeah, okay, so we're almost there, and now basically we should be able to check it out. Okay, let's try to start this. pnpm run dev. So basically now the first feature, the dictation related thing, we should be able to see that. So it's starting this thing. So if I just try to open this settings, yeah, so in the dictation thing, now we should see this. Okay, hotkey, so we should be able to save this changes. I'll just keep this to thing, and here we have, and so sound. So by so this is the styling, so you can just tweak the switch component. So I'm not focusing on that. So those are minor UI components, you can just go and check it out. But here this switch toggle, you will be able to change this. And now basically if I try to maybe open any text editor or so for example, let's say let's add my cursor here, and let's try to, if I hold function, I should see this overlay now, but before that I need to quit this the other application. And yeah, fine. So now let's try to hold, and our applications related thing, we should see this whisper overlay. So yep, I try to press, and it is asking now. If you see the separate bundle, this is how it is it's helping. Would like to access speech recognition, just try to allow it. And the prompting that I mentioned, so we saw this prompting. And now let's try to see again. So it wants to access the microphone now. So these are the two functions it needs, microphone and the speech thing. And now let's try to hold this now, the function key. Okay, the window is basically it's not visible. Let me check, but the let's try to fix that. Okay, window was not visible because here for surface equals to whisper, we had this empty fragment, right? So now what I did, I tried now imported this actual component that we need to showcase whenever this is on, and also in our orchestrator, the events basically it was like whisper colon state, not like whisper hyphen state and whisper hyphen event. So this these two things we need. I have corrected this, and now and restarted that, and it's working. So let's try to see this now. So let's try to check this. So anywhere, so you can open any Slack or Notion or any notes or any browser. So basically wherever you're trying to work, all it matters is the cursor. So the text injector basically works based on the cursor and all those things that we, by this time you should know the logic what we had in our that script in binary. Okay, so let's see now it's working or not. So I'll just try to speak some words and see if it's able to paste it here or not. Hello. We are just trying to build the tab with the three features: dictation, text to speech, and then the AI prompt anywhere, something like that. Okay, so now you see, hello, we're just trying to build the tab with the three features: dictation, text to speech, and then the AI prompt anywhere, something like that. So you saw now the overall so whenever we are trying to hold the function, we saw that whisper overlay the window panel appearing, and then we can dictate and it's able to capture that, and then once it's done, it's able to paste at the cursor position that we have, and then hide this window panel. So and this so if you see here, and additional after this, if we add some cleanup process from the AI, and you wanted some proper normal way that we try to write with periods and then proper formatting and all, we can just add that additional cleanup layer. But the whole intent is basically it's working, and that's what I wanted to show. Okay, so dictation is working. So it's now we need to maybe focus on the other feature, maybe AI prompt or like or whichever. Let's try to focus on remaining two features, and then maybe add additional AI cleanup at the end if needed. So you will see the loading, also the div that we added. So okay, so it's now we maybe we to maybe focus on the other features, maybe AI prompt or like whichever. Let's try to focus on remaining two features, and then maybe add additional AI cleanup. Okay, fine. So whatever we added, you're trying to see it's working, and I'll just try to remove this because this is the code component. So let me just try to get rid of this thing, and yeah, so that's the thing basically trying to check. And next I'll try to maybe add this everything we were trying to leverage whatever we have on our PC already. So trying to leverage the max speech and transcript and everything in built locally. So instead of like trying to rely on our own service or like other external providers, but like I said, we needed something for the cleanup and all. So there we'll try to add multiple AI providers like Anthropic, Gemini, or OpenAI, and we'll try to add those multi providers and then streaming related helpers, and then the AI tab that we need, and then we'll try to add the detached panel for that AI prompt related feature, and then we'll try to see how can we trigger that also with some shortcuts. So that's going to be our focus. So let's try to build one thing at a time now. Okay, first we'll add some store to store all the AI related keys that we wanted to store. So maybe in this main, I'll just try to create a new folder called AI, and in that let's create keystore.ts, and in here let's again try to maintain some providers. So this is going to be AI provider ID, and we'll just try to import from settings. And this is for now, let's keep it to 3 big frontiers ones. And now this we'll try to mask this keys. So I'll just, let's say, like, minimum unmasked length, let's keep this one to 8, and mask tail length, let's keep this one to 4. Okay, fine. And I'll just define this interface called, maybe I'll just name this as vault file, and we'll have simple version. So I'll just hard code it to 1, and here we'll have these keys. So maybe it is going to be partial of this AI provider ID that I have. Okay, and again, let's try to maintain the cache like we normally did for settings. So we'll try to be try to follow the same pattern where what we followed for settings. So this vault path, this is going to return a string. So, and instead of JSON, maybe we'll try to store this as encoded thing. And I'll just import this join from the path. Yep, and yeah, this should be the thing, and that's the path. And now the functions to load and save those things. So first, the function to load this one, will just try to return this vault file. So if cache, we'll just try to return this cache directly. So, and then I'm just going to wrap this one in the try catch block, and we'll just try to read that the path that we have, and we'll try to parse it into vault file. And here maybe we'll do some checks. So if this past version, maybe let's say is equals to 1, and the type of this keys is object, we'll just try to return here this cache related details. Yeah, and else will not worry about other versions. So I'll just maybe for time being just not do anything. Yep, and even in cache, maybe just ignore. And here now this cache, I'll just return default thing if nothing is there. So initially we'll just say thing. Fine. And this file system, I need to import this thing. Yeah, fine. That's the thing for loading thing. And for now the saving, so async function save vault. So in here first the target is vault path, and as usual, so temporary this thing, so pretty much. And then I'll try to stringify this and store this, and then we'll try to rename that, and then try to set this. Yep, so this the pretty much the same. And then we'll have the helpers to get specific key and set specific key and all. So yep, so in here this will always try to return this string. And yeah, we'll try to load this and try to get this key. And so I'll get that key, and if we don't have the key, I'll just return empty string. Else we will try to we need to decrypt whatever the thing that we have encrypted. So kind of helper functions we need to decrypt and encrypt. So maybe what I'll do, so I'll come back to this. Let's try to create separate file just for clean separation, nothing else. So here I'll name this as safe storage.ts, and here let's try to have this prefix plain text prefix. So I'll simple thing. So we'll have two functions. One is to encrypt secret. So we'll receive the plain text, which is going to be of type string, and here if we don't have plain text, I'm just going to return this string. And also now I'll use this safe storage from this Electron and check if this is encryption available. So if so, we will try to return this prefix and plain text, and if it is there, if not, we'll just try to encrypt this one and to string base 64. Okay, fine. That's the thing. And now the decrypt script, so it should be pretty much the same. If there is no secret, then starts with this thing. I'll just try to slice whatever the plain text prefix that we have, and then we'll try to decrypt from this base 64. And then I'm just going to I think we can just get rid of this. Yeah, this should be a simple thing. And now let's go back here for our key store, and now I can just call this now. So yeah, the decrypt script, and I just need to import from this the function that we have. And same thing now for our setting key. So provider, and then the key that we have, and again we'll try to load this. Then here let's say the vault file, and here version and the keys, let's try to spread whatever we have in the keys. And then if we have key, then the provider is something, I'll just try to encrypt that, and we need to import this thing. And else what we will do is basically I'll just try to delete this provider, and all we need to do is save that to vault. So that's the thing. So this is the way to set and say get, and also maybe any helpers that we need. So maybe clear function, like I'll just maybe add one more function, and if you need anything else, we'll come back here. Let's say I want to do clear key, so all we need to do is just set that to empty string. So this is the simple helper that we need. And now we need to add the IPC methods. So for that, what I'll do, so let's open this IPC folder that we have. So same way like we have for settings, I'll just try to create in that way. So AI key IPC.ts, and in here let's have this provider schema. So yeah, it will be and I need to import this jar and also the key schema. So minimum I'll just maybe keep this as 1, and maximum maybe 256, that should be fine. And the function called register AI key IPC, something like that, we can just name that. Okay, so now safe handle, we'll just try to import this from the function that we have. So first thing is
to list keys. Okay, to list keys, maybe it's better that we add a function inside our key store that maybe, yeah, we wanted to list the keys, right? So I'll just add list keys, and yeah, I'll just name it as like list key, maybe metadata. Yeah, I think that should do. And return this promise of this key meta. Okay, I'll just try to define here this interface. So this basically will have this provider, and it has key or not, a boolean, and then this masked, so this is going to be either string or null. Okay, so this is what I'll have. So we'll try to get the vault and just iterating these providers, and basically we need to decode things, not just right away written like this. So let me do some okay, so here first let's try to get what is stored. Okay, and first I'll try to check if it's not stored. We'll just return the provide id and ASCII as false and masked as null. If it has, then I need to decrypt it. So I'll need to decrypt that, and then okay, now should be fine. Okay, yeah, so once we decrypt that, here what we need to do is basically return this provider and ASCII. So basically this one we will so this decrypted dot length is greater than 0, then that's fine. And masked, let's try to maybe return this mask of whatever the decrypted it is. Yeah, I'll just, so for that I'll just define here a simple function, maybe, yeah, here function mask, and pass in this key string, and I'll just return. So we'll do just simple checks here, return empty string, and if yeah, pretty much if key dot length is then this, we'll just try to repeat this, or else, like, pretty much we wanted to hide those, just mask those values. So here I'll just need to pass in this thing. So that's the simple list key metadata that we have. And now going here, all I'm going to do is basically just call those function. So yeah, exactly this way. So I'll just import that thing, list key meta, and that is the one to list keys. And the same way, now to set and get key, we can just call the same way, and also for okay, fine. So this is the simple thing. So for setting key, clear key, I need to add it here. Okay, what's the issue here? The provider, yeah, okay, fine, now this should be fine. So this is the thing, and now I need to register this one inside our main thing that we have here. So register AI IPC that we have, and yeah, and also now in the preload we need to extend our interface so that it will be strongly typed for our renderer. Okay, so in here all I need to do is basically first let's try to maybe list AI keys, and this should be promise of this key meta that we have from AI key store. So I'm just going to, and same thing for other things, so I'll just this should be the definitions for all of them. So AI provider ID is also imported, and now in bridge we need to add here all this list keys and get AI key and set AI key and clear AI key. Okay, so this is the bridge that we have, and we are just trying to expose and main into the bridge. Fine, so this is the basic trying to establish this multi-provider that now way to store and all. Now we have this way, and before we go on to like maybe add content into our AI tab in the settings sections, I need some the streaming helper. So basically all this the tokens that we get streamed, so kind of like SSA helper that we need so that we can wrap for all three providers, though I'll try to write it in a simple and vague manner and not rely on any libraries or just which provides a wrapper for any AI provider that we have. So let's see like how maybe we'll see how just we wanted that to start working, not least concerned about the quality of the code for time being. So here this provider.ts, okay, and let's maybe minimize this a bit. Okay, so in here what we will do is basically let's first try to define this interface for our AI message, the pretty standard thing. Okay, so role it is going to system user assistant and content, that's the thing. And then this other interface called maybe generate options, and this will have this provider AI provider ID, and we need to import this from settings types. Okay, and then this model it's going to be of type string, then this message which is going to be above message array, then others just standard things. I'll just add temperature, the max tokens, let's number, and then the signal to abort this. So we'll have these things. Fine, so this is generate options, and this model default models I'll just add the dictionary for that. So default models, so this one record of this thing. So basically Anthropic, OpenAI, so this are old models, so maybe we can keep here Opus or Sonat or whatever series, any model should do. I'll just keep Opus 4.7, and this one maybe GPT 5.5, and here we have 3.5 flash latest, I guess, or pro. You can just cross check, that should be fine. And then we can add the list of the supported models. So just refer to the actual model ID that we have on their website and try to add them properly. So I just have the sample list for like maybe couple or few models of each provider, so I'm just trying to add it here. So basically so Anthropic for we can add Opus 4.8 or so, or like 7.6, just stick to this thing and Gemini and all. Okay, fine. Anyhow, we'll be using just a simple model. Okay, fine. And now we have and just an helper to understand OpenAI's reasoning model. So that's the O1 series. So I'll just so here maybe we'll just try to add this pattern. Okay, fine. So and we'll have some general AI provider related error. Just I'll try to extend this error class. Okay, so AI, let's try to extend this. So here I think let's just try to keep it simple in the constructor. So provider, which is AI provider ID, public the status, yeah, number, and then the message. So and then we'll just try to inherit this, pass in this message, and this dot name I will just try to set this as AI provider error. Okay, fine. And then I need one helper function to read the SSE. Basically that will be like how we had it for old watcher or something like that, trying to read every event that we are getting from the binaries that it is writing to standard output. So that way we'll have some helper to read this SSE data events that will be emitted by these providers, so that for 3 of the providers we can just use this for consuming. So here I'll just name that as the same SSE. So here we'll try to have this response as the first param, and then the on event callbacks that we wanted to listen to. So all this will be of type data. So this is the callback event listener that we'll try to have, and then the signal to abort, and this is and then we'll just try to return nothing. So I'll just promise of void. Okay, so first we'll do a simple sanity check. So if response dot body we do not have, I'll just try to return. Else let's create this reader thing from this response body get reader, and this decoder, let's create a new text decoder, and I'll just create buffer variable things, and let's try to iterate continuously. So here basically we'll check if we have any signal aborted that we have received as part as a param. Straight away we'll just try to call this cancel function on the reader object and return from here. Else let's try to collect this value and this done from this reader.read. So if it's done, we'll just break out of this loop. Else we'll just try to concatenate this buffer variable that we have. So stream, I'll just set this to true. So and then this lines buffer will just try to split by new line. That should be, yeah. Okay, and then this lines will just try to pop. Okay, and else I'll just capture empty string. And now all we need to do is basically try to iterate. So this for const, maybe let's name this as raw line of this lines array that we have. And first let's try to trim it, and we'll again double check after trimming if we have line or not. So if it has line, and if it does not starts with data, then I'm just going to continue it. Else will capture this data. So this line dot slice phi may, and just try to trim extra space. Okay, and so if this data is done. We'll just try to return, not even break. So we'll just exit from here this, and then we'll just call this callback thing that we have on event data. So this is a simple helper function to read the SSE, and we'll try to consume this in our the below function. So this is what we'll try to name it as a pump or so. So that is like, you'll understand. So this main function that I wanted to use it in all our the major provider whenever they're trying to stream. So just trying to handle this, basically trying to simulate this producer consumer and also this back pressure things and all those things. So inside this thing, so let's try to create this function. Let's say this, maybe I'll just name this as a pump or whatever it is, and here we'll have this AI provider ID, and then this response I'll just pass in, then this extract function. We'll just try to extract that, and again as usual a signal about signal, and we are going to return this async iterable of type string. So and inside this, and now let's create this chunks array which is going to be of type string. So and we'll have this queue resolve, like I said, to handle some back pressure situation. Okay, so here let's define its type. So this will have this value maybe of type iterator result of type string, undefined. Okay, and I'm just going to, this is going to be its type, or it can be null. So by default we'll just set this to null. Okay, and then done or not, so boolean variable, so we'll just set default to false, and then this error or null, so I'll set this to null. Okay, now this function that we have, so I'll just try to consume this one and attach in this response that I have, and now this data in the callback thing. So let's try to capture this into text variable, and this fine, and inside this one let's try to extract the data that we have. If it's some error, we'll just try to maybe console that thing. So instead of maybe capturing, I can just console, and then we'll try to return that. So if that is a thing, so now after if there is no error, we'll again try to do double check. If there's no text, we'll just return, and if this queue resolve is not null, then I'll just try to get that resolve and set this to null, and then we'll pass in this value to text, and done, we'll set this to false. If that is null, we'll just try to push to this our chunk thing and pass this signal. Okay, and now that's the callback function, and here maybe we can try to catch this error. So let's say, and try to set it to our error variable like in here. So this error as we have, and then finally inside this we'll set this done to true, and if q resolve is not null, so again I'll just try to do q resolve, and we'll set that again value undefined, and done, we'll just set this to true. So this is the how we are trying to consume this SSE function inside this that we have. And now again let's so here again I'll add a loop in here, and if at the end, even if we have chunks left, so I'll just do a check in here, then we'll try to yield these chunks and continue, and if done, and if error will throw, or else we'll just return. And finally I'll just yield await new promise of string and resolve, and also maybe take in this reject as well. Okay, and in here q resolve, I'll just try to maybe inside this, if it is done, and if again we have any error, I'll just reject, else we'll just resolve with empty string, and I'll just try to pass in this. Okay, so basically what is that if we are doing is like we do here the iterator loop. The last thing is basically, if there are queued chunks, we'll try to yield the next one, like caller catches up, and if the stream is done and no chunks left, we'll throw any pending error or return clearly. Otherwise, like caller is faster than the network, and we try to park and promise that some future read SSE callback will resolve. So that's like we're trying to handle this back pressure. So basically, if the model produces faster than UI consumes, and chunks really help us to queue up, if the UI consumes faster than model produces, the UI awaits. Either side can be the bottleneck, and that's how we try to handle this. So that's the simple things. So it helps us to act as an abstractor for all of the providers that I will be trying to add it now, and let's you will understand here. So once I try to start creating a providers for each of the providers, so that's the pump function that we'll try to use. So here let's try to define simple types for the things that we wanted to reuse again and again in all of the three providers. So this I'll just try to keep this as a record of like string dictionary of string to unknown thing, and then maybe this Anthropic event. So this thing will have this type, which is going to be of type string, and then this delta, which is of type string, and this text as okay. So that's the type for Anthropic event. And for OpenAI event, so this will have the choices, and this delta, and it will have this content. Okay, and this is going to be an array of that. And now for Gemini event, so this will have this candidates and contents. Basically it will have these parts. Okay, string, so this is going to be an array, and this, yeah, I think this is the thing. Okay, fine. So this is for Gemini event, and now let's try to handle one function at a time. So mostly I'll use here to showcase the Anthropic connected provider later, but you can use other providers as if you whichever you're preferring. Okay, so function, so I'll just name this as Anthropic. So here this options, this generate options that we have,
and async iterable the string is what we are going to return. So first let's try to get this key. So we'll use this get key and pass in from this key store, and I'll just pass in here this Anthropic, and if there is no key, we'll just throw that missing API key for that specific provider. So that's the thing. And then this model will take the default thing if user has not selected anything. Okay, and let's try to prepare this system. So ops dot message and whatever the role of that system is, and I'll just try to capture that. And this rest is something that we'll try to separate, and this body, this request body. So, and let's pass in this max tokens. (1024) messages rest.map. So, and here we'll just try to attach the role and the content, and I'll just pass in this stream as to, you can just refer its docs and you should be able to understand its pattern to send the request to their APIs. Okay, and if system, we'll just try to attach the system, and if we have this temperature and other details and all. So basically if it is not equals to undefined, then you need to attach to this body. And now finally you can make a request to that. So yeah, it is going to be pretty much this thing. And so let's try to close this, and method is going to be post, and this headers, this content type application JSON, and you need to pass in this API key that we have, and this Anthropic version. You can send in, yeah, whatever the latest, just try to check that, and you should be able to so check that. Mostly you can check the docs and pass in the right thing, and the body will just stringify and pass in, and we need to attach in this signal as well, so ops.signal. Okay, fine. So this is the thing, and once we make a request, so if this response is not okay, then we need to capture what we have, and maybe I'll just, and then throw this error whatever we have, and I'm just going to throw in this way. Else we need to now call this pump helper function that we have, and pass in this basically, yeah, and the response whatever we have things, and the data thing, and try to parse that as basically Anthropic event, and if that type is basically not message, so here we need to handle content block delta, and event dot delta dot text. We need to return this text, else null, and then yeah, this is the way stream Anthropic. So like this we need to write a similar way for our Gemini and OpenAI. So let's try to quickly write them,
And yeah, okay, so fine. So I'll just see if the authorization is something it's helping me correctly or not. uh, this is a string. We'll try to get the key. If it's not, we're throwing here model. Yep, we're trying to take that. And request body, so model messages is basically here I'll just try to directly use this whatever we have. Model that we have, and here this messages. Yeah, we'll just try to iterate the messages that we have. And stream, I'm just going to set this to true. And now again same way, we are just going to handle first this max tokens. So if this is not undefined, so we need to pass that max tokens. And also now this temperature related things, so ops dot temperature, if it's not undefined, and also if this is not exactly the helper that we have, then we can just set this temperature to that. So and then I'm just going to make an request post call to this endpoint. So completions, mostly these days they recommend to use responses API, but that's fine. It'll work no matter because it's not retired, it's still there. Okay, so this headers, content type, and then authorization, passing this bearer key, and then body signal. Yeah, pretty much the same that we wanted to see. And now in here this text, we'll try to get that and throw this thing, and after that we'll just try to call this OpenAI response, and then trying to get these choices delta dot content or null, and then we'll try to pass this. Fine. And now we need to add for Gemini. So I'm just going to, yeah, so this basically same thing, try to get the key and check. If it's not, will and model defaults model. And here basically the contents is something we need to prepare a bit first. So here contents, basically this ops dot messages, we need to basically filter here a bit. So not equals to system, and then we need to only capture basically if this role is assistant, I'm going to set this to model, else this as a user. And then here we need to attach in here these parts, and yeah, I think this is the way. Okay, fine. And now this system, so we need to just try to get the system's content. And now this body, yep, so this request body, so I'll just pass in this contents that we have. And if we have this system, I'll just this should be system instruction. Okay, so here I'll just pass in here these parts. You can just double check the formats of those respective providers, and I'm just accordingly try to add what is the body that it expects. So again, this is if it's this should be opts, not parts. Okay, so if it is not undefined, I need to body dot generation config. We need to attach this thing, and now let's first remove this max tokens. We'll add this. So this URL is basically so generative language, Google APIs, V1 beta models. And here this encode URI component, we need to pass it in basically models that we have. So and pass it this model name, and then I need to attach in this stream generate content, and then this alt SSE, and then we need to attach in this key. Okay, fine. So this is the URL that we have, and now we can make a fetch call to that. So fetch URL method post headers application JSON body, and then signal, and if it's not okay, and just try to throw this else. Now we'll try to make, so this one should be Gemini. Okay, and this provider ID, I think we have it as you have here as a Gemini, so basically that is why it is throwing an error. So this also okay, let's do one thing. So I'll just change this to Google. Okay, so here as well, now let's change this one to Google. So mostly the error should be fixed, and okay, there is typo error. That's fine. I'll just try to provider error ID. I missed D. That's fine. You can just correct that typo and the thing. But this is the, where is this Gemini, and we are just passing in this thing response and trying to collect that. So this is going to be parts of 0.text and now labs.signal. Okay, fine. So this is the thing, and now let's try to create the function called generate, just the switch helper. So based on the provider, we will try to so Anthropic will call the respective function, and default I'll just throw in like invalid provider. So simple generate helper that we need, this thing. And also now for in our settings, whenever user is trying to add the specific key, it's maybe we wanted to validate a key if the key that he is trying to add, is it correct or not. So maybe that also I'll just try to add in one function. So provider, this AI provider, and then just key, pass in this string, and here boolean is whether it's a valid or not. So I'll just try to get that value, and here first thing we'll check is if there's no key, I'll just return false, and then let's try to handle in the try catch block. So first I'll just try to check for this Anthropic, and here what we'll do, we'll try to make a call to this messages, and okay, pass in this and body I'm just passing in this, let's use this default models Anthropic message, and okay, hello world, and also max tokens. Let's keep, we don't want to waste tokens, so I'll just keep this as a 1. Yeah, and yeah, messages that we'll try to make a call, and we'll see. So this response, and we'll just try to return this response dot okay. Fine, that is for the Anthropic, and now for OpenAI. So this one should be simple thing. So we can just make a request to models list, and don't have to make two messages like we did for thing OpenAI. So here we need to pass in, so I need to pass in this authorization and attach the bearer key. Okay, fine, and let me just close this, and we need to just return response dot okay. Fine, and same thing for Google. We'll just try to make, so models, the key, so the endpoint is something wrong. Okay, let me just remove from here. Okay, I'll just remove. So here it's just like, it is just slash models itself, and just we need to attach the key, and no need to provide all of these things. So here we need to just provide this key, and yeah, and also I don't have to, yeah, simple, and let's remove this thing. So this is the fetch call, and I'm just trying to remove, and response dot okay. Yep, and get rid of this thing, and yeah, and in the catch block we are going to say that it is false, and even at the end I'm just going to return by default false. So that's a simple function to validate a key, just if whatever the user is entering is correct or not. So this is the things that we need. So just the streamer helpers, and we're almost there. So now we added all the way to handle streamings from those endpoints and all things. So let's now try to add this AI tab or related things in our settings. So for that, and also we added this validate key. Maybe I'll try to expose that also through IPC first, and then we'll add that. So this basically this AI key IPC, so I need to add this safe handle validate key. So let's const, and then I'm just going to let's try to get this thing, and here basically what we will do, let's make this as, anyhow it's asynchronous, so and so here what we will do, so let's do one thing. So let's try to get the value, so validate key, and if it's not okay, So we'll just try to throw an error, not an IPC error. We don't have an extended error class, and else we'll just return true. So that's the thing. And also we wanted a way to expose the list of the models. So maybe here AI list models. So I think this should be simple list that we have called that supported models that we have. So I just need to import that. Okay, so yeah, so this is the thing. And let's now open so I'll just open this preload that I have. Yep. So in here we need to add okay, so I need to add here validate key and this list AI models. And also now here let's try to, yeah, the pretty much the thing. Okay, fine. So all right, now we have this. So let's go to this settings. So AI tab. So this is the default placeholder. We have not implemented anything. So here let's try to add quickly be all the providers that we have, and we'll try to see if this gets rendered in our settings window or not. So this basically what I'll do first. Again, these providers and all, we have this list. So let's try to maintain providers. So this one, this AI yeah, okay. So Anthropic and all those things, and also default models. Okay, so I think mostly we'll try to get this quickly. And okay, so here I need now state variables. For first thing, the keys. Let's this basically it's going to be of this key meta that we have. Let's try to set by default null. So key meta, so this, let's try to properly, you can add this paths issue or in some TS config, and you can just try to either way it works. So I'll just keep this. Okay, meta that we have, and then this models, which it's going to be of this type that we have, and then this settings, and this is going to be of type use state app settings. Yep. And or null, so by default null. Okay, and I'll just have one function to refresh keys. So let's wrap this one inside this use callback, and this one let's make this synchronous. So here what we are going to do is basically I'm just going to list AI keys, and I'm just going to set that to the keys variable that we have. So fine. And now in this use effect thing, let's try to, in the promise.all, I'll just try to call this list AI keys, list AI models, and also the get settings that I think. and then we'll try to set into this respective local variables that we have above. So yeah, and okay, that's the on mounting is what we'll try to do. So let me just pass in this, that's the thing. And now few functions to handle this model change, provider change, then prompt hotkey change, and all those things, so, which is what we'll have in this AI related tab. So I'll just try to add those functions. So first, handle model change. So this let's again keep this as asynchronous. So provider, and also this model string. So all right, so this basically here what we will do is basically, yep, next. So we'll try to save this settings. So AI models, this we'll just try to update this provider to the model whatever user is trying to choose, and I'm just trying to set this into settings, and we can just maybe show this toast dot success, like model updated for provider, or so whatever it is, whatever the message that you wanted to, you can just add here. And next is the handle default provider change. So again, this should be same thing. We'll try to call this save settings AI default provider. I'm just going to set that, and here we need to just update this and all. So again, we can just add in this success toast and all. Then this prompt key change. So handle prompt hotkey change. So here again, AI prompt hotkey, and I'll just update this thing, and prompt key updated and all. Fine, that's the thing. And we'll have this check. If we don't get any values, anything, we are still loading this thing. Normally we'll just have this the standard loading spinner that we have, just trying to show the animated pulse and all those things, just indicator that we are still loading, and trying to get from our the main thing, the Electron things. Okay, fine. If not, now let's try to change this thing. So it is going to be standard what we have. So this space in my direction, so some, and if you want to add, you can add some margin here, and this header. So pretty much the same, and it's going to be AI, and like maybe you can just keep like AI settings and API keys, or you can be very specific what this is exclusively for, like connect providers for the prompt window, and dictation cleanup is exactly what we need for. And that's this header. So now the providers is something that we need to list down. So here I'll try to create one div for that, and here let's add some space in the y direction, and we need to now iterate through that providers. So maybe I'll just create providers and render here. Okay, so here we can create one component just to reuse. So what I'll do, so I'll just maybe quickly add a simple component inside the settings itself, called let's name that as provider row, just a reusable component, nothing much in that. Okay, so here let's close this. It'll be so again, so I'll just have this provider label, and this Anthropic Google, this should be that thing. And then this provider int, I'm just trying to glorify just a few things, that's it, nothing else, not much in here. You can ignore as well if you wanted to just showcase the details. And something like this. So Anthropic is a company that provides platform. You can just add, no, everything is same, so we can maybe add something like, let's say Claude for family, like yeah, something like this, same. And here also you can add some details, whatever you wanted to provide. And okay, and after adding, let's add the props that we need for this component. So this is going to be provider, then this meta, which is the AI key key meta. So I'm just going to import that. Okay, fine. And then this models, this again going to be and then this selected model, which is going to be string or undefined, and this default model, let's keep this to string. And yeah, callback things on model change, and then this on key change. So on key change, let's try to, yeah, okay, I think this is that should be it. And this provider row, now let's try to extend this all that we have. And now let's try to basically add all of these things that we need as part of this component. So this is quite some change that we need. So first is, are we editing? So set editing, I'll just set this to false. And then this show key, like this is again false. And then the draft, set draft, okay. So this use state, I'll just set this to empty string. And then is it busy? So set busy, use state. So here this save or validate or clear, or let's null. So I'll just initialize it to null. Okay, then function to handle this save. So we'll just try to wrap this inside this use callback. Use callback thing. So here basically the next key which is going to be of type string. So we'll just try to set it is, we are doing some operation here, that is this busy variable is all for, and try to wrap this in the try catch block. And all we need to do is now try to call this set AI key, pass in this next key and along with the provider. And then I'm just going to add like a key saved for this. And then we'll try to set this editing back to false, and set draft to empty string. And then we try to call this on key change. And then I'm just going to, yeah, maybe throw in some header. And yeah, this should be provided on key change, this thing. And same way for handle validate, we'll again try to wrap in the async. And this basically we'll set this busy to validate again. Yep. So but here this target, if it is editing, we need to get this draft or else this empty string. And if there is no target, we'll just try to return that. And then set busy, let's set that to validate. And then this we need to set this to target, and we'll show the toast message, and finally we'll set it to and also this, let's change this to, it also depends on this editing thing, so I'll just update this thing as well. And handle clear as well, we'll try to set this and clear this API key, and let's try to call this on key change callback thing, and yep, that's the thing for handle clear. Okay, fine. I think mostly the functions that I need are there, so that's fine. That's the thing. And let's try to have some boolean variable. So if it has key, so this meta dot as key, else we'll try to set this to false. Then is it masked, meta dot masked, or else we'll just set it to null. Now we'll try to wrap everything inside our card component. So here I'll just try to wrap, and here this the card content, and let's add some styling. So basically I'll just try to add the padding and then flex, and make this column and gap of 3. Okay, and first let's also try to import this component so we don't see that error. And all we need, whatever we need, I'll just try to import. Later we can just remove if you are not using them. Okay, fine, that's the card content. And then in this first the wrapper and the div. So in this let's try to make this as item start, so justify between. So I'm just going to add this, and again add some gap. And in here basically first we'll try to add this provider label and also the hint, so the list that we prepared above. So we'll just try to use that. So try to wrap in this h3 header, and make this text as a smaller, and font medium, and text, let's add this as the foreground. Okay, fine. And here, yep, provider label provider is what we'll do. And then the p tag, so text small, mute foreground, and and I'll just try to add this. And below this will, if it has a key and we are not editing, then will show some text like connected. So this I'll just try to import from Lucid React and add some styling, maybe width and height for that icon. And and then here I'll just show this as connected, and to make it look, maybe I can style this root span, so make this text as extra small, and also maybe we can just add some emerald color, let's say 500, and flex, and let's try to make this center and add this gap of 1, and I'm just going to flex make this shrink 0. Okay, that's the connected thing, and this div. So that's basically the what will show the label and all. And now we will try to handle one editing at a time, so that will be in this div. So again, let's just wrap this as the flex and item center, and add some gap between each of those things. So here, if this editing is true, then I'll try to show this input component. So basically here this input component, let's try to so basically we'll try to use this kind things. And here this type, I'll just try to show key. So basically if that's the case, we will show it as a text, or else it's going to be a password. And this placeholder, so here we will enter your key, something that I'll just try to add. And here this value, I'll just set this to draft. Okay, and on change, I'm just going to set this to set draft, the target value that we have. And on this key down, so basically let's handle in here this, if this e dot key is equals to enter, then basically handle yeah, we need to just call this handle save function. And yeah, so if it's escape, I'll just set this editing to false. So, and also we need to set this draft to empty string. So yeah, that's what. And also the class, let's try to spread it. And okay, this, and let's have this autofocus to add in. So that's the thing. And after that, I'll just add a button. So here this should be, maybe let's make this one ghost icon. Let's make this, yeah, you can add additional things, and I'm just going to keep this simple. So UI appeal is something I'm not concerned, so I'll just basic functionality, and then polishing later. If you want, you can just take care of that. So here, yeah, and this type, okay, fine. And now inside this thing, so, and also let's import this button. Okay, so inside this thing, if show key, I'll use this I of yeah, or else I, pretty much. Okay, and let's try to import this from the Lucid React. And also if you want, you can just keep this height and width as 3 or 4, whatever makes sense. So that's the I thing. And then to validate and all those things, so let's copy the same thing, and we'll just try to, yeah, so again this size, let's make this one too small, and we'll try to handle validate that. And this one, let's add this is disabled. Basically if busy is not equals to or null, or this draft dot length is equal to 0. Okay, and yeah, mostly it should be it. And this icon, I don't think we need this. I'll just add this as the validate text. Busy cannot find. Okay, typo. Okay, fine. And then this so that's for validating, and another for to save. So basically this size, let me change this to small, and remove this variant. And also here we need to handle this, the save here. And same thing, let's remove this thing. So this will be disabled. if the same thing busy is not equals to null, or this draft dot length is equals to 0. Yep. And here now basically so what I'll do here, if busy is equals to save, we'll try to add this exactly, and handle save we do have it here. So what is the issue? Okay, I need to pass in here this draft. Okay, that's the thing. Now here now we can let's remove this thing. What I want to show here, let's try to add a divs. Like we'll try to basically this is like no key set. Like if it has key, we'll try to show master thing. So basically actually the key has been set already. So this font mono and text, let's mute foreground, and inside this I'm just going to okay, fine, yeah. And here we'll have this button to change or add key thing. So this size, let's keep this one to smaller, and variant, let's make this one to be a ghost. Okay, on click I'm just going to set this editing to true. So set editing back to true, and inside this now if it has a key, we'll just add the change, or else we'll have this text as the add key. Fine, that's the thing. And here now if this has a key, so if that is a true, we will add an option to clear that. Okay, so size I'll just keep small, icon small. You can just adjust the changes. I'll just see whichever looks good. And variant ghost, and disabled busy is not equals to null. And and maybe we can add a little bit of styling. So text muted foreground, and on our text destructive. Yep. And here now basically if busy is clear, we'll just try to show the loader or else the trash icon, and I'm just going to import from this Lucid React. So that is for this key thing. And now the model thing, and I think we're almost there. That will be like select a wrapper that we'll try to have. So here let's try to add in this key, and this models dot length, if it's greater than 0, we will try to just try to wrap inside this div, and let's add some padding. Okay, and here some header, maybe model or so. And width, maybe let's set this to, let's say, width of 12 or so. And below this we'll try to add this select wrappers. So here we will have this value as first selected model. If not, we will set this to default model, and and here this on value change, we need to just pass on this value to this on model change function that we have. All right, and first let me just try to close this select, and inside this all we are going to do, add in the select trigger, and here maybe we can just try to style this. So just I'll try to set this height to be like maybe 7, text maybe extra small, and width let's say like 56 or so. Okay, fine. And inside this select value, and this select content, we'll just try to iterate through this models list that we have, and I'm just going to pass in this key and value as the model, and the text size maybe we can just text extra small. That should be it. So this is the provider row, and now let's try to use this inside our AI tab. So here this providers that we have the things that we are trying to loop through. So now all I have to do is basically just try to call these components. So instead here now use this provider row, and try to import this from this component that I have just added this thing. So here let's see, like the key provider, and this meta models and settings default. Yeah, pretty much what is the issue here. Okay, this provider, let's add this undefined. Okay, now we should not see an issue. Okay, fine. So that's the thing, and below this I'll try to add this card for our dictation cleanup stuff. So that's the thing now. So in here, this card content, so here I'll just add some padding, and also like space in y direction maybe 4. Yeah, that should be fine. And let's try to close this card content, and in here just the header, normal routine stuff. Okay, and maybe if you want you can just add more gap or so, and inside this again maybe an header, a div you wanted to wrap in, you can just add that, and text will just add like not prompt hotkey. So here default provider or something like this, and here I can add maybe used by ask AI and dictation cleanup. Okay, that's the this thing, and here we'll just add now the select component, and here let's try to pass in this settings.ai.default provider on value change, and so I'll just try to import basically from this component select that we have. Okay, settings.ai default provider, and then we'll just pass this one width. Let's set this to 44, and select value trigger, and select content also. Now we need to wrap in here. So basically what we'll do, we'll just try to iterate through this providers thing, and this select item, we need to import this. I think that's the only thing. Okay, my system is hanging. Okay, that's why you see bit of lag. Okay, select item and then provider label is provided, and then select content is wrapped up. Mostly we're almost there, and then the after that I need to add the prompt shortcut. So after this, basically below this div, I'm just going to add a div. So here I'm just going to add in this flex an item center and justify, try to make this between and a gap of 4. Let's add some padding bottom, sorry, at the top, and a border also at the top, and okay. So here again this header, like prompt hotkey. So this is basically for our prompt shortcut. So yeah, something you can open the AI prompt window from anywhere or something like that. I'll just try to change this here. Opens the AI prompt window from anywhere. Okay, and below this hotkey recorder, and we need to set this in pass and this right value. Okay, the function. Yeah, and mostly we are done, and I just need to and provider label. Okay, this provider label path, why is it, where is it? This should be from our provider row. Yeah, and I'm just going to get rid of this. Okay, so that's it, and this key meta, I don't know why. Maybe if we just restore or so, we'll see that. But this is this thing. So now if I maybe try to restart this, so basically if we try to restart this, we should see all of these things in our AI related window. So let's see, like it's starting this, and mostly in our setting stuff we are getting there, and all the settings that we need. Next we need to add the detached model for this AI prompt window as well, and then we need to wire this command shortcut key for that, and then we can try to see how it looks like. So I'm just trying to open this settings. So this settings, now if I open this, yeah, we have this. So by default, because I was already testing before, so I had this connected to this, so that's why we have here. But you can just select all the models that we have for specific provider, and if I add this provider, you will be able to see the models set and all those things here, and this default provider that we have, and the prompt shortcut we can just try to click to record here. So maybe if I wanted to set, I can set it to like command shift P or so, something like that. So I have selected this command shift P, and now see it was able to save and had it. And this to remove the styling and all, you can just add this overflow y1 to be scroll invisible and all. You can just adjust that. So you can change, delete, and this is all the things that we added, and this is the masking and all those things. So mostly, yeah, we are almost there. And we'll next we'll need to add this detached window panel, and we'll need to wire that shortcut to trigger that, and then we can try to test that second feature. And let's try to do that now. Okay, and now the detached panel for our prompt, and you can play here with adding key, deleting key, changing key, and all those things. I have already played with it, so I'm least interested in that. So now let's continue on the prompt window. So now that we have added the detached panel, so the helper function now really helps us to make this prompt writing this prompt window a quick one. So main, let's go to this window, and here all I need to do is just create maybe prompt.ts. okay, and in here we need to just define this width. Maybe let's keep this to 640, and height maybe some 400ish, 420, and this top inset I want this to be my maybe 120. Okay, and now this panel, create detached panel. Yep, so here width, height, hash, and so here focusable, let's set it to true. Hide on blur, let's set it to true, and always on top level floating, and position, so yep. So width, display, so x1 position, let's keep it, yeah, pretty much the center, and then plus top inset. Okay, fine. So this is the panel, and now basically the function to hide and all those things, like, yeah. First getting this thing, and panel.get, and next this ensure prompt window. Okay, and then show prompt window, and also the hide prompt window, and here send prompt event. Maybe I'll, yeah, prompt window message or thing, and here we need to add maybe be specific channel or event should be fine, payload, and then things. This, let's change it to channel. Okay, so this is the simple prompt that we are going to have. And also now I need a controller, basically, like, yeah, just to call this show prompt window, hide prompt window, and also to what happens basically when we try to submit a prompt and all. So for that, let's try to create a separate controller inside this main folder. I'll just create a new folder called prompt, and inside that let's name this as a controller.ts. okay, so I'll just try to export this function, just the wrappers around show prompt. So inside this we will just call the show prompt window, and next about prompt, I'll maybe create one function for active abort. So let's first this is going to be of type abort controller or null, and here maybe let's me just define the function called yeah, so in here if it is active dot abort, and then we'll set it to null, and
my bad, it should be active. Okay, fine. And now that function I can use to call inside this close prompt, and this basically here I'll just call about prompt, hide prompt window. Yep. And now the function, so basically the actual function to submit this prompt. So here we'll be receiving this string, and inside this first we'll try to call this about prompt, and this maybe this trimmed text dot trim, and after trimming, if we don't have the text, we'll just return. And let's try to load the settings here. So I'm just loading this thing, so let's import and get this provider. So we'll just use this settings.ai.default provider, and also this keys. So list I think key meta should give us those details, and then is it having the key or not. So we'll just try to match with that thing, and see if that it has a key or not. So again, after that we'll try to check that if it has no key, then we need to send prompt maybe I'll need to send this prompt error, no API key found for this provider, and then I can just try to return here, and I just need to import this send prompt event from that prompt window which we just created. If not, so first let's remove this. So here let's prepare this controller, which is our about controller. So, and that I'm going to set it to this active variable that we have, and I'm just going to call the set prompt event and the prompt dot start. So here we need to attach in this prompt as the trimmed value that we have above, and let's try to capture this response in empty string variable. And now we need to basically call this generate function that we have inside our so const stream. So I'm just going to call this generate that we have in our provider. So in here now I need to pass in provider and this model. So this basically it's going to be settings.ai models provider, and the messages this is it's going to be, and signal attach that, and the max tokens, let me set this to maybe 2048 for time being. Later you can increase if you want. And then once we send that, so we are going to start listening to the chunk that we'll be getting from the above stream, and concatenate to the response, and then I'll be trying to send this prompt chunk, and the not chunk, will just send this response. And below finally maybe end or done, whatever, will keep this as a done and send that. So if that is the thing, if it went well and no error happened, if there is an error, we'll try to catch that, and we'll see if this is the aborted thing, will just return. If not, I'm just going to maybe capture this error and throw in this actual message, or else leave that, or else and then send that prompt error exactly. And finally so here we need to set this active back to null. So here if this active is controller, so I'm just going to set that active to controller, and that should be it. So basically that is this the send prompt thing. And and also if we want a function to copy this thing, because later I need this, copy whatever the response that we have sent, so this string. So all we need to do is first let's try to check if it is a thing, and then I'm just going to call this clipboard.write text, and this clipboard I need to import from this Electron.
Okay, so this is the simple controller. Basically all the functionalities that we need is something we'll be able to do this, but now we need to have the IPC for all of this events that we have just created. So let's create inside this IPC folder new file called prompt ipc.ts, and inside this let's create this function called register prompt ipc. Okay, and I'm just going to import this safe handle that we have, and the first thing is basically this prompt to submit, which is the main thing, that thing. And here this jet dot string, basically minimum of one character, maybe let's say 20,000, this thing as the const that we expect, the text basically. And here, and we are going to call this submit prompt. And now I need to import a safe handle as well as submit prompt. And yeah, so that's the first thing. And now this safe handle prompt abort. So here basically all we are going to do is just call this abort prompt, the function that we have. So I'm just going to abort prompt from that controller. Okay, fine. Next is close, same thing, close prompt, and then I'll have this as like clipboard. All right, so clipboard, right? Again, this one, maybe let's add some big number, that should be fine. And here basically we can add function there, or else we can just straight away add this right text. Anything should be fine. I'll just try to add it here itself. That's fine. And now this clipboard let's maybe I'll have this as like system paste or clipboard, whatever, paste or whatever you can just add. So again here we'll just try to call this the function that I have, which is await copy response, and pass in here this text. Yeah, okay, this is the prompt IPC, and this should be simple. And now we need to register this inside our main thing. So here I'm just going to call prompt IPC, and I will just register here. And so we have this controller created, and IPC created, and then registered. And now window also we have created. And now basically in our preload we need to expose those things. So this in here interface first, let's have this as a like prompt submit. So we'll have this text sent, and then this prompt abort, and prompt close, and the events like on prompt start. So here we will have this callback function. So this payload maybe would be just the type of this prompt string, and this should be, I think, yeah, this is the thing that we have. The prompt start and then chunk done error is something that I'll just try to add, and those are the things. And then this write clipboard, and this paste to frontmost or whatever, you can just name that. Okay, fine. So now basically here prompt submit, text, basically we just call this prompt submit, pass in this. Yeah, mostly I'll just double check. So prompt abort, we'll invoke this prompt abort, close, on prompt start, so call back, we'll pass in this prompt start, callback and all, and then yeah, pretty much the things that we have it in here. Okay, fine. And also let's try to add the text area now for our the prompt to type and send. So I'm just adding this component, and also the stylings for that window for our prompt tab. Let's try to add that, and I have the color palette already. I'm just going to take that and just add, and you can take a reference from there. So okay, the text area, I'm just waiting for that to complete. Yeah, okay, text area is added, and now it's basically we'll need to focus on exposing this surface, this prompt, the one that I'm talking about. So, and that component we need to create inside our basically the renderer. And before that I just some color the transparency and the themes and all you want, you can just add it here. I'm not going to walk you through on that, so you can just take a reference once I commit here. So here, so this just the this glass panel that we are trying to add. So basically and then this prompt and this bacon, and then prompt for that pulsing. So basically you can just use this styling if you want, or else you can just leave that as well. And also for done and error also, you can just add some background color or so. So I'm just trying to add it in this way. So this way now I can just try to refer this thing, and let's see how okay, so in renderer, so basically I'll just try to create new folder called prompt, and here let's create a new file called prompt app.tsx, and here let's try to collapse this. Okay, so here this first the face idle streaming done or error, yeah, pretty much. And now this prompt app, I'll just try to let's first okay let's okay yeah, first is basically the prompt, that is what we need. So set prompt, so this is going to be an empty string. So let's try to import that use state, and then this response that we wanted to capture. So this is again going to be a string, and if there is any error, so this again going to be string or null. Then the face, by default we'll set that to idle face, and then the reference for an input wherever we are trying to type or the prompt, so that is this. So use ref, and this is going to be of type HTML text area element, the one that we just added. So, and I'll just set this to null. So fine, and then this response ref, so basically it will be development where we'll try to show whatever the text has been streamed or generated from the respective provider. And we'll come back to this. So here in here, this input ref, basically on mounting, we'll just try to lay the focus on that ref. Okay, and then this IPC subscribes as usual. So here window dot electron on prompt start. So here basically what we will do is I'll try to set this response to empty string, and set this error to empty string, and I'll just set this face to streaming. Okay, and then off chunk, so basically again on prompt chunk. So we'll try to receive the response, and I'll just try to set directly the response that we have that we receive in the on prompt chunk, and off done is basically we'll try to set that, and set face does done. And here this off error, again we'll update this thing, and pretty much and then in the unmounting we'll just try to clean it up, and this is what all happens on mounting of this, listening to this. Okay, fine. And now this helpers first, let's add quickly. This is going to be a quick one, but let's try to be quick here. So if this response dot current we have, if you don't have, so I'll just try to return this, or else this basically this is to auto scroll. So once we are trying to stream the response from our provider, so scroll top. So yeah, scroll height is what we'll try to update, and this will change based on this response. Okay, fine. Now the handlers to handle basic things like submit. So here first we'll try to trim whatever, and after trimming, so basically we are trying to avoid sending empty space. So and here we'll just try submit this to prompt submit, and then this close, here we'll just call this prompt close function that we have, and abort as well, and copy. So abort we are going to call this, and also we can set this face to idle, and copy again. Here we can do a check if this trim, if it's empty space we'll just return, else we'll just write clipboard. And paste thing, again I'll try to do the check here, the same thing, and try to call this paste to from frontmost, and then maybe here we'll just call this close function that we have above. So that's this thing, basically the paste thing. And next basically on key down, so on enter, yeah, we need to listen to that text area keyboard enter thing, and if this e dot keys enter, and also let's check this if it meta key or the control key, then we try to submit that if it's an escape. And basically if it is streaming, so basically if it's a streaming, we'll call this about, else we'll try to close this close. So that's the thing. And yeah, mostly okay, fine. And now let's try to capture a couple of variables that we need to render UI accordingly. So is streaming, if face is streaming, and as it does this, they have a response. So this length greater than 0. Okay, fine. And then this error class. So this basically whatever the class that we added in the CSS class. I'll just try to get that thing, so nothing much, so we can just ignore or just keep it as okay. And face is done, or like face is idle. We'll have this, or else we can keep this as streaming, or like keep it as empty string. So it's up to you. So, and here maybe I'll just keep this as clear state class. That is what it really is. And now yeah, and basically let's try to be quick here. Key down. What is the error? Use effect is closed, and this is done. Submit, abort, copy, paste. Okay, I have not closed this. Okay, that's fine. So here, first thing, make this width full, and also this height full, and padding I'll just add 10 pixel. I could have showed you as I'm talking the window how it looks like, but that's fine because it's already verified. And let's just try to close this. And here we want this glass panel that I have added, and add this. So ideally it's not suggested to do it in this way in Tailwind CSS, but that's fine because the emphasis was not on UI at all, on the binaries and the way that this kind of functionalities can, how to build it. So that's an intent. So, and let's make this as relative, and width as full, and height, let's say this overflow, I'm just going to hide this and make this flex, and make this as column. Okay, fine. And now inside this again I'll try to add an absolute div. Exactly. So here let's make this absolute, and inset one pixel, and pointer I'm just going to set this to none. And here we need to style a bit here, basically add some border radius and border color and all. So what I'll do is basically, let's close this first to avoid these errors. So I just will try to add this border radius, maybe let's set this to 14 or so, and the background some linear gradient or so. So I'm just going to add some 120 degrees and some random color that I have. So let me add this thing. Yep. And then opacity we can just add 0.5 or 0.48 or whatever makes sense. That's the absolute div. And then here I'll just keep this as empty string because I'll try to add the div now for streaming here inside this. So after this let's make this relative. So let's first try to add the divs that I wanted to, and inside this basically here based on that, if it is a streaming I'll show some text like streaming, and this face is, let's say it is error, we'll show this as error, or else I'll show this as prompt. Okay, fine. We'll worry about the styling and all. You'll see the difference once we see and try to style this later. So this one is basically try to close this. Width you can set 3.5 should be good. Okay, so yeah, just you can observe, and then whatever makes stroke width, yeah, I'll just give this to 2.5. and here let's close this thing, and this button let's try to import this variant. Let's keep it as ghost, and icon let's keep this as a extra small, and we'll just be clear that we'll set this type to button, and on click basically we'll call this close and whatever we have, and here we can just style a bit. So basically we can just make this rounded fully circle, and also this text, let's make this as a white, maybe a 70 over, let's change to this to white. Okay, fine. That's the thing, and here basically I need to import this one from Lucid React icons, and then we should not be able to see that error anymore. Okay, that's to cancel that, and below this basically now here let me just try to add this div. Now for the actual basically text area components, this is where we'll try to take the input for the prompt that we need. So let's make this relative, and I'll just add padding in the x direction and in the top. Okay, so let's try to close this div, and inside this let's just call this text area component. So I'll just try to add this component. Okay, import this. So text area all, now we need to attach few references. So here input references. Okay, let's try to okay, so basically trying to attach a ref and then value prompt. On change, we're just trying to update this prompt state variable. On key down, and placeholder, maybe ask anything, something we can just add here as ask anything, and then this style let's add maybe background to be transparent, and also this border color I want this to be white. Okay, and let's say like focus visible, I'm going to make this border white, let's say 30, and text let's make this as I white, and a placeholder I'm going to again set this to text white, maybe let's say 35 or 40 or so. And text size we can set like to be like fix the size, maybe 14 pixel or so. And leading, let's make this one as relaxed. Yeah, I think the styling that should do. And also we can specify if we want to restrict the rows. Maybe I'll set this to 3 rows. That should be and here we have the type error, so it should be relaxed. Yeah, okay, just double check that if there is any typo, just bear with me and you should be okay, fine. And that's the thing. And here I'll just try to add some class just to so here let's make this flex item center, so justify margin top some. Yeah, I think fine. So here in this pan I'll just like I'll add some enter to send, and the escape to close or whatever it is. You can just add some symbols or whatever it is, but up to you how do you want to make it look. And text size you can keep it as like smaller than above thing, like 10 pixel. And again text white, maybe keep this as a 10 or so. And tracking, let's make this as a white. Okay, fine. All right, so you're almost there, trying to okay, this one should be justified between. And below here now, if it is streaming, basically we need to show the button to stop. So here, yeah, so let's try to add in here this button. And inside this I'll just try to add the square icon from Desert React. And this one, let's have this width and height as 3, and some margin right 1. And yeah, we can maybe add some to be like we can fill this current color. And then inside here this text can be something like stop. And here basically variant we can make this as a ghost. And the size, let's keep this to small. On click, all we need to do is basically call this a bot. And again this also we can just style this maybe some height adjustments on text size and all. You can just try to add it here. So I'll just add some couple of things. And text white, maybe let's say, yeah. And on hover, let's make this text as white. Fine. That's the thing. And again if it's not streaming, we should have the button to send. So I'm just trying to add that button. Yep, so let's try to close this. Okay, so let's try to close this. And here this size, let's set this to small. On click here, basically this is the submit thing. And this would be basically disabled if there is yeah, prompt and the thing. And class name, let's set this height to 7 and text to like extra small. Yeah, I think pretty much we are there. So and here let's add yeah, I'm fill we can just get rid of this. Fine. So this is the thing, and for the response ref, we need to show the actual response and all. Still we have few stylings and all, and also we need to import this send icon. Okay, guys, I guess I observed after a while that my screen recording was frozen. It was hanging actually, so I think from here it was not recorded properly. So after that is basically I added a div, and then this text area component which we just added, attaching this ref, input ref and value prompt, and on change then the set prompt and key down and some styling to make just transparent border white and focus visible, some border color, text white, placeholder color and text size and leading and resize none. Okay, and placeholder and rows. Okay, and then after that we are trying to add a div, just an enter to sign and escape to close, as like trying to wrap inside a flex item center and justify between, and the size of this is just less than what it was before for actual prompt content thing. So it was 14, it's a 10 pixel thing. Text color is white and tracking white, and this button, if it's a streaming, we'll have this stop button with the on click, we'll call this abort, and this standard styling, and if it's not, with the button to send. So and here we're trying to call the submit button and all. So this is the input related stuff, and now basically we need to add the for output related things. So I'll just try to attach in here this response ref, and the styling for this, let's make this one as relative, and make this to occupy rest of the space, that is overflow, sorry, flex one, and also then overflow. Let me just try to set this auto, and I'll just add this custom scroll bar class. Okay, and let's add some padding in x and y direction, some margin at the top. Okay, so now inside this, so if we have error, we'll try to add this div inside in here. So text, let's say 13 pixel, and maybe kind of like red color as a rose and leading relaxed. And yeah, I'll just try to close this. That is for error div. And now basically if there is no error, and as a response, then I'll just try to add this div. Yeah, some 13 pixel leading relaxed, and the text maybe I'll just add white space pre-wrap, and this we'll try to add in this response. And also maybe if we want, we can just add the some shadow on color. So color, maybe I'll just add the XR code as like F8 this color, and then this text shadow, let's add 1 pixel. Yeah, I think should be, yeah, mostly this should do it. Let's change this to lighter color. Okay, fine. So that's the response that we'll try to show. And now if there is no error, and also we don't have any response, and then face is maybe, let's say it is idle, then we will try to say the div with some text inside that. So let's just maybe keep this as white color, let's say 35 or so, and I'll just add this as italic font type. And here I'll just say like maybe type a question, and press enter to send, and we'll just try to close that. And the again if it's no error and no response, and if it is streaming, so we have this streaming thing, and here, and what I'll do is basically let's add this text as thinking. Okay, that's the thing. And finally this at the bottom, basically now if it has a response, so basically we need to show the buttons to copy or paste to like previous app wherever the cursor is. So here this face is not equals to streaming, then here I'll just try to make this as a relative, and also make this flex item center and gap of 2 pixel in the x direction, and y let's make this 3, and border at the top, and border, let's say I'm just going to add this white, let's say maybe 0.06. Yep, fine. And here basically I'll just try to make this as secondary instead of a ghost, size small, and this is going to, and let's just make this flex 1. So and yeah, that should be fine. So copy and let's say like I'm just going to add margin of 1.5, and we are going to import from this Lucid React. And then this the other thing, maybe this, well, let's leave this default variant, and on copy, on click, it's going to be copying. And also here let's change this icon to maybe clipboard paste. Yeah, this thing, and then I'll just like paste to previous app also, and then I'll just try to close this div. Okay, mostly, yeah, this is the overall this thing. And also I think I'll try to finish here by trying to style this divs which we missed. So anyhow, we almost are covered all the things. So this thing, let's I can show you before and after as well, but this is just the styling, so nothing core logic. So try to check for yourself. And here I'm just adding some paddings and some border bottoms, and also this border white. Yeah, okay. And this one, let's make this to be flex and item center gap of 2. And here this thing, so basically I'm just trying to make state class, and also yeah. And if it is streaming, so we'll just add in streaming. That is the thing. And for this span, so let's make this medium. Tracking, I'll just set this to, yeah, let's say, and make this uppercase, though this text that we are showcasing, it's also already uppercase, but that's fine. Yeah, and also here the same thing, style, we'll just add the font size to be 10, and color I'll just add maybe 2 to 4, kind of like blue color. I'm just trying to add, yeah, this color. Okay, fine. All right, this is the prompt app, and now basically we need to wire this thing inside our main thing. So basically what should we do is, let me just open this app.tsx. So now here let's try to, if this is a prompt, we just need to call this prompt app and try to import this. Okay, so this basically everything we are wired up. It's now we need to add that shortcut to trigger this thing, the prompt window that we have. So for that we need to create some shortcuts helper. So what I'm going to do, so let's go to this main folder. In here, let's create a new folder called shortcuts, and here new file, maybe I'll just add this global.ts. and here in here, this helper, what we will do is basically let's try to create this shortcut slot, this type. So basically here we'll try to register this, so accelerator, so this is a string, and then this callback function, and let me try to return this boolean and to reset this callback function. Okay, fine. And let's create one helper function, just we can call that as like make a shortcut slot. And here basically let's try to create one variable called current, and all I'm going to do is basically try to call this register, pass in here this accelerator handler, and this if this we have this value inside this. I'll just call this global shortcut from this Electron, and I'm just going to register this current, and let's set current to null. Okay, and if there is no accelerator, will return basically as the true, and I'm just going to register this thing, and if it's okay, we're going to set that, and I'm going to return. And in this one, so I'll just blindly set this current to null, and yeah, fine. So that is the thing. And for prompt slot, so let me just make a shortcut slot. So again, this speak slot later. So here what we are going to do, so register let's prompt shortcut, and here we're going to pass in this accelerator, and also the handler. So this is going to be just the boolean return type, and here basically all we're going to do is call this register function on this. Same thing for registering a speaker shortcut, and instead of having separate things, I'll just have this function to unregister all. So unregister all shortcuts. So here we are going to first global shortcut unregister all, and then I'm going to reset both the prompt slot and speak slot. So these are like help us to basically register the shortcut for the speak and prompt thing. Now we have this helper. Now what should I do is basically in the main index.ts that we have here, I just need to call in here register prompt shortcut and whatever we have, and whenever we call that, I need to trigger this show prompt from the controller that we have, and we'll quit basically here. I need to call this unregister all shortcuts, and also this get hold watcher also we need to stop listening to. So this is something I missed, and yeah, that's how we try to register this prompt shortcut. And also, like now inside our settings IPC, so where we have an option to tweak the shortcut, so we need to change a bit there, where we're trying to basically for the settings save, now what should I do is here, let's try to make this one first in for this asynchronous, and here await next basically settings patch. So if okay, and let's try to wrap this inside. So now here and remove this comma. Okay, fine. So here basically we'll try to check if this patch it's a prompt related hotkey. Then we need to call this register prompt short key with whatever this next dot AI, and I need to call this show prompt. So same thing, if this it's a speed for dictation as well. So combo, and we need to get a hold watcher. So this is basically let me so basically this is whenever we are trying to save things and if we are changing the prompt hotkey, then we need to register that as the triggering point for the prompt, and that is the thing we are trying to register. And same for the dictation as well. So we need to update the combo for hold watcher, so in the binary. So that's the get hold watcher is something that we are trying to take care of it. So now we have wired these things, and by default, so let's try to try to run this, and let's see if it's working or not. Okay, so if I basically by default open this thing, and we have it in here. So I have it as a command shift P. So ideally now let's say I'm trying to open that. Yeah, you see we have this command shift P, the window is open. Okay, and I know the styling is something messed up. Let's try to check that. But let's see, styling will focus, but command shift P is something to open and close. So let's say I'm trying to ask, like, what should we talk about? Okay, what are go routines? Okay, routines. Okay, let's try to see. Okay, we have an error. Basically, let's try to see this. I'll double check. Basically we have the option to open this, but there is an error. Exactly what is the error is something we need to double check once, and once I try to check and we try to fix the UI thing, we should be able to see this second feature as well. Just opening the prompt, AI prompt, wherever you want, and we can just talk to it. And let's say I'm trying to write some Go code or Rust code or whatever it is, and if I'm not able to understand something like that, so just trigger through shortcut and select that, and whatever you want to do, even if you wanted to generate a code or something like that, and it can help you to paste that code, or else copy and paste that into any specific note or so. Okay, we have few issues that are identified both in the provider as well as in UI. Of course, there's an issue that we did something mess up, that styling, so we need to fix that. And moreover, on the provider side, so here we forgot to add this not starting with, then we continue. We are completely skipping all these data events, so that's one thing. And also this the actual API version is basically, it is 2023 601. So that is the unofficial doc, so that's the small correction. Okay, these are the two changes in the provider. And also in the prompts controller, basically we were not able to identify what is that exact error, right? So, and that is basically here, whenever we are trying to send, we should try to send it in the form of object of this message. So same way here, so at least we'll know. Yeah, okay, fine. Those are the issues. in how the UI related changes. So let's try to check. Okay, so I'm just trying to collapse this. So I think basically we are trying to okay, I okay, I got the issue now. Okay, let's now we should basically this div should be closed here itself, and we were trying to open all the way to the bottom, so that's the an issue. So and here basically whatever is the div that it was matching to above, we are trying to wrap, that's why it was looking so weird. That is an issue. And then this here, now we should try to close this. Yeah, fine. And finally I think we are supposed to and here we are now I think, and also now we should just get rid of this two extra divs that we have. All right, let's try to check. Mostly now it should work, and I'm just going to try to restart this. Okay, yep, and let's try to Command Shift P should open. Yeah, okay, now the UI is looking good. And let's see, we can ask using our dictation thing. Let me see. Can you tell me what is Go routine and a few examples around that? So sometimes pronunciation. Okay, so I'm just trying to ask, and let's see now. I'm trying to send this. So yeah, now you see we have this Go routines that it is generating, and it's auto scrolling as well, so we don't have to see. And basically here again you can add proper markdown component and all that thing. Again, that's the polishing on top of thing, and here you can just get rid of this thing, but that's fine. So now once you have this, basically once you click this wherever the cursor was before in any previous app, it will try to paste into that, or else you can just copy this thing. And once we copy and close this, we should be able to so paste all of this things that we have. Okay, so that is this. Basically we have all of this related stuff like this is basically we can, wherever, let's say I'm trying to do write some Go code or Rust code, or trying to write some note, we can just paste it to, or else let's say give me one liner code for builders. Let's see. Okay, and okay, so here fine, this way it should just work the way it is. So I think we are so this is the second feature that we have focused on, and then we need to shift our focus on the third one, which is the text to speech, the reading out loud whenever we try to select some specific paragraph. Just then you can focus on other work and try to listen to that thing. So before going there, I think we need to add the optional AI cleanup pass for our dictation. So that's the thing. So we need to let's first try to add that cleanup pass, and then we'll add that TTS related binary.
Okay, we'll add this AI cleanup. I know, so in this basically mm, everything is working fine. Copying is also working fine. I just the only thing is paste to previous app is not working. We will come back to that. That's not the big deal, so you can just copy and paste. That's the again here we need to whenever we're trying to open that, we need to identify what is the friendmost app that we have and capture that bundled ID, and then when we try to do this, we need to try to write to that bundled ID using the text injector that we have. But that similar concept is there, it's already in dictation, so that's why I'm just trying to not lay focus on, but we'll come back to this at the end. Fine. So now this AI dictation cleanup for the dictation thing, let's try to create this AI cleanup inside this main dictation folder. Yep. So here I'll just have this file as AI cleanup.ts, and also let's try to minimize this terminal. Okay, so let's name this as maybe cleanup transcript, and here let's have this as written this promise of string. Okay, so here first we'll try to load the settings from the settings store, and I'll try to check if the screen settings dictation.ai cleanup is enabled. Only then we'll try to proceed. If not, we'll just try to return a string here, and then let's try to get this provider from this default provider, and then these keys I'll try to get this from this list key meta, and once we have I'll try to check if we have the keys for that provider or not. So again we'll check in here. If as no key, we'll just try to return okay, health. So let's try to wrap the logic in the try catch block. It should be simple, straightforward. So basically now this stream, all we are going to do is try to call this generate function, pass in the provider, and this model is going to be settings.ai models of provider messages. So here this role system, and we'll try to get the prompt that we'll try to have in this basically settings.dictation.ai cleanup.prompt, and okay, so this is the thing that we'll try to send, and then this user will try to pass in this content server. So that's the messages that we'll try to send, and temperature let's set it to 0.2 or so, and max tokens we can increase it to 8000 or plus, but I'll just keep this as 1024. Okay, fine. Once after that, so for await this cost the chunk of the strip, I'll just try to append this one to chunk append to this out. Okay,
So then this cleaned will be out dot trim, and then we'll just try to return either cleaned or raw. All right, so that's the thing. And in the catch block we'll try to get this error and try to console that and return raw as usual. So this is the AI cleanup, and I need to import this generate from the AI provider. So once we have this AI cleanup, now basically I need to include this in the orchestrator that we have. So basically let me open this orchestrator, and this basically in our commit and reset thing, whatever let's this text, let me change this to raw, and here we'll try to basically this hide whisper window and broadcast, and I'm just going to return this and here let's try to get this final text and pass in here for this function that we have just created. So I'm just importing that, and basically now maybe we will just try to add it here, and I'm just going to remove this now. So basically and here instead of this text, I'm just going to pass in this final text. So this should be it, and we can just get rid of this thing as well, but I'll just keep it, it doesn't do any harm. Okay, so now we have this basically now this takes care, but that setting of whether cleanup is needed on the prompt for a user to configure, we need to tweak it in our dictation tab. So here this is the place that we need to add. So let's try to add some in this dictation tab. I'll just first add this handle to cleanup. So we'll just add this cleanup toggle, and this enabled let's boolean and this promise of void, and here let's try to get this save settings, which is AI enabled or not, and then I'm just going to save this back into the settings. And now this another handle basically handling this cleanup prompt, this thing that is important, that is what we'll be trying to pass to our system thing. So here basically I'll just try to set settings and previous whatever previous value, and here if we have previous, we'll pass in previous, and dictation and AI cleanup is something we'll just try to set this thing, else I'll just set this to previous. Yeah, okay, that's the thing. And also now the basically the command to clean up this prompt commit as well. So again I'll just make this as asynchronous, and here if we don't have the settings, we just try to return that, else what we'll do, we'll just try to save this the prompt. Okay, so this is how we'll try to trying to handle this prompt change to update that, and this is basically to trying to save this the prompt whatever user is trying to add. And this one basically what I can do, we'll try to add one more new card here. So this, let's add some margin, so margin at the top, so I'll just give it as 4. And the same thing here, this card content, I'll just add this the padding again, and also some in these y direction. So let's try to close this card content, and inside this let's add the same thing. So I'll just try to add some gap, and let's try to make again some, and here I'll try to add this sparkle icon, and from the Lucid React, and here we'll try to wrap this text. So basically AI cleanup, so whether to use AI to clean up the transcript also, or else you can just add in different whatever you need. And after that the switch component, so settings dot dictation AI cleanup enabled, and we'll just call this cleanup toggle. And after this thing, I'll just try to add simple div. So basically in by direction, let's add some space, and I'll just try to add in this label. So this one, let's say cleanup prompt or whatever it is, we can be very specific. And I'll just and let's text, let's keep it as extra small, and the text muted, foreground. Okay, fine. So this one also, maybe I can add this as AI cleanup prompt. Fine, and that is the label. Now let's add some space. So below this, we'll need to add this text area component that we have, and this ID we should pass it here, cleanup prompt, and value whatever we have in this prompt. On change, I'm just going to handle this, and on blur as well, let's try to handle this committing this. And the rows, let's say we'll have 5 rows or more, we can just add. And texts, let's keep this as extra small, and the font type maybe let's keep this one as mono. Okay, and this would be disabled if this is not enabled. Okay, so fine. So this is the thing, and mostly if I try to open this settings now, and in the dictation thing, we should see here this cleanup prompt. And so okay, let me try to restart this once, and let's have a check on this. Yeah, because we added that, and we need to just restart on main side as well. So let's try to see this, opening this, and okay, it's collapsing. Let's double check. Something is going wrong, not sure what is the problem, but first we'll try to fix that switch related styling for tab as well as switch. So in here let's see for okay, data checked. So this one
should we change it to basically yep. Yeah, that is why we are not able to see that. So just we'll need to cross check once, and if it's working, then I'll just change that. Yep, we can just replace with control F and all, but that's fine. Okay, let's try to see now. Yeah, we can see this, but whenever I'm trying to set, okay, it's enabled. Now it's there. Maybe the loading is something, it's taking time, but now okay, now we have this enabled, and if I try to speak somewhere, then it should ideally remove that or other fillers, whatever we are trying to use. So let's see, and same thing for this tab also. Let's try to change whatever we have. Basically this also, it has a data active, so we need to just change all those instances. Here as well. Yeah, mostly it should be there now, that active. Yeah, we can see this thing. Okay, fine. And dictation, we should see now, basically just the simple setting, and we have this cleanup enabled. And if I just try to, let's say maybe let's see, okay, let's remove this, and I'm just going to save this. I'm just trying to test my cleanup. I'm not sure what. Okay, so I'm just trying to test my cleanup. I'm not sure what. You see, we had that thing, so it went through that, and the prompt, and it's able to give us basically without those, just following the prompt that we are, just the additional step just to clean up some stuff. Okay, so now the important thing, the binary for our TTS speaker, so that also will follow the same pattern that we did for other binaries. So let's try to add that also quickly. So in this native, I'm just going to add this new file called TTS speaker dot Swift. Okay, and let's just try to collapse this terminal, and as usual we'll need foundation, and then this we need AV foundation, but that's where we'll have the speech synthesizer, and then this arguments. I'll first this array of, we'll try to drop this first argument, then this default
voice, we will have few list of voice by default from Mac. So I'll choose the default thing. So basically here by default we'll just set this to Samantha. That's the default voice that we'll have as, in macOS Siri thing. And then default rate, so this is words per minute. So this I'll just this the hogs dot drop first, and we'll try to get that. If not, by default I'll set it to 175, just the normal rate. And yeah, we'll have this emit function, so just to help us to serialize it as a JSON things, and takes a dictionary and guards this thing, which we have in every binary that we have. So that's the only thing. Okay, and yeah, and now after that helper function, we will try to have this voice lookup. So basically let me write that function so that it will be self-explanatory. Wanted the string, so here, yep, speech synthesize voice, and here if let by identifier, we try to pass in this wanted, and I'm trying to look that identifier, and the try to get this whole speech voices. So if let match all dot first, where this is equals to wanted, we are just going to return this match. Else I'm just going to yeah, okay. So here what we are doing is basically 3-tier voice lookup. So first we'll try to try the input as an this speech synthesis voice identifier. Identifiers are like it's something like reverse DNS strings, like that's stable across macOS versions. So that's our preferred path. The settings UI stores identifiers where it can. And second, basically, if it's not an identifier, we try to walk every installed voice and match on the human readable name. That's the path for for Samantha or Daniel or whatever the user picks from the drop-down that we'll be trying to expose now in the settings section under the under the speech tab. And the third, basically, we'll try to fall back to any English voice. So that's the thing. So basically we never want the nil, so that's the thing. And now this class for a speaker delegate. So the speaker delegate, so this basically we're trying to extend this NS object and conforming to this speech synthesizer delegate. This this is a standard delegate pattern. So we try to reach a one instance as the synthesizer delegate, and then it calls back to into us for every life cycle event of an utterance. So like first, speech synthesizer. So let's first. So here did start the utterance whatever we have, and inside this I'll try to emit the type as started, and this text as utterance dot speech string. So this basically, this is the first callback, like it'll try to fire the instant the synth begins speaking an utterance, and like we'll try to that is when audio is actually leaving the speaker. So we emit this type as start and text as this, and the host uses that to flip the HUD from an loading state into live word highlighting view. So that's the thing. This the speaker delegate is. And now for we'll speak a range callback. So I'll just change this to will speak range of speech a string. Okay, so this one, yep. So let's have this one as end utterance, and now so this basically this is the actual one that makes that heard whatever we are trying to display like feel alive. So let's first try to complete this, then you will get this. So here we'll try to emit this type as word, and start is basically range dot location, and the length is basically again this range dot length, and these all I'll just get rid of this. So this basically this tries this AV foundation, what it does, it tries to call this every time it's about to speak a new word range. So with this ns range into this original text, we pass the location and the length, straight through as like start and length. So this is what, like, this basically just tries to slice that word whatever it is speaking, and that gives like correct word. So that is when, like, it really helps to highlight that specific word. And then after this the did finish thing. So here I just need to fix this thing that is like range of thing, and now did finish. So I'm just going to this basically did finish. What it helps us with is basically last word that's spoken, then audio engine will be released, and we'll try to emit the done thing, and that's the thing. So synthesizer whatever you have, and we try to capture that, and here we'll try to emit it as done. So I'm just going to emit a simple thing done. And now the other things, like did pass, we wanted to add a pass, continue and cancel, right? So I'll just try to add this. So did cancel, we will try to maybe say this is as done, and for pass we'll emit this as a past, and for did continue we can say this as like type as a resume. So this is basically kind of trying to help us handle the life cycle of the thing that really we wanted to handle for this text to speech. And now let's try to initialize this into our this delegate. So and try to call this, and this synthesizer is basically now we'll try to assign this delegate to that. So that is the basically these will be like alive for the entire process lifetime. So basically we have to keep this on in the background as till as long as our app is running, so that because every time user is trying to select it and speak it up, and it takes some time to spin it up and all. So that's why we wanted to keep this always on thing. And now let's try to create a function to handle this command entry. So basically we'll try to create one function for every command from the host that we try to get. So I'll name this as handle command, and here this JSON let's try to get this as a string, and here let's try to trim this. So trimming characters, yep. And once we trim that, so we just make sure that it is not empty, and then this data, we just try to get that, and first we will try to serialize this. So basically we try to get that, and we trim white space and bail on like empty thing, and we try to pass the JSON and pull out this command string switch. So now every branch like so here we're trying to serialize and get this object with data, and here again basically I can, else I'm just going to return in here, and now we can focus on this command. Okay, so object of this command, and this as a string, if not empty string. Okay, now we'll try to handle all this each command in the switch thing. First thing is speak. So here this is a speak command. So this is like we'll try to pull the text, and again try to check if it's empty or white space and all, and so basically interrupt any in-flight utterance instantly, and so there's no fade, so and all. So basically this is actually the core case switch, because we wanted the voice for the word that will be passing on. So here we'll again try to check this thing, if it's not empty, and then we try to trim any white spaces and all, and again check if it's any empty or not. So, and we'll try to return accordingly. So, and after that we'll try to add this, basically let me immediate. Okay, and this utterance, speech utterance, I'm going to pass in this let's do one thing at a time. Okay, fine. And then this voice name, we'll get this again as a string, or else we'll fall back to default voice. And then this words per minute, again that's going to be float. Alright, so now if let n this rate, basically this we'll try to this, basically it's of type double, and here this words per. Okay, fine. And if this int, then again I need to handle it as float, same thing. Okay, and finally we'll set this default rate. So here what I'm just trying to check if it's an if it's a double, do that. If it's an again int, we'll try to convert that, and if neither, we'll just try to set this default rate for that. Okay, fine. So now for voice resolve thing, so I'm just going to pass in here this voice name, and this we need to set this utterance, whatever the voice that we want, and this baseline, so this is 175, and then this scaled, so AV speech utterance default. So default speech rate, then this would be multiplied by this baseline. So we are just trying to scale that, and now this utterance dot rate, we'll try to set this max of this AVS speech utterance minimum speech rate, and then maximum on this trying to set this max of these three values, and then we will call this speak this thing. So that's the speak thing, and then stop, we are going to stop speaking at immediate, and then the pass basically toward we can, and resume we'll just call this continue speaking, and we can handle the case of stop as well. So I'll just try to call this stop, and then we'll try to call this here exit, and default we'll just try to keep this as okay. So this is the simple straightforward thing. So basically for the pass, we are just trying to pass at the next word boundary. So that is the difference between dot word versus the immediate. So here immediate would cut audio in the middle of like syllable. So, and when the user resumes, it sounds wrong. So like so that word dot word waits for the current word to finish, then passes. Okay, that's like few hundred milliseconds of delay before the audio stops. That's the thing. And resume picks up from the wherever from the past word, and stop cuts immediately and emits done. So why the cancel callback. So again, exit is basically the stop plus process exit. The host sends this on an app quit to take us down cleanly. So default is a break something, and now we need to have the standard reader input reader now after this. So the buffer, okay, and a standard input file handle dot standard input. So here readability handler, so handler in. So let's try to get that available data, and here we'll try to check for this count. So if this is 0, I'll dispatch queue dot main async. I'm just going to call this exit and return. Let's remove this. Okay, and then we'll try to get this string, which is data, and we'll try to encode this thing, and I'm just going to add this to the buffer string. So we'll just try to concatenate that, and now while this let nl range, so this buffer dot range of this new line, in here let's try to get this yeah, so it should be simple. So basically here what we are doing is this is the reading this whatever we are trying to get, like consuming this. We try to append to buffer and like try to split this by a new lines, that is a slash and in a loop, and this host dot write basically it might arrive as one read or like split across two, and two writes might coalesce into one read. So here this buffer and split handles tries to handle both. So each will try to complete each complete line like gets dispatched to the main queue. So that's what we are trying to do it here. We are trying to dispatch to main queue, and then it runs through this handle command. So running on main matters because this AV speech synthesizer wants to be driven from the serial queue, and main is the simplest one. So that's the thing. And once this is done, we just try to emit this type as ready. So that's the thing. Now this is the ready signal that we try to send, and after this we'll try to have this standard signal handlers. So I think this should be pretty much the same that we had for others. So I'll just try to keep it as trying to mean and set event handler. Instead of emitting here, what I'll do, so this synthesizer dot stop speaking at immediate, and then we'll try to exit that. And and after this, same thing here as well. We'll just call this stop speaking, and and after this, so this run loop dot current dot run. Okay, so this will try to run this loop forever. As I told, it will be alive as till our app is because we don't want that latency. Every time the user selects something and wants to speak, we wait for it to start, and then so the user can feel the latency, and it will be bad user experience. So this is the thing. So now let's try to build this binary and see if it's having any issues. So it is okay. Okay, do we have duplicates? Yep. So stop is already handled. I think auto completion, I didn't have a look at it. Okay, now let's try to build again. Now what is the issue? Okay, scaled issue with this resolve voice. Somewhere related to wanted. Mostly we might have messed up. Let's see. Okay, it should be this, and also this one should be wanted, and also here. Now I understood. So basically here this means we can just directly pass a string, but if I change that, it expects the wanted thing. So that's the thing. So mostly it should work now. Yep, so it has built that, and now we need to add this host, the speaker host, and the list of the voices, and then the speak overlay, detached window, and the engine and chunker for all that thing, normally like we did for other binaries after that. So let's try to maybe first I'll try to let's do one thing. So okay, let's open this main folder, and inside that I'll just create a new folder called speech, and let's try to add few things. So first, simplest thing, we'll try to add this voices, because we need the list of the voices to showcase in the drop down in the settings section of the speech, so that user can select what voice they wanted to choose. So that is this to get this whatever we have. So it is easy to get those list of the voices that we need. So only thing is now this exec file async, we'll try to promisify this. Yep, okay, fine. And then this interface for TTS voice, and this will have this name, and then this local should be fine. Okay, fine. and as usual let this cache we try to get once and persist it till the app closes. Okay, so here this function I'll just name this as list voices. So this basically returns the list of the TTS voice array. So if cache will try to return that, and let's we'll let's try to wrap this inside this try catch block. Okay, so here let's get these this timeout also. I'm just going to add it in here. Let's say 5 seconds, or like you can add 2 seconds or whatever it is, that's fine. And once I get this standard output, so here let's try to iterate through this. So const this line of we'll try to split this by /n new line, and let's hash index, so this line dot index of this thing, and front if it so if it is greater than -1, then I'll just try to slice and also we'll try to trim end so that we are not, so here as well let's try to okay, so this will try to get this front and then this match. So basically we'll try to get this using the pattern of so this thing, so we'll try to match this using this pattern, and if we could not find anything we'll just try to continue, else I'm just going to push this name and locally. So again this, let's try to trim whatever we are trying to capture the name. Okay, and I'm just going to set the cache whatever we have, and we are going to return this. So this is the simple standard way of to get the list of voices from this say. There's a bin called say. From that we can read it this way and split by line, and then try to find these patterns of like and this gives us the name under locally. Okay, fine. And once we have these voices we can just use this to use in the drop downs. Okay, and now the actual host. So in here let's create the speaker host.ts. so this again the interface for the speaker event. Okay, so this basically this type will have this ready, all this the standard things, start, this pass word, this done and passed and resumed. And this text, let's set this to string, and start it's a number, and this length is going to be okay. This is going to be as the speaker event, and then this speak command. So this will have this command of type just speak, and this will have this text voice attached to this, and also the rate that we need to words per minute. So that's the thing. And now this function, this binary path, the standard way, so that we try to get for this binary that we just built. So same this app dot is packaged, so we'll just try to get this TTS from this resource path, else use this app path, and then we'll try to get it here. Okay, so now we need to extend this event emitter. Okay, so speaker host, we'll try to extend this event emitter, and again this child process to run this binary. Okay, so let's try to, and then this buffer empty string, so ensure, so we pass in this voice and this rate, and we try to return this child process from this. So if this dot process, then I'm just going to return this dot process, child process, which we already have, and then this, or else we'll try to spawn a new thing. So binary path, and it needs remember, it needs basically voice and also the read as the arguments for that. So that is what we are trying to pass in, and here as usual, and this pipe I don't want, so I'm just going to ignore this thing, and detached is this false. Okay, now let's try to close this. Okay, fine, and after that we are going to set this to the class variable that we have, and now we need to handle as usual and set encoding, and out on data, the chunk that we'll be receiving, we'll try to send it to the chunk function, which consume function, which we are yet to create. So let me just try to create that, the standard thing. So private consume, and whatever the buffer we get, and the lines we just split it by /n, and buffer we try to loop through this, trim it, and then try to parse this as speech event, and then we'll try to emit and console. Yeah, that's this pretty standard pattern. Okay, and now this the on exit, so what we need to do in here is basically, if this process, then I'm child process, we need to set this to null, and then we need to emit this error along typo, and we need to emit this error. Okay, and then finally I'm just going to return this thing and this error. Let's get this. Okay, fine, that's the in ensure function, and I'll just add a send stop thing functions quickly. So send command, this is going to be a string of unknown, and the return type, it's going to be boolean. So again we'll try to check if we have this process or standard input. We'll just return false directly, else I'll try to do handle in this write, or try to stringify and add this new line, and we'll try to return this true, or else in the catch block I'll just return, and we can just console. So same way, the stop function, we'll just try to kill this thing, and yeah, and is running simple. We'll just do this everything, and then we need to singleton this speaker host thing, and as usual, so export function, this get speaker host. So if no singleton, we'll just create new one and then return that. Okay, this is the host, and a pretty standard way that we have created before. And also now I need an engine just to basically to broadcast this to the app, and also like we need a helper basically to handle these chunks and all, like to split the into chunks, so that we'll have the multiple pass and resume things instead of trying to read out everything at once. So that's something I need to add the chunker first. So let's try to add the chunker and engine, and post that we should be able to focus on adding an overlay with word highlight, and then wiring the command shift esp and all those things. Let's see, like we are almost there, a few corrections here and there, and we'll see and proceed with this first chunker helper. So I'll create here this chunker, chunker.ts, and here basically a simple helper which helps us to split by paragraph and sentence. So I have this two the patterns that will try to para is split by these lines, and a sentence like multiple lines, and sentence the pattern, so you can just understand that. Okay, and I'm just going to split this, and in here first let's try to get this trimmed value, and if we don't have anything empty thing, we're just going to return, or else let's first try to get this paragraphs. So as simple, we'll try to split this by the above pattern, this para split, and then I'm going to map and get those thing, and we'll just try to collect all those paragraphs. So here now we'll just, if this paragraph's length is greater than 1, then we are going to return those paragraphs, and if trimmed length is let's say like 280, so I'm just going to return this trimmed straight away. If not, let's try to split this thing by this above pattern, and if sentences length is, then we'll just try to return sentences, or else trim. So this is going to be like we are trying to split into chunks. That's this helper, and now I'm just going to create this speak overlay or speech overlay, whatever it is. Okay, fine. And in here, as usual, we will just try to set this width and height and other constants that we normally need for this panel. So the top inset, let's set this to 18, and also this right inset. So we'll try to showcase at the right top right. So that's it here. That's what it means. And here this speak state, and here this state idle or speaking past, and we'll have this text which is going to be of type string, and then this word will have this start and length of that thing, and here we need to have this chunk index, which is going to be number, and total chunks that we will be having. And here I just need to have this panel created, so we'll use this detached panel. So that's the we have this reusable function. So pass in this width and height. I'm going to pass in, and hash, this is going to be a speak. Okay, and focusable, I'll set this to false, and always on top level floating, and position we'll just try to, yep. So width, yeah, this one basically, let's the right inset that we have, and I'm just going to yeah, now should be fine, and we're just going to y add this top inset and should be fine. Okay, and then this regular functions that show window, close window, all those things. So yeah, get this window, so we are going to call this panel.get and import this, and also now show speak window, so call this show function, and hide, we are going to call this panel.hide, and then we need one function to broadcast speak state. Yeah, so in here I'm just going to this panel.send speak state, and I'm just going to send this. So this is the speak only, and now this engine that I was talking about, so I'll just create in here engine.ts, and in here this export type first, this again speak status, which is going to be idle, speaking, or past, and global just variables, I'll just create a number of chunks that we have, and then this chunk index, let's and this the status, so this is let's set this to idle, and the skipping, let's set this to false, and the listeners, do we have listeners attached, so this I'm going to maintain this boolean variable. Fine, so let's create a function to broadcast. So as a wrapper to our broadcast speak state that we just created in our overlay now, so broadcast, so this one, yep, and in here I'm just going to import that, pass in the status, and text chunks of chunk index and chunk index and chunk total, yeah, this should be, and now the function to attach listeners. So here if we have listeners attached, I'm just going to return else. First let's try to set this to true, and let's try to get this host, which is the speaker host, so we need to import that from the speaker host that we have, and now we need to listen on this event and try to get this speaker event, and again try to get those thing. Let's try to close this. Okay, so now here inside this, if this event dot type is basically equals to word, and then this type of event dot start is number, and event we have this length, then we need to call this broadcast speak state thing, pass in this yep, chunks, and word start and length, chunk index, and chunk total, and that's the word thing, and this else if for pass, so event dot type, it's assume it's a pass, so status will update it to past, and I'm just going to call the above function broadcast, and same for the resumed, I'll do the same thing, call this broadcast, and for done. So for this thing we'll first see if we are skipping. If that is so, I'll just set this to false, and then we'll return. Else we'll see if this chunk index plus 1 is less than this chunks dot length. That means we still have chunks left, so I'll just try to increment this one and try to call this speak current, which kind of like helper I'll just try to create here. So async function speak current, so this is going to return promise of type void, and here basically I'll try to get this text, and again just double check if we have the text or not, and let's try to get this settings to get the first let's try to get that settings. And once we get that, I want to get the speaker host, and once we have that, we need to call this attach listeners, and then this host dot ensure that we have, and pass in here speech, voice, and rate, whatever we have in our settings that user has selected. And status, let's set it to speaking, and we need to call this broadcast that we have, and now we need to call this show speak window that we have, and we need to send this command as speak, okay, and pass in this text and voice and also the rate that we have. So that's a simple helper. So now here I just need to call the speak current, else we need to reset, call this reset function, which I am going to define as well. Yeah, okay, fine. And at the end I'm just going to on exit, we will again call reset. Okay, this reset is, it's a simple thing. So here nothing, we are just going to set this all the chunks to empty list, and also chunk index to 0, and status to idle, and yeah, and I'm just going to set this hide this speak window, and also this broadcast to speak state, we will send the status idle. So that's the reset thing that we have, and yeah, pretty much this engine. And then other things that we wanted to have this function to stop, resume, pause and all. Let's try to quickly add them. Okay, so here let's try skipping as false, and let's try to get this speaker host, and I'm just going to send this command as a stop. Okay, and we are going to call this reset, and then this function to toggle pass. So in here again let's try to get this host and this status. If it is speaking, we need to send pass, else if it's the opposite, we need to send the resume. Okay, fine. And the function to handle this next chunk, so in here again if this chunk index let's say it's the last one, so I'm just going to return, we're not going to do anything, so else we'll set the skipping to true, and increment this chunk index, and again get this speaker host and send this command stop, and call this speak current. Same thing for previous chunk. So if it is less than or equal to 0, we're just not going to do anything, and skipping true, chunk index decrement, comment stop and all, and whether we are speaking or not. So I'll just have some simple check function. Okay, so this is going to be simple thing. We just know that if status is not equals to idle, that is the speaking thing. Okay, so now we have basically all core things that we need in the main side, and also we have created overlay thing, and now we need to basically try to add the IPC for that. So first in the preload, let me just try to, so in here on speak state, so here this callback function will have this payload or state, this idle, speaking or past, and the text and word will have chunk to index total, and yep. So this is what pretty much this callback, and in here we need to pass into subscribe to, yeah, this is the thing, and now I need to add this UI related component. So let's go back to components in the source thing. So maybe we'll just create a new folder, so we'll name that as a speak, and inside that we'll just create a simple component speak overlay .tsx. okay, fine. Again, this will have some state. Okay, I know we are not writing clean code, but that's fine. Okay, so then this word range. Okay, and this start will have this start and length, and that is basically for word range, and this caption, so this would be just the record of the state and string. So okay, so this basically for idle, I'll have this as ready, and speaking, so we'll have this as like, let's say playing, and past as past. Okay, that should be fine. And now let's have this speak overlay, and yep, first the state will have it as maybe speaking, so let's try to import that as this initial state by default, and then this text, so this one I'll set this to basically empty string initially, and then for our word range, so basically I'll just have, and then there are a couple of references for highlighting, so one for highlight ref, so this is going to be maybe for div or span. Maybe I'll just set this to span element. Yeah, this is what highlight ref, and then the container reference, so this is going to be for div element. And now in the use effect, we need to add this listener for our subscriber. So here window dot electron, and we just added this on speak state, and here we'll be getting this payload. So in this thing, first let's try to set this what we have in this to our local state variable, and if this payload dot state is not equals to undefined, Then I'm going to set this text. Let's set this one to what's wrong? Okay, here that's fine. That's strict type, we'll ignore for now. And if payload dot word, then I'm just going to set it to for word local variable, else I'm just going to set word to null, and then we are just going to return this, and this would be called on mount. Okay, fine. That is for the listening. And then we need one reference for container as well as for the highlighting. So basically okay, let's try to for that also we need user effects. So but first let me add this div, and then we'll try to come back for that. So as usual, so I'll just keep this height and width as full, and padding maybe let's say 10 pixel. Okay, that was after having tested that. So you can also text and make, let's have this inner div. So this is the make this as relative, and again I'm just going to set height and width as full, and overflow I'm just going to hide this. Okay, and fine. And the style I'll just try to maybe simulate what we had for our AI prompt window. So I just have those box shadow and all those things, so I'll quickly add this instead of adding it one at a time. So here what we will do, so basically padding 10 pixel, 12 and 10 pixel. So border radius and border color, background some gradient thing, box draw filter and box shadow and color. This is what for this div. And now inside this thing, let's try to add this div, making this center, and also add some margin at the bottom. Okay, so in this is the div where we'll try to add in the basically caption state. So like like just the same way that we had it for our for just the background color, I'll just maintain this div as well for that. So we don't have to mess this that dotted whatever you saw for like streaming beside blue color dot and all that thing here. Okay, so string. Okay, style, I'll again this also pretty much the same that we have. So I'm just taking that as a reference from the A prompt window. We are just setting width and height, and then this thing, and we need to maintain one variable whether it's speaking or not. So yeah, state is equals to speaking, that's the thing. So if you're speaking this, we'll have this pulse and all those things. So just the dot kind of thing that we'll try to have for good visual feel. And yeah, after this we'll try to have this pan, and here this is where I'll try to add this caption state. And let's add this font medium thing, and we'll have this maybe tracking, let's be like 0.0 ATMs. Yeah, and make this uppercase, and white space node app. Okay, fine. And again, same styling, we'll just try to stick font size to 10, and color, I'll have that same blue color that we had. Yeah, for the same, the A prompt window that we had. So I'm just going to add the same this color. Okay, fine. And okay, and after this we need to render the text, actual text that we will be trying to. Okay, below this I'll just try to add that. So here I'll need to create one function to render text, which we will, and we'll try to attach in this ref for this container thing. And again we'll maybe, yes, we need to make this relevant relative, and also width and full and overflow. I'm just going to, yeah. And I think custom scroll bar we have not defined things. So this basically we need to have this class in the global.css to make that white scroll bar to go away. So that's the thing. And yeah, and here now this max height, let's set this to 72, and this font size 14, and font weight, let's set this to 600, and again some line height, I'm just going to set 1.4 or something like this. Color pretty same, so yep. And text shadow, let's say yeah, fine. And for rendering text we need to create one function here. Let me just try to create in here called render text. So this we will try to return this React node component, and inside this, so if there is a node text, we will try to return this waiting for text also, something like that. So let's set this opacity as maybe 60, and keep this as italic. Fine. And here I'm just going to say this as waiting for text, something like this. And if there is no word, we'll just showcase what we have in the text. Okay, and now this before, so we need to slice to this word.start, and then this current. So here word.start and adding that length, and this after, yeah, we need to just add that. So now here basically let's try to wrap inside this fragment. So okay, so here simple, add this thing before one first, and here this current, and the after. For current is something we need to highlight, so that is where we'll try to attach in this reference the highlight reference, and also this let's make this rounded medium, and style. So same thing, we'll add the background color, some padding and margin, and some box shadow. So I'll just add this thing. Yeah, so this is the render text, and now I need to call this here now where we just left. In here I'm just going to call that above thing, And for this highlighting, basically we need to handle then use effect hook. So first let's try to get this element, so and also this container. So if there is no element or container, we are not going to do anything, just return. Else first let's get this element top, this offset top, and this bottom. Yep. And same for this. So this view top, which is of this container things, and view bottom. Yeah, so now here basically all we are going to do is or this. So basically, even if the sentence is big or so, we wanted that word that is speaking, it should be in our visibility, and then that should be auto scrolling. So we should be scrolling. So that's the thing that we are trying to do. So here we will try to scroll to, and the top, basically this max of 0, this L top, or maybe, yeah, and behavior, let's keep it smooth. And yeah, and I'm just going to, for every word that is going to change. So this is pretty much the speak overlay that we want. And now what is the, okay, ignore this thing. Okay, and now in main.tsx, as usual, in app.tsx, so based on here this surface, we need to add this thing. So let me add speak overlay. So let's try to, okay, and prompt, okay, that was removed. Okay, fine. So now we have this that will be showcased, but still we need to work on one more binary. Basically we know, at least now we have this speech engine, and then all the background that we need, and all the selection grabber. So how will we know that, like, which text in the particular screen or from paragraph or on the screen, whatever we're doing, has been selected, and how will we know what is it that we need to read out? So for that we need one binary. So that is the basically kind of like helping us to grab whatever we have selected, and once we get that, then we can try to wire this command shift as speak selection. So let's try to add that one last binary before we try to see this feature live. So this selection grabber binary, after having written like a few binaries, so now it should be pretty straightforward. And the idea is basically, let me first create this file, and then we'll talk about that. Okay, so it's justly quite reverse of what we did for text injector. So here basically what we'll do, we'll try to get the bundle ID of the current source app, the one that user is basically trying to select the text in, and we'll try to reactivate the app, and we'll snapshot every item that we have on the clipboard, types, bytes, so that we can try to restore it after. And then we'll try to build and post 4 CG events, so one for command down and C down, command up, and C up. So C up and command up, so the same order, so the order is important. And we'll sleep for a while to let the target app actually write its selection to that clipboard. And then if same thing, if the clipboard's change count moved, read the new string as our captured selection, otherwise capture nothing. So, and we'll try to restore the snapshot unconditionally, and we'll write that capture selection to std out and exit. That's the whole thing we'll try to see, and it should be quick, quite quick, because we know how to write that quickly. So first, as usual, foundation is we need, and we need this app kit, and we need the carbon. Okay, so foundation as usual, app kit for running application and pasteboard, and the carbon for copy current, keyboard input source, and key translate and all those things. And next, for building this arguments, so this command line dot first. So basically that's like a single optional position arg. So the bundle id of that source app, like that should receive this command c thing and all. Okay, and then we'll try to activate this source app. So this bundle argument, if it's not empty, so if let app is running application dot, and with pass in this if it's the thing. So I'm just going to activate that thing, and again sleep after this. Okay, so simple. That basically what we do, if the bundle id what was passed in, we'll try to find that running app and we'll try to activate it, and then and then after that this 180 millisecond sleep, like we try to see that load bearing part. And so this cg event, basically app activation is asynchronous. The cg event before like focus completes, we'll try to completes the whole app and not target. So that's why like we need that thing. Basically we are trying to activate the app there, and now we need to resolve this c key code, like we resolved v key code for our the text injector. So I think so, let's yeah, this one cg key code, and yep, I'll just try to use this copy current keyboard layout input source in take retain value, and layout data pointer. Yeah, pretty much the same, but the here now the code is 8, 9 is for v, and this layout data bytes will just get that, and also the layout, yeah, pretty much the same. So by now with our pattern it should help us write quickly. So same way I'm just going to layout and pass in this key code, action down, option bits, and yeah, fine. And if there is no error, length is greater than 0 and characters is matching that, we just return that code, or else by default we'll know that it's 8. So I'm just going to return this thing. So same trick as text injector, so I'm not going to talk much about it. And then the pasteboard snapshot. So here let's this general and this original change count, and yeah, fine. So pretty much what we want. So just to restore this, we are trying to take the snapshot of the pasteboard so that we can restore it later. So whatever we did before, it's pretty much the same thing, and we need to just append this to this. Okay, fine. All right, and now we need to build this for CG events. So let C key and then this command key, which is the 37, and then source that we have, and then command down, then C down. It should be C up. So the order is important here. Yeah, okay. And also fine, key down, command up. Okay, fine. Yes, so pretty much. So fail to, and we'll try to exit. And the same thing, command down, C up, and command the similar thing, and then we'll try to post that event. So this tab CG event thing using this HID, and first is command down, and maybe we might let's take more sleep, and then command down and C app, and yeah, pretty much the same pattern. And let's maybe we don't need this much time, maybe 220 milliseconds should be fine. Okay, fine, but just the only thing that we need to see that the order of this is proper, because you know that I command C is always released first, and command is something later, and this command is something always held first. So that's this thing, that is post this command plus C wait. And again finally this change count gated, we'll try to read this. So basically captured. So if this pasteboard dot change count is not matching to this original change count, so we'll just basically we'll try to read only if the pasteboard actually changed. So we know that change count increments on every write. So if it didn't budge, no app responded to our basically command C, which means there was no selection or focus was wrong, or the app refused the keystroke. So either way we don't read, and whatever is on the pasteboard, and that's the thing we are trying to do it. And then the next step is basically trying to restore. So here we'll try to clear the contents, and for everything in the snapshot we'll try to create this pasteboard item and set this data, write objects back, and finally we'll try to emit and exit. So here if is captured is not empty, then we will write this captured data. Fine, so that's the thing, and pretty much it should be it what we need. And I'm just going to try to build it, and let's see if we have any issues in this binary, and we'll try to find out if there is any. We'll just try to fix it. So yeah, of course there is an issue. Okay, while we are trying to append the snapshot related data, we are doing it that's the thing. So okay, items, and exactly this is where we need to call. That's why 83 was the error. And okay, now let's try to run this. Okay, again the issue, bundle org. Okay, I'm the dumbest guy. It is typo. It's bundle, not build arg, right? So that's why, because anyhow we are setting this empty string, and that's to activate, not like it's mandatory. We need to pass in this. Sorry guys, my bad. Now basically it should try to build it. Okay, now we have this, and then we need to create this selection grabber. It's going to be quick, so I'll just try to add it inside the dictation or speech, anywhere should be fine. So I'll just add it here, selection grabber. Okay, first as usual we need this binary path. So this function binary path, and if app is packaged, so first, yeah, same thing, so pretty much selection grabber, and then we need a function to give that capture selected text, and here this target bundle ID. So I'm just going to pass in here, and we are going to just return this promise. So in here, inside this, first this arguments, if we have this target bundle ID, we're going to prepare this, and this, then we're going to spawn this child process using this binary path above, and pass in this arguments, and yeah, and we'll just ignore the first thing, we are not worried about that, and spawn from this child process. Okay, and let's standard output, let's initialize with empty string, and first we'll try to set this encoding first. Let's try to listen on this data, get this chunk, and I'm just going to concatenate this to this chunk, and let's, okay, and this exit, we'll just resolve in the callback function, yep, whatever we have, and on error, let me capture that error object, and here as well we can just console and then set this time to string. Okay, fine, this is the thing we're just capturing into this variable pretty much. Okay, selection grabber that we need is we have, and now we need to wire this command shift as speak shortcut. So for that, let's the speak handler, so I'm just going to create here some speak handler.ts, and here let's export this function as build speak handler. Okay, so we're just trying to return here this callback function. So let's try to return here, all we need to get this selection, so we can use this capture selected text from this function which we just created file, and here this text, I'm just going to trim this, if so if we have, we are going to get that, or else the clipboard, whatever it is, I'm just going to read from there, from this Electron, whatever we have. And again, if this, we'll try to trim this, and we are going to pass to this speak function that we have. Yeah, and I'm just going to okay, the speak is not defined in the speech engine, that is why we have this error. Okay, let's try to add that. Think okay, I'll just try to add it here. Yeah, pass in this, and try to again do proper check if it's not trimmed, and let's try to get this chunks with the helper that we have, and here chunk index, that's set to 0, and skipping I'll set this to false, and if this chunks dot length is equals to 0, we are just going to return that, and I'm just going to call this await speak current. Okay, and now in the file that we added, where is that speak handler? No, there should not be any error, and we need to register the shortcut for speak. So we need to do few things here. So go to our main this thing, and basically where we registered this thing, same way I need to call this and import this build speak handler. So now we'll have this thing, and also now in the settings as well, we need to handle where in the IPC section, exactly here. So here again, if it's a key, so I just need to do the same way that we did for the prompt and those things. So this is should be able to now let's try to run this application, and mostly we should be able to see so command shift S, let me open the settings. Okay, a speech thing. Have some issue. We have some okay, identified the issue. Basically I had stale settings.json in my tabs settings.json, that is command shift K was like triggering point for the speech. So now I deleted that and I restarted that, and by default it should have our command shift S. So let's try to see that now. So basically I'll try to open something. So I have this some content here, and let's try to select this. And now if I try to hold Command Shift S, it should start reading out for us.
American capitalism is an economic system characterized by private ownership of the means of production, market-driven exchange, and the pursuit of profit, shaped by uniquely American historical, political, and cultural forces.
Yeah, same like if you try to hold anything, so it
The
should be.
American economic system evolved from colonial mercantilism into a distinct form of industrial capitalism in the 19th century. The Industrial Revolution, westward expansion, and waves of immigration fueled rapid growth, creating both immense wealth and stark inequality. Figures like Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, and J.P. Morgan came to symbolize the Gilded Age, an era of unprecedented industrial power and concentrated fortunes.
Yeah, like this it'll try to split into paragraphs, and and I see we don't have the word highlighting, which we will try to fix that, and we're almost there, and we need to add some controls like to pass and skip, as well as in this overlay, as well as in the settings section we need to add a way to configure the voice selection, and then the words per minute and all those things. So that's the only thing left. We'll try to do that now. Okay, for word highlighting, we had this bug here. So if payload.word set word, I was setting this as just word. Now I change this to payload.word, and now if we just go back to this thing and select anything, let's say I try to read this out loud.
American capitalism, an overview.
So now you see the word is highlighting as it's speaking. So that's the thing that we have. Now we don't have any controls in this overlay, so let's try to work on that controls first. So in this overlay itself, so we need to add this IPC events and all first, and then we'll come back to this. We can navigate using Command Shift P to the respective file and all, anything, that's fine. So here settings IP we'll try to create new file for our speech itself. So I'll just create in here this speech ipc.ts, and here let's try to define this as register speech IPC, and first thing safe handle, let's try to import this, and first event is basically TTS listing voices. This we'll need for our settings, and and here list voices we'll just import from the speech thing that we have, and then for preview, so okay, fine, and here basically we'll just call in here this speak from this engine that we have, and jod as well we need to import, and next to toggle this controls and all that we need. So toggle pass, and here we'll just call this toggle pass, and then so let's try to import, and now for stop we just need to call this stop, and let's try to import this thing from the same engine, and the other controls basically to next and again we just call this next chunk, and I just import and previous, and I'm just going to call this thing. So maybe pre should do it. So these are the things, and now we need to register in this index. So let's try to call this register speech IPC, and now let's go to our preload thing, and here not this, okay, yep. So here let's try to expose the types. So I'll name this as like TTS list voices, and this one basically this promise of this array of that name and the locally for that thing, right? So this one, yeah, exactly, this is going to be the type of that. And then TTS preview, pretty much yeah, everything, it's the thing. And now here in the actual bridge we need to invoke those respective things which we just added. So list voices, and then preview, toggle pass, stop, preview, and next. Okay, so this is the thing. So now we have this, so we can just jump to our component that you have. Let's see, here we need to add some local state variable first for chunk state, and then the chunk total. I'll just maintain those two state variables, and here if this we have maybe will be very type specific as well. If it is number, we'll just set that chunk index, and same for chunk total, that will be getting it here. And also now let's like we have variables to maintain is speaking and all, we'll just try to maintain the other variables is passed and is active. So this one it is just if state is not equals to idle, and does it has previous or not. So this basically will just try to check this active, and also chunk index is greater than 0, and as next is basically chunk index should be maybe we can do this way or the other way around as well. So this we need this to conditionally render the controls in our UI. And I'm just going to quickly adjust some of the styling changes for our div. So this whatever the styles and all we have defined in tab glass panel, so we can just remove all of this styling, so except this padding, that this thing. So and basically it'll just be the same. So yeah, just trying to reduce this verbose thing, and other things will just stay same as is. And yep, and now I'll just try to wrap here one div. So basically make this below div I'll try to wrap inside this, and there we can add our button controls and all this inside this div. So that's the intent. And maybe width, I'll set minimum width that we need to showcase at least all of those things. So I'll keep this to 74 pixel. Okay, and let me, and this basically I'll remove this div thing, and of course we are going to see an error. what I'm going to do is basically here I'll just try to add this div. Okay, so I'm just trying to wrap this div. Yeah, okay, fine. And now we need to add those buttons and all those things in here, and also this the stylings and all whatever we added. I'll just get rid of this, so because we have this tab icon that is the same as whatever uh, this style. I'm just going to remove that and keep this flex shrink. And basically if we are speaking, we'll add this tab beacon pulsing styling that we have. So else I'll not add any styling. So yeah, okay, the pulsing that we'll add it for this, and we remove that because this tab icon covers this, and yeah, and below this span we will add this chunk related details. So if this chunk total is greater than 1, and also if this is active, then we will try to render this span thing. So basically here I'll just try to have this yeah, chunk and chunk plus total thing, and here we can just maybe style it a bit, maybe add some font medium, and maybe add this tabular nums and white space, maybe no wrap, and also maybe the styling for font size I can just add let's say 10, and the color, yeah, I can maybe little lighter, let's say 189, and let's, so that it doesn't be like, it doesn't stay on par with this thing. Fine, that's the thing. And now after here we'll try to add those button controls, and this div, let's try to add some margin left auto and make this flex item center and gap, let's yeah, okay, fine. Now inside here we'll have this button component. First for the skip back, so here I'll just try to maybe add this icon with the width and height as 3, and then fill, let's have this current color, and stroke width maybe let's not have anything. Okay, fine. So, and for button variant, let's make this one to be a ghost, and the size I want this to be icon extra small, and this type, of course, this is going to be of type button, and on click. So here basically we will try to directly call this window.electron.tts previous, that's what, and also this one will be disabled if it has no previous. Okay, that's the thing. And same way here now for the player pass button, and so let's try to, okay, this skip forward. So this basically, this is for forward thing, and TTS next, and same, and I'll just keep it same, and in between this we need to have the button for play or pause. So again, this is will be dependent. So we'll try to toggle this thing, and basically here what we'll do, if it is passed, we will try to have this play button, else we'll try to have this pause icon. So those are the control buttons, and then we need a button to close those things. So I want it to be completely different to whatever the control buttons that we have. So we can use this normal button. I'll just try to wrap and add a little bit of styling for that, just to look smaller and different than above controls that we have. And so here we'll just try to stop this, and in this one styling, let's have this flex shrink and make this flex and item center, justify center, and add in this transition. Okay, so here I'll have this X icon, and same thing, maybe here let's add in this 3.5 and width and height, stroke width, let's set this to 2.5. okay, and I'm just get rid of this. And now this styling, maybe we can just add background, border color, transform, and duration, let's say 120 milliseconds, and hover, let's have this as here this typo, of course, and maybe yep, should be fine. And some styling additionally we can just set, like maybe width and height, set and border, and this border color we want it to be kind of like a little bit of white, so maybe 244, and here lighter, so for something like this, and background and some color I'll just add, and you don't have to worry much about here. This is like very minute detailing and nothing significant here. Okay, so this is the close button, and mostly we are there. And this container thing, this max height, we can set this to maybe 56 or some, just try to reduce this. Okay, fine. Now let's try to restart this. Okay, that's fine. Now restart this, and let's try to open. Okay, so here let me try to select this paragraph and try to read this.
The American economic system evolved from.
So you can see now we are able to pass, and if I play, it should start again.
Colonial mercantilism into a distinct form.
So this controls whatever we added, play, pass, and previous, and all those things. It should work pretty fine. So like adding controls and all those things.
Of industrial capitalism in the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution, westward expansion, and waves.
So now if I want to go back, I can just go back and try to play it.
The Industrial Revolution, westward expansion, and waves of immigration fueled rapid growth.
Okay, like this, if you have some issue here and there, try to just fix it. And we're almost there. Only thing is we need to have this speech tab populated to have this controls. So let's try to quickly add that part alone. So, and here I'm just going to close this, and here we have some emitting thing. I think mostly the error formatting, just try to, we need to handle that. We'll check that. Okay, meaning it's not closing it properly, or there is an issue with the emitting of error things. Okay, then this settings speech tab, now we need to work on this, which was a placeholder when we started. So here basically we need to have a drop down to showcase all the list of the voices, and also configure this word per rate limit and all those things. So first let's try to define this interface for this TTS voice, which will have name and local. And then this preview sample, basically they wanted to see how this voice is going to sound if they choose that specific choice. This is a preview of sound of voice you have selected, something like this. You just add a thing, and now here in this thing we need to maintain local state for our settings. And this is going to be app settings. So let's try to import that. And now this list of voices, and so now show all voices. So this is going to be boolean variable, and in the use effect we'll just try to get those details from our main functions that we have. So here I'll just call this list voices, and also here this settings. So yeah, we'll try to get the settings and update this into this, and this basically on mounting is what we do. And we'll have this first visible voices. So let me just try to capture that. Yeah, we'll just try to wrap inside this memo, so that we don't have to get all the time. So inside this, basically depending upon this boolean, if show all voices, we'll try to return this. Or else, let's say it's English only, then we'll try to filter this local starting with en, and then we'll just check if English only length is greater than 0, we'll try to return that, else all voices. And we just need to import this use memo, and let's make this okay. That's fine. Not define possibility null and all, we can just ignore this, that should be fine. Okay, that's to calculate that. And now let's add the functions to handle each of the things. First I'll add hotkey change. So here basically what we need to do, so simple. First we'll do check if there's no hotkey, we'll just return, else we'll just call this save settings and pass in this, and pretty much the way that we did for other. So here let's try to import from this sonar, and handle voice change. Same, I'll receive this voice. So this one is going to be a string, and I'm just going to pass in here this voice, and yeah, we are going to set this thing. So this is for handling voice change, and then the for words per minute, so this is a rate change. Yeah, and this one, what I'm going to do, so basically let's keep this as asynchronous. Okay, yeah, I'm just updating your settings, whatever we have here, and the separate function to handle that commit. So this basically here, what I'm just going to pass in this speech rate, and here I'm just going to, okay, fine, and then this handle preview. So basically to check that sound, how it's going to look like, all we are going to do is call this preview TTS preview. Okay, fine, and pretty this thing, a pulse thing that we wanted to show for everything that we have. So if there's no settings, I'm just going to just keep it as consistent others that we have. And now pretty the standard thing, I'll just try to add this max width and some margin bottom, header wrapper, and this is going to be speech and voice and text to speech something, or you can add like read selected text out loud with live word highlight or something of those sort, you can just add. And here we'll try to add this card component and try to wrap, and same way we had this row component for that. I'm just going to create the same helper function similar way. So first to fix that, let's try to close this so that we don't see an issue. Okay, so here I think it's pretty same that we had. So this icon, title, description, we can reuse that as well, but I'm just trying to consume this, so let's keep it simple. I'll just add some padding and items, and we'll add some icon. Okay, and inside that add only, so I'll just remove this and add this title, and after this div we'll just have this description, and then this children. Okay, fine. So now basically we'll just try to use to wrap this inside, and this is very straightforward. So now this icon, let's add this as keyboard thing, and yeah, I'll just try to hotkey, and the combination of keys to hold down to no everywhere it is trying to, yeah, okay. Now let's hotkey recorder component. So here basically this is basically the key to trigger text to speech, yeah, something like that. And this is going to be speech dot hotkey, and then handle this hotkey change, yeah, that's the thing. Fine, after this we'll just add some separator, some just the border, and again after that I'll just add an option like for our the voices. So this is going to have maybe I'll take here this audio lines, and this title is basically the voice to use exactly. Fine. And here inside this I'll try to wrap in the div. So yep. And now I'll just have this select component, setting speech.voice and handle voice change, and this would be basically disabled if the voices, if you could not get from this main that we have exposed. So, and triggering maybe let's say width, we can adjust this like 60 or 70, just try to see whichever makes sense. And here this placeholder, I'll maybe use this voices list that we have. So voices length, let's say we don't have, so I'm just going to say that select thing, or else we're going to say that we are still loading that list for you. Okay, fine. And after this trigger we need to add this content stuff, and again the list of the voices, and this max height, let's keep this to 80, and we can just restrict so that it doesn't exceed the UI screen that we are trying to see. And key will have this voice name and vname, and here along with we'll have this maybe some div with the let's items center, okay, cap of 2. Okay, and here we'll try to wrap this name, and also this local that we'll be trying to get. So fine. So that's the to try to show this voices. And after that I'll have this button, basically this button, inside this I'll have like this if show all voices, show in English, or else like all voices. And here let's try to make this ghost, and size, let's keep this smaller, and class and styling, so I'll just keep this to be text extra small. And on click, basically we need to toggle this thing. Yeah, okay, fine. That is it. And after that we need to have the way to configure the words per minute, kind of like slider we need to add. I can add after this again some separator, and here this row icon, maybe I'll just add this play icon. Yeah, and here I'll just add this as speaking rate. Okay, and maybe add some gap, width, max width, just try to adjust whatever after you try to see this. And slider, we'll try to set this thing, and let's set this minimum 80, maximum maybe 360 or so. And step value, I'll just set maybe 10 in orders of 10. And on value change, we'll pass in this else by default I'll set it to our human speed maybe 175. And on value commit, we'll call this handle rate commit thing. And this, let's make it to take more space, whatever it needs. And fine. And here I'll just try to wrap inside this span, so text this extra small, muted foreground, and then make this tabular nums, and width I'm going to make this 16, and the text, let's make this one right. Okay, fine. And here we'll just try to add this actual rate that it has, and then this button variant, I'll make this as outline, and the size maybe smaller, and on click. So this is to handle the preview now. So yep, and here we'll add this play icon, and maybe add some margin, right? Yep, we are done, and mostly now we should be able to see this. So let's mostly it should be UI change, right? So it should be propagated already, but we'll just try to restart it and try to open this. So it should be in the speech section. Okay, the speech section, we are not able to see anything. Okay, the issue was we were loading the voices asynchronously, and I was using exclamatory, just it's not null, but that was false. So here the conditional check, as well as in here visible voices that we wanted to show, here as well I did this check, though we are not using that. That's fine. Now after fixing that, and now opening the settings, we should be able to see that basically this hotkey here we can configure, and also here we'll be able to see all the list of the voices that we can select and all. And for example, let's say this is the voice and we want to see the preview.
This is preview of sound and voice you have selected.
So like this, so we can just select whichever we want. So by default we have selected this. Yeah, I think there's some loading issue which will fix it, but now if I select
This is preview of sound of voice you have selected.
so that's how it's going to be. And here again you can change here words per minute slider, and so yeah, this is it, the speed settings for hotkey, and changing the list of the voices that you wanted to pick it up, and also you can change here the words per minute, and then look at the preview how it looks. And now, so basically we have wrapped up the three features, the text to speech, basically speaking out loud for whatever the maybe the book you're reading or article you're reading or whatever you wanted to have it read for you, you can use this. And also the AI prompt window, basically if you're coding, if you're writing, if you're documenting something, if you want to try to learn on the go, so just with the command you try to ask, and like basically one window, and the other is like dictation, which is very important. So this if you are very lazy to type it for yourself, just hold the FN and speak it and send it either a Slack in your channel or Teams channel, or any nodes you're making, or anywhere wherever you're using it. So that's the end of it. This is all the tab is about. Okay, quick fix though, in this speech tab we have not used this. Actually we need to use this, that is the reason. So here I'll just change this one to visible voices, and also here the key will just try to change to match with the local as well. So here voice dot name with the all, yeah, this will be unique, and then maybe we can just try to test that. and that should be it. So basically the usage of that is something we have not added properly. And so if we try to open these settings, yeah, it takes time to load, and then pretty much everything should be fine. So if I change this thing,
This is preview of sound of you have selected.
yeah, it looks like that. Fine. So mostly this is what I wanted to cover as part of this tab product development building, and hope you got something, and see you in the next one.